success line. I ain't got much, but I'm damn proud of this double wide up in the pines. I'll do whatever it takes, I'll go to my grave, protecting me and mine. So you better understand, if you step on my land, I'll leave you where you lie, let the wolves cry. I ain't got much, but I'm damn proud of this double wide off in the pines.
What's up, everybody? No, William, I think I hit the wrong thing. I was taking a break, and then I thought, okay, well, I'm going to take a break for a little bit. At least I'll stay active. So then I thought I'd just go live. I'll flip the camera around for a moment, and then that way I can say hello to everybody. Bam, bam. There we go. So what's up? Shane, Matt, Miss Emily, Garrett? What's going on? I think I saw Kim's in here earlier and Kid Coleman a minute ago. I don't know, man. I just thought I'd go. Figured I'd come shoot the shit with y'all. Kind of had me and BB had a round this morning. So I think I'm fixing to be planning a little barricade for his ass. And we're going to have what down here around me is famously known as a come to Jesus meeting. Because I got to say, man, he come out. I knew he was going to have a little bit of attitude because, as you can see, I moved them. So they're over here now in this nice little grassy area instead of being right over there by that tree in that building. So, and he usually cops an attitude during the evening little ride because I get it, it's bumpy. They go in there, all of a sudden I shut the door, and next thing you know, the whole little shit's on the move. I get it. But son, this morning, that one little old, hey man, yeah, well, he come on up and decided to come right up on me, and boy, I tell you, yeah, I slapped the living shit out of him, buddy, upside his head. And that's a matter of fact, he was kind of dazed for a little bit, and then he got over, and as he come, I was already outside the door, and he started to talk shit, and I unlatched that door, and oh no, buddy, he hopped back over there. She started cracking up. So yeah, we're just gonna have to have one of them come to Jesus meetings is all I can see. I'm glad you did it. It was getting a little boring. There you go. What's up, Carl? I learned him a lesson, Huckleberry. Of course, I think I'm going to further that education. I just have to see he knows he gets back behind that little water deal and that food deal, and then that part's the chore. So that's okay. He just don't know. I'm fixing to take my cutters and I'm going to take some of that hog panel and I'm going to make like a little, just a big enough piece of that hog panel that it kind of does that square. And then I'm going to put, that's all I need. I don't have to do like some seriously confined. I just got to do that. And then I'll just take it in through the door. I'll set the ramp down. He'll still be on this side. And I'm just going to slowly set that there and set it up against there. And then when I turn around, it'll be like, yeah, homie, you got nowhere to go now. It's on like Donkey Kong. And then me and him can have this nice in-depth conversation. He can be the head rooster inside there all he wants. I'm just opening the damn door, sprinkling food. You don't really want to keep testing me. I don't need you. I'm totally satisfied with the eggs. Oh, man. I was wore out. Oh, I got all that shit cut up and moved over. And actually, a lot of it's right here on this little berm pile. Got a lot of it right there, and then got some of the bigger pieces. There's the actual tree limb on the other side of that one right there. So, yeah. I'm going to finish cutting these up. I went from one plan to another plan because now I think because after I was hauling all them damn little limbs, I'm like, a lot of these will be in a decent little fast decay stage because they're not real big, thick limbs. So I'm going to start cutting them down and I'm going to put the smaller stuff in the bottom of my raised beds, which, by the way, I forgot who it was said that I wouldn't get that done. And then somebody in chat pointed out, going, Rescue, she just said you weren't going to get that done. So, and I got to say, see, even just the slightest little challenge, it planted in there somewhere. So all I know is I bet you I get them raised beds built. They might not be fully filled and have shit planted in them, but I'll be in the process. The only thing that'll slow me down will be the money. What's up, Elusive? Huckleberry, anybody I missed? Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever it's working for you. Hey, Willow. I caught some of Hutch's earlier. I was listening, but sometimes I feel like I might have been lying whenever I go, oh, yeah, I was listening because I mean to, but I'll have it like sitting right here. And so I can turn it on and I'm listening. But the minute I go from here to over there, I really don't hear much. It's still going. I'm just trying to give everybody credit for watching. Sometimes I run shit in there that I'm not in there. I'm out here, but I figure it's giving somebody view hours. Oh, somebody set off their alarm. Your float alarm is going off. Hey, Lady Smith. What's up, Nikki? There you are. What's up, Indy? Hey, sis. Rescue you like this. My brother and his wife just sent me some pictures. They're actually planting an apple orchard. Ooh, son. Some apple pie. Apple fritters. That's the shiznit. So I think it was you, wasn't it, Nikki, that said that I wouldn't get them boxes built, I think. Or something. I don't know. All I know is I remember somebody must have said it because somebody told me that I was challenged, and somehow that particular little text stuck out. See, the littlest things just 92 degrees. I'm not ready for summer temps. Shoot, yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. I got them in a cool little patch of grass, and yeah, I noticed they're all like chilling now, buddy. They all resting down in the grass. They digging that. Oh, it wasn't you, Nikki? Well, I don't know. Somebody, I remember it in chat because I remember the chat going, she said you weren't going to get that done. And it was like, oh, hell. Oh, there's the mail lady. All I said was start a call. Hey, I did. And, man, I wish shoveling wasn't the big deal because I'd like to move that. I'd really like to put that in a different place, but I might just keep it right there because I got kind of two little piles. I've already kind of been dumping stuff in the one. But see, that's what I want to do with some of these limbs too. I'm gonna all that little shit. I'm gonna just break that shit up and throw it in the bottom of that too, and start adding some layers. And then maybe next year or later on, probably by next year, it'll if hey, whoever, whatever, it'll be there and available. Is all I'm saying. What's up, Constitutional Carpenter? TJ, how are you, Miss Sharon? Did I miss anybody? No, I think I got most people. Cool, cool. And I definitely got to get my sunflowers planted because them little bad boys are going right in the front row. And I can't wait till they're freaking 10 feet tall. They'll just look badass. Where did his ass go? Sorry. Mom, give me 1 sec. What are you doing? Pick a spot. $71 here and a tad bit of wind. Let's see. I don't know what it says. All I know is it's nice. Oh, it's 84. That's why it felt 71. It's kind of the Texas equivalent. Because it's awesome. I love it. Matter of fact, see, I've had this envision. Sometimes it gets frustrating because it's just money and means, you know. Got all kinds of ideas. You always got to have the money and means. But I wish I could do like a little arms off the side of the little Alamo that kind of went off the side like that, and I could hang a hammock in between those. So then, like, I could come chill. I could just lay in a hammock that would be right beside the coop. That'd be badass, wouldn't it? Man, I just don't know how I can. I got to figure out a way now, somehow, one day. It's raining here. I'm goofing off in the shop, accessorizing boomsticks. Got to go get taxes done today. Effing taxes. Yeah, I'm supposed to be putting in another window in my shop, but I haven't seen my jigsaw since I moved my shop back in 15. I'm not buying another one until I go through all these boxes. Oh, I know. Well, move back over to here after mom died. Then all of a sudden there was, which I don't know. I got kids, so my shit goes beyond the 10 millimeter stuff. I have tools for the first part of my life, never had any legs, but somehow when I gave birth to these, it had like some kind of contagious disease. And so some of my tools, I guess, as they were growing, my tools were developing legs because as they got older, my tools started running off. It's kind of weird how that happened. I guess it must be on the toilet seat. Kim says, hi, Camo, and anybody I missed, I'm rolling up the yard. Yeah, I can throw this little invite out there. Anybody wants to come up and shoot the shit? It's a Saturday. That bird just a talking. Hey, what's up, Hans? And that is, Hans, that's the fastest way to find the one you lost. Just buy another one. Hubby was sick when I moved everything, and he was my priority. I miss him most days. I got you, TJ. Not a metric, nothing on my truck. Standard tools is all it requires. There you go. Elusive, I'm trying to walk off lunch from Texas Roadhouse. Okay, just so we're clear, that's not real Texas food. That's still Cisco food. But it's not bad. I mean, if you got to go out to eat somewhere, it's not bad. I spent a good 30 minutes looking for my metric Allen wrenches today. Almost bought more. Elusive, I don't care where shit originates from. Shit was banging. Oh yeah, that's why I say it's not bad. You know, it's not bad at all. You know, now the Outback, yeah, I guess I judge the Outback a little different because the Outback from shit 30 years ago. Now that was some good shit, and that was kind of the Roadhouse too. It's not that I'm not saying they're bad, but it doesn't represent. Man, they've all changed too. They all chase that dollar. Lucy, let me know if it works. Well, then anybody's welcome up if anybody wants to hit the link. I mean, it was just quiet and boring around here. And I knew if I didn't do something, then all I'll do is go in there and vegetate. I laid down long enough yesterday. I was flipping miserable. Because we got a Logan's Roadhouse. It's pretty good for what you pay. Oh, okay. Hey, happy anniversary, brother. Right on. So I ain't trying to price it. Just ignore me. You don't want to answer it, but just curious on how big of an anniversary, how many years. But definitely congratulations. That's pretty cool. That's it. Go somewhere and let somebody just bring you something there. Bring you something to drink. Both of you get to kick back. Be tended to. 5 years. Hell yeah. Right on. That's the way you do it. That is very awesome. Well, here's the 5 more, sir. I don't even know. Why do they say that? Why wouldn't you just say here's to a lifetime? Why would you add a number? I don't even know why I'd say that. It just came right out. So, but here's to a lifetime. Hey, what's up, D-Dope? Little, I guess that means they're pretty mellow and they feel pretty safe and secure because they're just like laid out on that grass, just almost like a set of kids. FSP, what's up? How are you, brother? Majik? Morning, afternoon? I guess we're afternoon now, yeah. Hell, damn near evening. Strong coffee today. Garrett says, Indy, we played the song Survive last night at the music event. Oh, cool. Oh, BB sucking up to my girl, my little mama. Oh, that's pretty cool. Garrett. Somebody fired up the mower. Smoke time. Be right back, y'all. Oh, it's okay, Majik. We got a smoking section here too. Rescue BB straighten up, or is he still? Oh, well, he's now where we're. He's already escalated the plan. D Dog, yeah. This morning, he came close this morning. Matter of fact, it was one of those little quick reaction moments that had I grabbed his whole head, I might have just spun my wrist and snapped my wrist. Because boy, I was out. He just tested my patience at the wrong time, and I feel bad for it, after the fact. But I get it. He was stressed because I put him in a new spot last night after they went in. But son, he come out that damn door. He did his typical stuff. That was fine. I was sprinkling some scratch. And then all of a sudden he comes around at me and I backed him up. Well, he backed up a couple and then he just come right on up on me. And son, I was like, and I had the cup. I switched hands and as I backhanded like that, hit him right upside the head. And so I don't know. So yeah, now it's like, okay, we're going to go ahead and get this. Oh, and then As I come on out the door, I clip it, and as I go to walk off, he comes up and hits that door a couple of times. So I went ahead and went back in there while he hauled ass back behind that food and water. So it was like, all right, homie. So I'm gonna take a piece of that hog panel, cut it down big enough just to block that square, and then I'm gonna just walk in and casually put it right there, and then me and him gonna have a conversation. We're gonna have one of them come to Jesus meetings. And right now he's down there sucking up to Louise because that's my girl. That's my favorite. If I gotta pick favorites, it looks like so. Thelma and Louise are kicked back there and down laying in the grass. And what is it, FSP? I'm the head rooster, so you're the redneck in charge. There you go. Oh, damn, TJ. 3 wrenches and an extension. Hey, yep, he did. He clucked around. It's like, okay, we're not going to push that because, hell, my granddaughter come over here. She's going to go in there. So it's, you know, I'll come and rescue. He's a good rooster. Well, yeah, he is. But he's just got to learn his role. I'm going to go load up a Trailblazer. I'll check on you guys in a minute. All righty, Kims. Good luck. Enjoy your day. Make it a good day. He needs to be a beta rooster. Yeah, I don't know where in the alphabet it fits. I guess I'm just too out for that, or too old, I guess. But he needs to learn that, okay, the door closes, he can be the badass all he wants to be in there. That's it. You're the number one rooster. Ha ha, woo woo, all that good shit. But when that door opens, better know your role. That's why you notice you ain't heard him up here talking no line of shit. Look, I'll even show you. He's chilling. Watch this shit. I'll put that camera on the back. That's him. There's BB right there. Cause his little happy ass is knows yeah, I better be in chill mode today, homie. Better be in chill mode today. Yeah, because he always does this little bit of attitude, and I get it. And I usually go, "Hey, I'm not gonna put up with your shit and all that good stuff." But oh no, today he come up on me, and I went ahead and kind of shoot him away, I guess you could say. And then that little shithead wants to come up on me and get right up on me, buddy. And it was like, oh no, son. He's lucky I had to change hands. Because like I say, whenever I was backhanded, if I had probably made full contact up against his whole neck and head, I would have probably closed my fist. I don't know, man. There's too much shit going on in the world. I already have whatever personality some textbooks wants to write down and type it on their computer. I don't give a shit. But I don't have a very good patience level, especially for aggressive type stuff. Man, it's not just I don't like bullies. And Don't flex your aggressive shit. It's like that lady said that to that reporter. Ain't nobody got time for that. Show him some KFC, right? BB the King Cock asking, yeah, well, it depends on which BB you want me to ask, Lady Smith. If I ask this one, the other one, it would for sure. Because I'm watching an old Law and Order episode that has VP Biden giving a speech on sexual violence. Oh, Lord. Probably one of the few scripts he could actually follow, because everybody knew he didn't write that one. All the others, he tried to convince people he did. Hey, Miss Amy. Right, Magic Fried Chicken. Oh, now he's down there laying there schmoozing with Nikki. I can throw the. Let's see if I put this back in chat. I'll try on my phone. I might can pin it. I don't know, or I'll just throw it out there. Oh, thank you, SFP. I've had that for a couple of decades. That's kind of my. I don't know. That's. I saw that one time and I thought, man, there you go. It's the character. All that gum bumping shit means nothing. You know. Oh, and now that we're in this digital age, it fits really now because hell, all kinds of fake ass shit. That's it. People just all you gotta do is pay attention. Don't get caught up in stuff emotionally. If you find something really agitating you, getting your attention, then zoom out a little bit. Start to isolate that down. Start to weed out the good and the bad. Chicken nuggets. They will eat fried chicken. Hell, they will eat another. They peck to death another. Oh yeah. Well, that's what's laughed. I think it was Nikki said, "Hell, if we fell down in the coop, they'd peck you. They'd eat you gone." And they probably would. Just goes to show everybody loves chicken. Even chicken loves chicken. Digital, well, we primitive still, some of us. Well, are you though, Magic? Because we're right here on a YouTube platform. And actually, what's funny is with this new AI voice thing and stuff, hell, they make anybody say anything. That's what's on the menu for today. But some fried chicken, Miss Amy. Oh, the tacos. Oh, there you go, Majik. Well, that's me. I mean, do I know every latest thing out nowadays? Shit, no. Do I kind of understand where it could be and kind of the understandings of it? Yeah. I mean, I was at the ground of all this shit. So, and I still actually, I was going to do a little live. I just wasn't sure when. I thought about, I don't know, I might do it during the day tomorrow. Although I hate to waste sunlight inside. Depends. If it's raining. Anyway, I want to redo the tubing and shit on my computer. but I don't dive into it anymore. I came out of the communication field, and then for, oh, I don't know, about a year and a half, just kind of did this, did it like a little retail store thing. And, but it's like the whole AI algorithm type stuff. I get an understanding of it. And it doesn't scare me. It's the ignorance of people using it is what bothers me. It's kind of like, it's like when we developed the hydrogen bomb, well, that was one thing. There were people involved to do certain steps. So there was a lot of safety that could be put into, and even though accidents still happen, but they want to get to a point to where they just tell something what they want, and then let all this big bunch of algorithms and decision statements that somebody's put in make the call on what comes out. And that's what bothers me. We get so lazy that we will literally let a computer do something like that for us. Then it's like when we rely on AI to take care of our infrastructure. Oh, there was an outage detected over here. Well, we can send this drone thing to go us. Okay, see, that's just going to cause all kinds of problems. Well, see, kid, it's not so much. I mean, we're the ones programming, but it's their ignorance and their egotisticalness, because they think they're so smart, because that's what scares me with the AI is that's like taking all the knowledge that we know of and putting it in somebody. Well, did you put it in Charles Manson? Did you put it in Albert Einstein? Exactly who did you put all this into? Because it could have drastic effects. And so, see, that to me is the main, because that's what it's doing. It has access to all. The more information we put up on the web, the more information it has access to then use in these parameters that get set up for it to use this or not use it. Man, that's going to be crazy. And right now, it's being kind of, most of the information it's picking up is in this woke side of things. And so there's the scary thing. Hey, look at there. There's old Mr. Zach. Z Mouse. Hold on, buddy. Let me, bam, bam. There we go. What's up, sir? Sorry, I got it on the chickens here. I'll spin it around. Bam. Let's see. And then there we go. What's up, brother? You doing all right? Hell yeah. Doing good. What the hell, dude? Don't be dive bombing me, man. I don't know where that came from. Homeboy just flew out of nowhere. Thought I was some kind of DFW airstrip or something. I don't know. It's gonna land on me. It's like, this ain't the airport. Hot damn. Stop finding their fiat-driven battles. Yeah. Well, you just, man, with this whole digital and seeing you want to put the money in that. And what's ironic is you have corrupt politicians or whoever, you get the sinister bad guy. It's going to take over the world, but he has access to this digital thing. And it's like, okay, yeah, I got it all. And it's like, no, because if you keep letting this AI thing go and make decisions for itself, well, it doesn't give a crap about you either. So it has no conscience. And there's that spark. There's that spark of humanity, of life, that they can't explain, that all these egotistical scientists just can't stand. You want to tell them hi, Zach? Here, I'll shut up. I'm going to let you say hi. Hey, Tiger. Hey, Benjamin. Yeah, we got Zach in the house. Oh, Magic going for cup number 2.
How are you guys doing?
My shirt says my friend's songs are
How are
right.
you guys doing?
I was bored, Zach, and I knew that if I didn't kind of find something to occupy my time, I was going to go and then do nothing. So I thought, well, then I'm going to go live. So I went in and kind of set it up, and then I was actually going, damn, I did do that. Wasn't I'm supposed to go? And then I went ahead and started it 30 minutes early because I was like, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and start it. What's up, Moose? Right, and I saw that Huckleberry. Yeah, I did that. Finished the tubing on my computer on DS, Dangerous Freedoms. Bless Ron. That's it. There it is. There's Dangerous Freedom bracelet. Indy says, good to see you, Zach. Love you, brother. FSP says, doing good, buddy. It's a beautiful day here. Kid Coleman says, Zach, I'm just relaxing today. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I've been cutting limbs.
The way do you want to see a quilt I got Thursday for my birthday?
Oh, yeah. Shoot you, buddy. Cool deal. I know he got some good seeds and stuff like that. So he got him a quilt. Oh, that's okay, Benjamin. I actually had it set up. I wasn't even going to do it till 2 because I had this bright idea. So I went in and I set it up and I come out, back out, and then I'm like, oh, well, yeah, that's going to be 2 o'clock. Well, I could bump it. Nobody's ever probably seen it by now. And so I started thinking, I thought, no, I'll just go ahead and go now. So I ended up starting it early. Plus, it's unsub people even from me. It's funny. I think Grumpy said he got unsubbed. I just got back from HF and the Asian food store. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Zach's got it. I'm bringing it up, buddy. One sec. Bam, bam. Looky there. Man, dude, that's badass, Zach. That is, man, that is awesome. Hey, y'all need to look at your screen if you have to take a quick sec. I got it up on the bigger screen, but that's the quilt that Zach got. That is awesome. And man, I can only imagine the work that went into that. Because that's having to keep track of everything to keep it all lined up. That is awesome. Shoot, yeah. Dude, that's who. So who was it that who gave you that? If you don't mind me asking.
Cousin.
Okay, your cousin, man. Well, you tell him that's awesome work and that's beautiful. And everybody's even saying it awesome, Zach. I like that. It's stunning. Very cool. Awesome work. See, that's it. It is. That was, man, that was pretty badass. That was cool. So hell, you scored this birthday. This was like this is like the 3-0 gold mine. Hell yeah. You'll be all wrapped up in your quilt, watching your plants grow from all your seeds. Hell yeah.
Actually going hang it up behind me.
There you go. Then you can always see it and it won't get dirty. Rudy, come here. Rudy, Rudy, come here. Come here. You know, she freaks out. The missus freaks out every time she pulls in if he's out there because he runs in to run beside it. And she's like, oh my God, I'm going to run over him. Yeah, you're such a toward. May I ask what kind of seeds you got? Oh, kid. Let's see. I think cucumber, zucchini, uh, tomatoes, um, potatoes. Um, man, did you get like cauliflower or broccoli or something like that? And then he got like a gardening shovel. Yeah, you got some pretty cool stuff. My simple square quilt is nothing compared to the inch get your goals right. Right. I can only imagine keeping track of all that on that quilt. Let's see, Washington just passed a bill today where wait till where are we, man? Yeah, Garrett. Oh, and Indy's asking Garrett, is that DC or the state? Hey, what's that, 420? Oh, yeah. Dito, here you go. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zach. My bad.
Got zucchini, cucumbers, carrots, tomatoes, sweet peppers, lettuce, and more.
There you go. Because I knew there was a list, and it was more than I could remember. It kept coming up one little pack after another pack and another pack and another pack. He was racking up. Oh, so that was Washington, D.C. passed it. I can believe it. There's D-Dog. What's up, young man?
Not much. Hey, Zach, love you, brother. Since you're the potato master, Zach, get yourself some of this.
Oh, here, I'll do you full screen real quick so we can see the label good. Okay, so I must garden sulfur powder.
Yep. What you want to do is take your ground and change it from 7 to 7.2 pH down to a 5.5 to a 6, and it'll almost double your production.
Oh,
And
hey,
it's 100% natural, so it's still organic.
oh, cool. Hey, okay, so on potatoes, if they're in just like sunlight for just say half the day, and then the other's kind of a shaded sunlight, that's still okay, right?
It just needs 6 hours of direct sun.
Okay. Yeah, because I think that's what I want to do on this back little patch over here is a nice square of potatoes because I think they'll do good right there. It's got a lot of nutrients from the leaching field underneath.
Right. Yep. You don't have to mound up your potatoes because it's not going to give you any more production or anything. I don't know why everyone's doing all that nonsense.
I could probably just get away with putting, like, if I put some straw down and then put the potato cuttings off that were sprouted and then just layer it up with some more hay and keep it watered that way? Or do you got to have a decent layer of soil?
Well, you want the potato to be in direct contact to dirt.
Okay. So I have to scrape that and get the top cleaned out.
Well, if you just want to, because, how soon do you plan on planting your taters?
Oh, it's I mean, I can gab all I want, but for me, in all honesty, that's still a good couple of months out because it's just the timing of what it'll take. One
Well,
wrong rain and I won't even get back there for a week.
take a fruit tree sprayer.
Yeah.
And put vinegar in it, and then add a little bit of organic fertilizer and just spray all the grass, and it'll just kill that shit off. And a couple of rains, it'll be gone, and you can grow in it.
Ah, okay.
But check your pH because you are dropping your pH because vinegar is an acid before you add sulfur to it.
Okay. Oh wow, chat kind of lit up too. Moose Man says with wood ash and nitrates, the garden will explode. Somebody else said
Yep.
add charcoal and saltpeter.
Right. They're talking about raising the pH, but for potatoes like an acid. Tomatoes like an acid. That's why I keep the powdered sulfate around to amend my soil to take it to more of an acid for those crops.
Oh, okay. I know the one, man, when Zach did those ones, those things, man, those leaves, and they just bushed out so big. And those are some good looking potatoes. Coffee grinds.
Well, potatoes don't need nitrates because you're not growing it for the green, you're growing it for the root.
Moose said, no, we are talking black powder. Hey, I learned because Carl sent me the link to a guy. You can make gunpowder out of chicken shit.
Yep.
It was like, oh well, you know. Of course. Oh, Lady Smith says it's the same with the blueberries and hydrangeas or something. I can't say that word.
Yeah, yeah. This year in the garden, I'm going to be doing some flowers to attract more bees.
GTP. What's up, buddy? Blueberries like an acidic soil. Oh, and azaleas, Tiger says. So Tiger says blueberries and azaleas like that acidic soil.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I wish, man, I thought about that earlier. It's just like, boy, I've actually thought about even what if I could just like do some kind of serious selling of some kind of maybe a more important stuff in there, search for a vendor just so I could get some kind of deal that has a front blade. If I could just scrape some of this ground, then it would make all the difference. I could move along a little quicker. I just gotta, I don't know.
Well,
Can't just do any okay.
you could let nature turn your soil and make everything nice and loose. Just plant a lot of carrots.
Yeah, it's the grade. That's what I need to change. I need a way to scrape some of this so I can create like a staircase to break the flow.
Oh, a tiered garden.
Yeah, well, and even if it's not the garden, just to then slow the roll from the water into the garden. Because it's like from where I'm sitting right now, from the end of that road, and Nikki saw it one night when they brought me the chickens and it was raining pretty good that night. I literally, right here where I'm sitting, will be like little white rapids. That shit is flowing down through here.
So you got quite a bit of clay, huh?
Oh, yeah. And it's got a good grade to it. So, and it's bad because I finally got the county dude to take that grade all and they hired a new one. And I went out and had a heart to heart with him going, man, you know, I've been trying this well over a decade, and I don't understand why it's so hard to understand. But you guys have pitched that road to where it funnels right into my driveway, and I already have an issue. Oh, where it? Well, they just kept going back. Well, this guy I told him, he goes, oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. Well, he's been slowly working it, and sure enough, when he just went the other day before yesterday, and he come running through with that great all, I saw him when he got, and I thought, oh, sure enough, he paused about 50 yards out, and I watched the blade kind of come up a little bit, and it went, and I went, thank you.
Yeah.
So now I'm slowing down some of that, but yeah, I got to staircase some of this. Otherwise, it'll wash it off. I'm actually sitting on road sand from the road that's washed down. There was an asphalt driveway. I laughed whenever she wanted to put it in. It's like, I don't think that's going to hold. Oh, yeah. Well, 10 years it did. And then chunks started to kind of slowly drift away as the water's a mofo.
Yeah. Yeah, water doesn't care. It'll figure out the best way to get where it wants to go.
Yeah.
Oh, and next week I might have 2 unboxing videos.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
Look at you. Well, I won't ask you what they are because I don't want to spill the beans. We'll have to just stay tuned to that channel.
Yep.
Only way to break up clay is to add organic material to it. And the reason why is clay has chemical bands that require organic material to breach those bands.
Yep. Yeah, carrots will still drive through it though.
Matter of fact, let's see what is that. So, just to show you the grade within, what is that, 40, 60 feet? Yeah, I think it's 60, well, 70 foot. So within 70 foot, just to show you the grade, it goes from literally one cinder block high, okay, to 7 and a pad back here.
That's crazy.
And now that's why during the last hurricane, the house actually shifted because the ground was so already saturated from the rain we had just a few days before the lead into that hurricane. And then when the wind came, it just shifted and it shifted the house. That's what's caused all this stupid ass headache and shit. If it wasn't sentimental, I would have just probably walked away and went, I don't give a shit. But it's there's just something to be said about clearing out every little shrub and tree. And I put flags where those actual pilings originally went. I walked there and put that in the ground type shit. And I just don't. But hell, the things are going with this country, it might just be a matter of necessity. Just depends where shit goes crazy at.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's where shit goes crazier.
Yeah. Well, that'll be easy enough to spot. Hell, that'll be California, Oregon, somewhere along right up there where it's already right at the bubbling. It's if the news stations just decided that, okay, you know what, we really won't say anything out loud. We're gonna show footage for this 3-hour window. So everybody just shows the cameras over here in these cities right here for 3 hours. Don't say nothing, no reporting or anything, and then go away and tell whatever story. I guarantee you that right there would have a rippling effect because most of this country has no idea how all those cities, just how bad is.
Right. Well, I think it would even be better if you'd take a small community city and just live broadcast that for 3 hours. And then the people living in the blue pieces of shit will go, oh, that looks a lot nicer than what I'm dealing with.
Right. Dude, look as the story grows about like the San Francisco and these other towns where you got all Portland that just says, sure, do any kind of drug you want. It's okay. We won't take into account that you might be doing a psychedelic in the middle of a city park and that there might be little kids right next to you when you're doing it, but whatever.
Yeah. Well,
and nobody's shocked and awed. Nobody's like, oh my God, because the rest of the country really, I don't think, understands just what that means.
Yeah, but they'd get a free pass if they're doing psychedelics in a park around kids if they were in a drag costume.
Yeah. That's hell. Even the missus, I mean, she's heard me, so she's aware, but even a visual, whenever I go in there sometimes going, hey, come here and check this out real quick. I just want you to see this. You can go talk about this at work. Oh, she'll even be like, wait, what? No way.
Yeah.
And I go, yep, that's what. She goes, oh my God. And I go, that's what I meant. She goes, oh, because it just see the visuals. You kind of take it and go, it's kind of like being told there's somebody bad down the street and around the corner. Yeah, you get your little heightened senses a little bit, but it's a little different when all of a sudden that person's right in front of you.
Right.
And it's the same way with these facts. They hear it, but it just doesn't quite sink in unless you go. I guarantee you go plop some of these people right down through San Francisco or Portland or someplace, and all of a sudden be like, "Oh my God!" and be like, "Oh no, this has been going on."
Yeah. Well, they probably hear it. They just don't listen to it.
Oh, the grassroots army, dude. People, because I've got her where she shows people now that channel stuff because it's like you hear about these bad books in the schools. I don't know because they'll hear clips on the news, and then you actually turn them onto that channel and they listen to that parent stand there at that podium and read out of that book of what their kid has brought home. Those facts are just too in your face, and that's what we need more of.
Yeah, I didn't really think much of Garrett when he was running for governor of Michigan, but what he's doing with the grassroots army, I'll kind of back him on that.
Oh, did he run? See, I didn't even know about him running for governor. I just pick him up because he's a dude that likes to collect those little videos that come out of them school board meetings. That's basically my connection to him. So
Well,
he tried to run.
Yeah, he was talking all this shit about he was going to do this change, that change, the other change. And in the Michigan Constitution, I showed him where he can't do all this shit, and then he ends up blocking me.
Oh, wow.
So, it's like, that's fine. Excuse the French, everyone, but fuck him. But this thing with grassroots army, I'm down with it. I'm behind him 100%.
Well, yeah, like I say, and it's not. I don't even listen if he talks after him. I don't really because I don't ever listen to him. Most of the
Right.
time, to be honest, when I click on it, I actually go ahead and bump about. I think I got him down to about 25 seconds. Is that little intro just because it's like okay, because I just want to hear this. That's the real shit. That's that parent is going to read out of that book. That parent is fixing to rip you an ass over what you're doing to their kid. It's not a reporter. It's not some politician's opinion. You know, it's there. That person is going to do what they're supposed to be able to do.
Yeah,
It's
but
their right.
the ones that totally break my heart is when the kid gets in front of the school board and reads a book.
Yeah. Oh man. It calls them out going, this shouldn't be in my school. And that's a kicker right there. But that wasn't somebody saying in my kid's school. That was that kid saying this shouldn't be in my library.
Right.
This makes me real uncomfortable. It's like,
Well, that's what it's supposed to do.
yeah.
Well, hey
TT,
guys, I'm gonna hop down. Just wanted to stop in and say hi. Have a
hey
great
brother, I
rest of your
appreciate it.
day.
I'm so
Hey,
grateful, Zach. Makes me feel great, brother.
Zach, brother, you're still as cute as ever.
Don't listen to him. You're better looking now because you're 30. Aged like a fine wine.
Love you, brother.
Later, brother. Be safe, Zach, and make it a good day.
Yep. I love Zach. He's always a lot of fun and he's good people.
Yep. And he's doing the best he can do with what he's got, and he's pushing forward. And that's why and I told Zach that we talked several times. So because that's what motivates me is because it's like there's no excuses, and so I don't need to come up with excuses. And it's like with Hutch. That's why when Hutch he does his homestead stuff, it got me outside because you just go, okay, look, man, can't come up with excuses and reasons not to do stuff. Get out and do shit.
Yep.
So got me outside, and now I'm working on a garden, which everybody really has been playing a part in that. But that's just makes me hold myself accountable, especially if I look into this. Because see, it's not just y'all. Because that's why I don't delete them. It's there for the world, man. I said what I said to the world. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. Unless I change my mind, and then I'm open about that too.
Like the chicken tractor, that's the communities because you built it with the community. And your garden will be the communities too because you're building it with the community.
Yeah, it's the motivation. It's the drive.
Yep.
That's some of the one positive little things out of YouTube that I can, there's capabilities of positive, but see, that's everything. It's just there is badness, and until I was thinking of that earlier, the world, even though we went with bad, it used to be still fairly simple because there was good and there was bad, and that gray area was there, but it really wasn't very wide. It was just there though. Now, man, that gray area has totally absorbed that whole bad side and slowly creeping on to the positive to where it's just a free for all.
And I actually think the division is greater and the little gray area is thinner.
Well, yeah, probably by a core value, but because that side will chime in just in a unified banner is what gives that a bigger pull. Because it's like I guarantee you, there's probably, what would you call those old school Democrats that are not happy with this shit. But it's, you're playing on that team. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, the conservative and moderate Democrats, they don't have any place in the Democrat Party anymore.
No, well, we really need to actually redefine the word elected official. Those words need to be redefined, and it shouldn't be a career thing. It needs to go back to being working guy. He's done his business. He's done up to a point in life. He now wants to go and help his country, his area, his state, his district, or whatever. And then he goes, but this whole, hey, you know what? I got money, so I'm going to get into this, and now I'm going to have kids, and I'm going to send them to these certain schools so they can kind of learn this and learn this narrative and grow up in this, and then they can be the no, because that's not fair representation.
Well, all the elected servants do is something to better themselves. Any politician that's made money while in office is criminal. That's just plain and simple. That's facts.
Well, see, and it's like that, but I mean, think about it. They've been and there's, I guess that's where, I don't know. I don't know. The solution is real easy. It's called, to me, you need to follow the actual law. Would make a major difference if the law just applied to everybody equally. That would make a drastic change in things.
Well, that's
Just
kind of
the
like
basic do's and don'ts, but because they don't even apply, it's like, look at the Clinton shit, dude. You still, there's no accountability for that, even though not only did it jack with an election, it was actually total fraudulent. There was actually laws broken in the process of breaking those laws, and yet there's nothing. And then they turn around and like this stuff with him. That's like, dude, that's the Austin guy. That one gets me, dude. That's so big right in your face. I'm sorry. Here's an Army vet in Austin, Texas. He makes a wrong turn on a road. What happens? He ends up in the middle of a riot. Well, because he defended himself. Now all of a sudden, this guy that showed up in public with a rifle, well, my God, he was so righteous. So that guy's the bad guy. Rewind a little bit, and I'm sorry, the last time this happened, when the guy with the rifle that had been in public defended himself, all of a sudden he was the bad guy. But when it was your guy with the rifle, now it's okay. And you got dipshit, what's her name, goes up in there to Tennessee with this Tennessee 3 shit. Or you got him with the Nashville thing. How about that shit? Don't want to talk about a day of vengeance? How about just the fact that a group of people, that was their response to 3 children and 3 adults being shot? Because the person that did that crime, they were going to call for a day of vengeance. Did the public outcry cheering? No, because that's why 10 years from now, watch, these topics will come up 10 years from now and they'll go, yep, look, they've been doing it to us. Have they? Or when do people stand up and say, no, man, this is wrong? You ain't got to get extreme, because the facts speak for themselves. And start, I can't say, like I said, it's easy to go, yeah, but you can email them. It won't matter. I don't know, man. I don't know what happens when their email server crashes because they have 1 million plus emails that are saying, do something, this country's sinking, or whatever basic statement. Who knows what that effect is? And I guess, I don't know. And I'll just deal with whatever comes as it comes. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see bad shit coming, because this is what happens when this is like riots in a prison unit. You get people all agitated. They do this swell up, and then you think, oh yeah, now, and then you realize that, okay, well, you can't maintain this, you can't maintain this, you can't maintain this, and now negotiations start, and in about 7 days, guess where you're at? You're now worse than you were before you did that. Sorry, Dito. I'm going to shut up. You talk, sir.
Well, the temp. Okay, I'm pretty active in the community, if it's in my community or in someone else's. And I spend a lot of time in, really nice places like Detroit and Flint. And whenever I go there, even though I'm not a big supporter, I always put all my Trump gear on. And they come up to me and they talk to me, and we're having a discussion and everything else. And they're not the crazy Antifa liberals. These are working class people that come up and talk to me and stuff. They start off with, he's a criminal and this, that, and the other. And we actually sit and we talk about it. And I show them what I know. And I agree that he's a criminal because he doesn't know how to read the Constitution. And I show the executive orders he did where he directly broke the Constitution. And I said, I don't support him and stuff. I'm just trying to make conversation. as a non-combatant. I'm not trying to start anything. I'm just showing you that I'm open to discussion. Now, if I go into like even my community, for the people who don't know me, and just wear a Biden hat, these Christian conservatives want me dead, which is just crazy. It's actually the opposite of what everyone's telling you.
No, well, see, I can see that though, but I think if you had a gone, say, 4 or 5 years ago, if you had a done that, then when you went over into that area, because then that's when they were being told to be hostile. But see, now this way, these past couple of years, that side is being told how awesome everything is going. So their team is doing great. This team, supposedly on this side, is all eradicated. And so now you get the emotional response. But just remember 4 years ago, it was the other side, because then it was a Russia implant. It was all this stuff, all the crap. And, every orange man bad. So it was just, it would have switched roles. I bet it wouldn't have surprised me. But I can see that now. Dude, there's so
Yeah,
much emotional reaction right now. There's no common sense. There's a lot of
and like
emotion.
I tell I talk to a lot of people in the black community, and you know how much I hate stereotyping somebody and putting them in a category. But I tell them, there's a 99% chance that your family and your lineage doesn't come from Africa. It's actually an American Indian tribe on the East Coast, like the Wanapogs, which are some of the blackest people you'll ever see. They're blacker than most Africans. And you can tell by the facial structure and go, you're an American Indian, you're not African American. And they don't believe me. And I said, well, just start off by researching a little bit on King Philip's War. American Indian, you're not. From the 1600s, and you'll start to understand that the black Indians actually came here 30, 40,000 years ago, and they made a life for themselves.
I'm listening to you. I'm just trying to figure out how to pin this damn message, and I can't. I don't get no little dots.
Well, yeah, you have to do it on the YouTube side.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. That's why I echoed for a minute. I thought, oh, hey, I can pull up the YouTube on my phone and do it. No, I don't get no 3 dots.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah. So what happens if I wanted to like? Oh well, now see if I. Okay, let me try all that.
Yeah, sometimes just clicking on the message on your phone will bring up the options.
Yeah, for that link, it keeps taking me to. It's trying to kick it out to the StreamYard. Where'd it go? There it is. We don't want to miss. History is questionable right now. I mean, it's being manipulated. Oh, and then Mindy's telling Moose it was good seeing us together. I know that was so cool of Moose to come by, man. That was. No, I don't want to go to the damn thing. Okay, there we go. Let me see. There we go.
So did you make it all gooder now?
I think, yep, the boo-boo's all better now.
Okay.
It should be pinned. Isn't it pinned? I don't know. The chat can tell me. What's up, Grumpy? Solid message earlier, sir, on your video. He did a little video on tyranny. And we'll say it's pretty wild nowadays. This is getting, because I will say, I mean, I get there's the crooked politics and everything, but man, there's just some of this shit just on the legal side. It's just so flagrant and just like, it's like, well, matter of fact, Trump even does. He said something about he's doing an interview with was that Tucker or some other reporter, and he said something about if what do you say if a councilman or something went to run and they subpoenaed him, he might as well just quit because he couldn't make it through it. And I totally see that, because it's like right now, like him, love him, it don't make it. He's not the topic. It'll be what's happening. So they file these indictments. In the
Right.
legal world, if he was just a little business owner, he wasn't bad off, but he wasn't low at all. They would just keep working him in the court system till they pulled all and sucked all his money. And,
Or
because
until
the
he
only
broke the
ramification
law.
you've got once you get into that legal system, in the end game's the Supreme Court. It's just that it'll cost you millions to get there. So there's rhetoric that goes, "Oh, you can just sue them." Hold on. Well, do you have the money to sue them? Who has the bigger pool to pull from? Because that's what's fixing to happen when you go, and that type of thing. And just like in the legal world, that's how I sit here. I've watched it decades ago when I was involved in all that, and that's how they do these deals in that room. They'll keep you in that county for a good extra month, and then that'll make you go ahead and want to plead, because in Texas, you would rather go ahead and go to the state than to sit in the county, because you're in the county, you don't have access to shit. But if you can
Right.
go ahead and get to a state, so they use that to their benefit. And it's those who can afford it. The league, and that's been a running joke. Right now, they're just, man, they can snatch anybody. Look at them people that are still locked up. Regardless of the political spectrum you fall on that. That just the fact of the whole no due process, and they're just sitting there, and they don't have to be accountable to nobody.
Well, that's because they're using the bullshit Patriot Act to hold them.
Yeah, but see, there's nobody to make them prove it. And they know that. That's why they won't do that's why they're not entering into the court system. Because if they will enter into that part of the arena, then the Supreme Courts could step in and say something. But see, they're not actually being introduced just yet. They're being still held.
Well,
And there's that gray bubble area that they're existing.
Yeah, but okay, why didn't they use the Patriot Act against Hillary and Nancy? Because they said that Trump was an illegitimate president and everything else, which is actually a direct insurrection.
Oh, because they knew it was bullshit. They know all about that Patriot Act. Them and the Bushes helped write that because their political careers. That was their gang. I'll say their mafia family was the crooked politician. The career politician was that mafia family.
Well,
And
that's
then you
why
had party mafia families.
I made a point of taking the extremes and trying to have the same accountability on it.
Well, and however the event came, but an event happens here, and they knew because of just the reaction from like Pearl Harbor, and this country is a patriotic company because that's how we were founded. I mean, it's always had a meaning, and it's been played, and it's kind of like, you can have somebody sit there and tell you that they hate McDonald's, and it's like, okay, well, I'll see you in about 14 days and we'll see how you like Big Macs then. Well, I still won't like them. And all of a sudden you realize that the door's shut and you don't have anything else for the next 13 days. And trust me, then the Big Mac's one badass mofo. So they knew that if you do an event that people will rally behind, they're not paying attention, they're signing here. Yeah, I really need that loan. Give me that. Okay, there we go. Wait, it says in the fine print that you can do this. Well, I didn't know that. That was strict act. That's what they're fixing to do again.
Just like up in Michigan, Proposal 3, that got voted in for abortion rights and everything else. If you actually read it, it gives the state the ability to euthanize your children. But no one read that far because everything that got pushed was a woman's rights. It's not a right. Murder is murder, period.
Right.
And that's one of the 10 Commandments. It's not thou shalt not kill. It's thou shalt not murder. Because if you're defending yourself, you're allowed to kill if you're using the same force that's being used against you, even in God's eyes.
Hey, Kiss Off. What's up, troublemaker? I got the card, and thank you very much. I think my chicken was missing a wing, but I think the song was cool. Their wings have been clipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sent me a card and it plays this music, and there's a front feather that plays this organ.
Cool.
Well, Indy said, great clarification, D-Dog, on the kill and murder thing.
Well, the actual Hebrew Bible and the Holy Bible are two totally different books. And back in the 800s, they took a bunch of scriptures out. I can't remember how many it is, like 22 or 24 different books. And then in the 1300s, the Vatican took another 12 books out. So
Oh,
the
yeah.
Bible you have now is not the Bible. It's just some figment of imagination because the wording ain't even right. And if you look at the new ones, the ones that talk about prayer and fasting and how to cleanse the body and cleanse, your mind and your soul, they took fasting out of it now. And fasting is part of the ritual for cleaning your body.
Oh, I hadn't even seen any of the new ones.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
the one that I use is a Ryrie Study Bible is the main one I read, and that's back in, I think, the 80s is when I got that.
right. That one
And then I
hasn't
actually
been.
want to get my hands on one of the Masonic ones.
The Hebrew one is good. Ethiopian, Cambodian. God, there's so many. If you actually go through the religious documents of every other culture in the world, they all relate to the Bible, and even more, it all relates to the Hebrew Bible.
I totally believe it. I'm trying to learn more with the Torah and that type stuff because there's just some phrases and there's avenues that I haven't heard before that which I have been out. I haven't. I just kind of went into a one-on-one conversation for the last, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years.
Yeah.
So
Well.
now I'm trying to get into more of the studying and kind of, because see, I don't, well, see, no, I'm okay. I don't know. I'm going to come up with an intro video where I say that, look, full disclaimer, these are just my opinions. And just because they come out and they might it's not never intended. So I guess I don't study the Bible because I don't question. And I say that just directed at me, not like people that do. That's why I wanted a disclosure here. So I used to kind of like be full of inquisitiveness and hows and whys and you just kind of, I didn't have no experience to tell you about. I mean, I died in the middle of a road, had a paramedic tell me that, wow, we thought you were gone. And then all of a sudden I was back and it was like, well, I don't know when you're going to figure it out. It ain't up to you. And that's kind of where I've taken that with my life. So there was no pivotal moment, but I guess from about right then, I just accepted that I know that this was all created and I believe in Moses. I believe, that God created man. I believe in Jesus. I believe in, the crucifixion. I believe in the resurrection. And so the others are, and God knows, I mean, no disrespect with him, but it's just, there's so many man-made antics that get pulled in. And it's like, when you really stop and think about the first two, love the Lord God with all your heart. Okay. If you can just fulfill that, that's going to be an altar change in your life right there. And then if you can go ahead and go, oh, you know what? That gave me enough of a nudge. I think I can take that next one. And it's to love thy neighbor as thyself. When you really look at it, with those two in play, the others are self-serving because you're not going to go kill anybody. You're not going to murder somebody. And they're not going to act like that if they're doing the same thing you are. So the simplicity as far as that. Now, whenever I wonder, I go read Job. I'll read about Moses. Of just a few months ago, Moses was because I read about the things that he was instructed to do, and it wasn't the instruction as in what all he did and what was kind of going through his head. How was he finding that it wasn't, you know? So, and I don't know. Damn it, D-Dog. I did it again. Just
Okay.
get to babbling. Just get to
That's
babbling. You're sitting up here and I'm sitting here just taking over most of the conversation. It's kind of like inviting a guest over and then they never get to talk. And it's kind of like, well, that's kind of shitty, isn't it?
well, it's kind of like having a guest over for dinner and not letting them eat.
I know. Well, I can tell you the steak was good.
Thanks, brother.
What's up, big chap?
But you know, a lot of times whenever I get into the constitutional talks with people and stuff, I lead in with the Constitution, then I switch it over to the Bible and stuff as they're flipping through the little book on the Constitution, and they're going, "Wow, that part's right here. That part's right there," and it's like, just to tell you, it's written out of the Bible. It's between the Genova Bible from 1599 and the King James Bible from 1611. Those are the two Bibles that were at the Constitutional Convention.
Beaver Valley. Afternoon, Ross. Afternoon. Anybody else I missed? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever that's working for you. Car's car. Just put anybody at ease. You're welcome. More than welcome to come out. You know, just man, if you and D-Dog want to have a debate on something, if he's up for it, it don't matter to me. It's a Saturday.
Okay, who wants to beat me up?
Oh, damn, I don't know. This StreamYard only lets me host, I think, 10.
Yeah, that's all they get to kick on me.
No, I was just saying in case anybody, because I put the link up, if anybody wanted to come up. I didn't want to keep dominating the conversation. Oh, no, I take that back. Kissoff actually said she does.
Yeah, she wants to kick my ass. That's cool.
Well, I should have known. That's up to par for her.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. So you don't see me running.
God dang it, man. I had whatever that was, land on me. And then now something else is trying. It's like, I am not the freaking airport or some shit. And I ain't no blossoming flower.
Right.
Oh, is it Nikki's birthday? Is today Nikki's birthday? Wait, what is today? Today's the 15th. Is it the 15th? Where is Nikki? Nikki, are you still listening?
What? In between prepping, Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we got two Nickies in our community that are very boisterous. What's the other one? Doing stuff with Nikki, right?
Okay, so today it's in between prep and birthday. I knew it was right in here. I thought it was for some reason. So is somebody else on the 17th or the 16th? I don't know. We have quite a few people that were right in here. What's up, Hutch? What is that? It's not that I want to be at you, but it's a boring kind of day. So, oh, beat you up, not be at you.
So what?
I didn't know if that
Hutchins,
was a flirtation thing or what. I was like, I don't know. Am I supposed to read this with a certain tone? No, I'm just picking.
so Hutch is in chat.
Yeah.
Hey, Hutch, if you want to get my contact information from Rescue and give me a call, and we can talk about a private trust for the community you're trying to build and the difference between a PMA and a faith-based ministry, which are either way that is constitutionally fit and it keeps you out of the system.
Okay. I have to relocate and find some shade.
Yeah, because I've been checking out some of his videos about the community he's trying to build.
Oh yeah.
You
He's
know,
been,
so I'll help him with the legal aspect, keep himself out of the system. And so the trust and the PMA or whatever he decides to go with can actually purchase stuff. I'll teach him how to do a 108 or a 108A1, which is tax exempt with no reporting.
oh, that keeps you out of the radar then.
Well, it actually puts them heavier in the radar, but they can't touch them.
Oh. Hoorah. That warmed up. Reverend Hutch. Right. That's
I've
it.
helped
So,
a few Amish farms get into that type of system where they don't get screwed with anymore.
well, wait, is Nikki live? I saw Indy put her link up. Or moving that damn thing right there. Hey, Jen. What's up, young lady? Miss Random. And Hutch said, cool, he'll get a hold to you.
Cool.
Which actually, if you want, you could just, you don't even have to come up on panel, Hutch, but if you want to hit the link, come up backstage, D-Dog can just put it in. And then,
You know, as soon as I hit numbers and buttons and everything else, I'm going to fuck
okay,
this up.
and I can email it to you.
Yeah, because you got Hutch's contact. Just send him my contact info.
Roger, sir.
Okay. Yeah, and if he wants to do a little research, UR Law has got some really good stuff on it. That's a YouTube channel.
By the way, TT1 said that it's okay. So this month is my birthday, Nikki's birthday, Sophie's birthday, TT1's grandson's birthday. His is the day after mine. See, and I thought there was somebody else.
Well, let's see. My oldest boy, Frankie, his birthday was on the 14th. The mother of my two little girls, her birthday's on the 28th.
Oh. There we go. See, April's just a good month. Good things happen in April.
Well, if you have a cold early winter.
That's right. It's Rooch's birthday too. Lots of birthdays. It's a damn good month.
I'll stick with my August birthday.
Well, you know, this is 2023. I think you can just pick whatever you want nowadays. Their facts are irrelevant, just whatever you decide.
Well, I got two birthdays. One is August the 8th, and the other one's 10 November. So I'm good.
Oh. Right on.
Yep. My birthday and the Marine Corps birthday. That's the only birthdays I need.
I didn't even give a shit really about my birthday until, well, last year was a good year because I did it here on YouTube and streamed and had a great time. So that's been the best birthday. Otherwise, that's just another day. Has been for a long time.
Yeah.
If anything, I'll remember 9/11/01, but that's just my own personal thing. And it has jack shit to do with who did what and where and all. It was the after effect. It was the ones answering that call.
Yeah. Well, the people were punishing the Bush family by putting Bin Laden's name on the 9/11 shit. Yeah, I don't think I want to elaborate too much more because you like having a channel, right?
Yeah, it's been fun so far. I've been trying to wrap my head around doing something because I was brought up like doing, U.S. based companies, maybe some little news stories, but I don't know. Depends. You catch me on a good day and shit, I'm ready. But man, after a few days of like this, and I feel so shitty, and it's like I don't know. I don't know. It's whatever. But I am setting that firewood aside because I do, and I pull it out my cast iron skillet. I'm going to use some vinegar to clean it up. It's actually my chili pot, but I'm going to use it to start cooking some eggs because it's a chili pot. It's my old one with legs. You should you just be fishing or something, and we throw stuff in it because you can just throw some limbs down, start a little fire, get a little bed of coals, and you just set the damn thing down right inside the coals, and then start cooking.
Yeah, and Anheuser-Busch. Well, I went to the store today.
Uh-oh.
I went to Myers and Walmart. Um, and just for fun, I went past the beer selection. Anheuser-Busch is packed to the gills, and all the other beers are usually gone. The ones that are usually packed to the gills, they're gone.
I can believe it. I
Yeah,
can so believe it.
yeah, they really screwed up. And one of the local gas stations where the Anheuser-Busch says stuff used to be, it says we no longer sell any products from Anheuser-Busch. Uh, keep your eyes open for microbrews.
Right.
So that's gonna be cool.
Well, that's what, what's his name? The country singer dude. I saw an interview with him, and he has that bar. What was it? He's rich. He's from the big and rich. He's not the curly headed dude. He's the little cowboy hat wearing dude.
Okay.
And but apparently he has a bar too. Well, now he said that was their number one seller was that at their bar. Even though he does his own microbrew, but that was always their number one. So it's they never pushed that one. He said right after that, his brand took off. They
Yeah.
don't even sell any of that anymore. It was like just like that.
Mhm. Yeah, like, a few bars and stuff say they can't even give the shit away anymore.
I don't know if that's because I put my back to him. He thinks that now he can. John Rich, TT1 says.
Yeah.
Hey, Scat Pack, by the way, man. And she asked me if I already got done. Something like that. Hey, Rescue, did you get done already? Well, yes and no, ma'am. All that over there got cut up pretty good and then distributed between the pile behind me here and right over here. I still actually I have that second limb still to cut down. I haven't got to it yet. That was what I was going to be doing today. I'll get to it shortly. I'm just waiting now. The sun will get behind that tree over there here in another hour or so, and then it'll be cool for a few hours.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that BB, he's a mouthy little cock, isn't he?
That conversation, I might be live this evening. You might be watching Rooster Readjustment 101.
I don't recommend doing it live because you're going to get someone that's going to be all butthurt about you feeding your family.
Well, that's their ass to tend to.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
hopefully he doesn't buck the system that much, but hey, just depends. Nothing's off the table. I can say that.
Yeah.
The question is, do people have the conviction you stick with the pork? Well, yeah.
Well, people are still in the mode of what can the government do for me? And when they stop taking the handouts and start standing up for their rights, then they'll actually make some progress.
Dude, I think there's well over half the population thinks that the damn like government makes its own money. That when it talks about spending this and spending that, I think over half the population thinks that they don't understand the tax connection here and shit, and how that they don't make anything. Understand, every time you hear dollar figures out of that area, it means that somebody out here is going to pay for that because they don't make anything.
Well, okay, the government does not make anything. The government needs money. They tell the banks that they need money, and the banks will print the money for the government to use. So every dime the government gets does nothing but enrich the banks further.
I looked up at chat, and Lady Smith says, "Now, come on, rescue. What would these lives be without some crowing cocks?" Right? Well, actually, depending on the live you go to, you might be hearing that anyway.
Yeah.
Might just be not as loud and boisterous as his, but when only the finest cocks will do. How's you going with your kiddos? Oh, Big Chap got visit with his kiddos. Hell yeah. Majika's cash donation save the rooster.
Save the rooster.
It's not a. This is just a communication hurdle right now. That's all.
Well,
We're having some static in the lines. We need to kind of make sure we have a secure connection and clear communication.
Well, you could always change BB's name to Campbell's.
Home style. Oh, you see that shadow flying overboard? I'll put you out there inside a fence. You see that shadow? Look at that big old. See that wingspan? It's listening to you, homie. Big old shadow span went over, and it's like, oh. I think that was well, oh no. Okay, that's a hawk. Oh look, he doubled back. Oh, he's eyeballing you, buddy. It's like, oh, I can hear ground detection picked up. There goes it now. Oh yeah, he's just flying all about and he's totally solo. So yeah, it's either that or he sees a rabbit something in the woods. But yeah, wouldn't surprise me with him starting to do that.
Yeah, rabbit or a mouse.
Tiger says, rescue, I'm growing elderberry. Starts for the meetup. Oh, there you go.
Cool.
Oh, is Cat Pack gone? Okay, well, everyone have a great evening. I'm making something right now and need my hands. Bye, y'all. Later, Scat Pack. Make it a great day, ma'am, which I know you will. Right, Carl. Carl said put a mirror in there and let him beat himself up.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Lady Smith throws some dumplings in. Reckon he should be thrilled. It's 80 degrees. Okay. Which, yeah, the crowing really doesn't bother me as much, but we are going to have a discussion over this behavior because it's just the way it works. I've had this conversation with dogs before. It's what happens. I've even had it with a horse or two.
Yeah.
Don't ever pop one in the jaw, though. I did do that one time.
Yeah, I can't see that turning out well.
No, that was pretty solid. It still worked, but I think it was more because of the energy, the emotional energy that I put out, vibe that they picked up. It wasn't the actual contact at that jawbone, although it had an impact on me. So I learned we ain't going to do that again.
Yep.
But kept nipping, had a nipping problem.
Mhm.
I'm like, man, you know, when you get me in the arm, buddy, I'm gonna let you know it. Well, he did. He reached over and he got me on the back of that bicep, and there was just cross check right over. But wow,
I do that to the kids with my fingers, and that's just their little wake up call. It's time to listen.
he'd be brushing down that mane and shit, and he'd reach over and want to pinch, being a dick. Just no, that's not happening.
Yep.
Just like this one. So, be the rooster. You just need to learn to chill out. Wait for me to come in, give you some food. I'm gonna go out. There you go. You're the cock of the walk. It's all good. Yay! It's gonna save him an ass whooping. That's all. And I just have to remind him of that. So we might have to get a little bit closer in this clear line of communication. Oh man, we'll see. Have my work moccasins on. Oh boy, headed out maybe. Oh, there you go. Magic. Few more hitties first, and another cup of Joe. Oh, there you go. Where you at, Magic? What do you mean if it's still light out? Alaska or something, I guess. What's up? Who? Who? Man, oh man. What's the weather like up there? It looks like it's a fairly blue sky.
Uh, no, it's actually cooling down and feeling good. I may have to get out in the garden again. It was just getting, uh, TFH for me, which is too fucking hot.
Do you want to come up? Okay.
What up, y'all?
See, look at that. You didn't have to type in chat backstage or nothing. Bam. I'm getting better.
I have a break in the weather. I don't know if y'all can.
Oh yeah. So damn, you had hail?
Yeah, it dropped literally 22 degrees in about 45 seconds, and then boom, I got the biggest one I found is just under a golf ball size.
I guess that's well that elevation gets you. It don't take much for that cold air to kind of mix real quick.
That was loud, man. We was at the dollar store. It started hailing. Everybody's all huddled up against the door and like, oh, we can't go to our cars. It's bad. I'm like, shit, get out the way, motherfuckers. I got weed outside. Shit.
Right.
It made it though. No, the car didn't get broke, and my babies are just fine. So everything worked out all right. I got hit by a couple, but it wasn't that bad.
Well, Hutch, as long as you get hit in the head, you'll be fine, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Go for the hardest part.
Right. What you fellas in here talking about?
Things and stuff.
That's usually the extent of my vocabulary. Yeah.
Yeah, things and stuff. That's all that's important. Things and stuff.
Right. It's lucky too, because like about 30 minutes before we went to the dollar store, I was like, you know what? It's clear. Clouds are all the way over there. Let me go ahead and jump on the bike and go to Public real quick, about 30 miles away. I'm glad I second guessed myself because that would have sucked.
Oh yeah, that hurts
Right.
very badly.
Yeah, that probably stuck a whole bunch.
What the hell, Huck? I can
Yeah,
see
actually, I just saw, I think yesterday afternoon, there was 4 banditos got hit down there in Houston. They got shot at by another bunch. 3 of them went down.
BW, I'm in America, also known as Missouri.
Misery.
Hey, hey.
B-Dog is in Michigan.
The CCP of Michigan, because we have a governor called Gretchen Hitler.
Yeah,
Yeah, Nazi bitch.
that's so he's a Gretchen fan, and I'm down here in Southeast Texas. Yeah, I guess I could poke fun and say us wheelchair people got to stick together. I don't know.
Yeah.
That sounds like segregation, sir. That's a slippery slope.
Well, you understand, Hutch. Rescue's just kind of racist against us not in wheelchairs.
That makes sense.
Oh, BW says I'm planning on moving to Missouri from Tennessee.
Well, hey, welcome.
Okay, why?
Hey.
Well, if you're in the Memphis area, I can understand it.
I mean, Tennessee. But, hey, there are select few places that are prettier than Missouri, but at the end of the day, Missouri's still America. Missouri's the most American state left. I'll put it that way.
I kind of lean towards Relief, Kentucky, just outside of Paintsville.
What's up, Matthew?
Oh, Magic says since Hutch is on special occasion, taking the day off. Miss my bud.
Hell yeah, Carl. Ozarks, man.
Oh, BW's outside Nashville. That's now I understand.
Yeah,
Understand the
Nashville's
move
bad, but
perfectly.
it's nowhere close to as bad as Memphis area.
When we went down to Columbus for the boys' graduation in Fort Benning, we went through Memphis just on the outside. We were only there maybe 30 minutes just to go around that outside. Shit hole. From what we seen, Memphis could just burn to the ground and nobody would even notice.
Well, you didn't come to a full stop at stop signs, did you?
Oh, I did, and I had road rage too. I was cussing. I had the wife and the boy's girlfriend with me, and she's like 18 or 19, so she's freaking out because she ain't used to my mouth kind of sort of yet. So she was, yeah, she locking doors and shit. She's like, "Shut up!" Shh. I'm like, "What's?"
Yeah, because I was stationed at NAS Memphis, which is in Millington, Tennessee, just outside of Memphis. And Memphis wasn't bad and stuff, but the places I went by were close to the Peabody, which is the upper part of Memphis. So maybe that could be part of it.
Magic says stop means stop, and actually I don't know. As I was growing up, when you pulled up and saw the sign, it translated to spin tires on pavement.
Yeah, skid tires on pavement.
Isn't that the California stop where you just slow down to like 5 miles an hour just in case?
Well, that's the rural thing out here. You just, as you're coming up to it, especially at night, if you don't see no lights coming from no direction, there ain't no point in stopping. That's just wasting your time.
Well, yeah, you come up to a stop sign, you ghost ride for a few seconds, and then you turn your lights back on and just go through it.
Real.
Yeah, it's the same way in Michigan, their rescue.
Shit, looks like the sun's about to come out now. I have to go play in the mud.
Yeah, I moved them last night over here, and man, I tell you, hell, we were actually laughing because I was going to move them because I put them over there, and ever since I did, I just didn't like it. It's like, okay, because, well, So playing this game Minecraft, there's certain spots in that game that if you got to watch the ricochet effect of things, otherwise,
Right.
bad things get worse. And so it was very hard to play that game right there. So
Right.
I had to relocate that. Well, then as we get to kind of looking around, we kind of cracked up because it was like, holy shit, look at the spot where you had them. Like about a month ago, that shit was like this tall because it was whatever seeds, I guess, and their shit, whatever it would just, but man, shit sprouted out the wazoo and it became a thick old bed. So I just parked them back over the top of it.
BW, Cassville's a decent place. I would say, like, if you want the Ozarks and like cheap and decent, I would say anything south of 44. That's the road on Route 66. It goes through Springfield. Anything south of 66 over toward the Boot Hill or toward Branson, it's all good. All of it's good. You got Mountain Home, stuff like that. It's all nice over that way.
Willow said stop was to stomp the other pedal. Spoken like a true standard driver.
Yeah. Stomp the other pedal. Does that mean get off the tall pedal and get on the wide pedal?
Right. Hey, for both of y'all, I just put my stuff in the private chat for you. I just took 70 milligrams of gummies, so I might go squirrel in a minute.
Squirrel away, brother, squirrel away.
You think it's going to take a whole minute?
See, I took 7 last night, and 7 wasn't enough, but I don't have very many left. So 100 is my next dose. Just
Right.
So wait a minute. So because make sure I didn't just miss a beat or something. So last night was 7.
Yes.
Did not much there. So
I mean,
the next step was to 70.
No, 70 because they're 10 apiece. They're 10 milligrams apiece.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. 7 of those. Okay, got you. I was like, that was a hell of a jump.
I've still got my my backup plan. You know what I mean? It turns out that I have a pretty high tolerance. If any of y'all were wondering.
That's my biggest downfall.
I mean, I was still coherent. I was backstage with the Liberty Tree Fellowship cats, and we were doing some business talk. I could still, like 3-4 hours later, I could still get up and walk around and have coherent senses. So I wasn't where I wanted to be. You know what I mean? BW Hutch Homestead Channel at Gmail.
I was trying to make sure I didn't, because I don't remember anything. So it'll come to me whenever. I better add that right now. Otherwise, it'll be all of a sudden one day I'm gonna go, oh, wait, damn, Hutch had that. Oh man, okay, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot which one that was.
Yeah, so Hutch, you told me about how many MGs you had, so today's not a good day to call you about that opening up a trust?
Oh, I should still be coherent.
He'll be able to grunt every now and then, at least to acknowledge.
Right. I mean, the dispensary prices are. It makes no damn sense. Dispensaries raping people with an inferior product. You know what I mean? But the wife doesn't smoke. She can only do the gummies. So we found a 25 packs, 250 milligrams. It's like $30, $35. So you know what I mean? It's a pretty decent deal. So that's 3 good doses for me right there. I mean, it's cheaper than buying actual flour because what, an eighth of the stuff that actually kind of works for like 10 minutes is like $40-$45 an eighth. Like, man, that is stupid. So gummies, cheaper, more effective.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen for a while in Texas. They supposedly have a bill going in September to because they have the medicinal, but when they pander to that crowd, it was one of those typical things. It's like, here's the headline. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's like, well, did you read it? Okay, I'm sorry. Or do you got stage 4? Have you been diagnosed within the next, 48 months? Well, see, then it doesn't really apply to you. You said, stop roaring, yay. It didn't mean shit. It's like,
Right. Yeah, it didn't.
but now in September, they're supposed to open it up. And the wording is now people that do not want to take opioids, prescribed opioids, then this is an alternative. And it opens that door and it's like, yeah, there we go. Thank you.
The sad thing is the opioids are cheaper, so they're really not stopping anything. You know what I mean?
Well, no, it's just making at least then it's available. Because see, I would rather not do those.
Right.
That's why they would offer all kinds. I could take all kinds of shit for all this. They tried. I'm like, man. I just, to be honest, I wish it just wasn't even an inhalation. I wish I could actually do gummies, but the black market ones are just, they suck, dude.
Right. In
Hey,
many,
there's
that's
Carl.
the same thing. Whenever you go in here, you got to show them your ID so they can scan it. And then whenever you get ready to go into the, what up, Carl? Whenever you go into the,
What's up?
and then somebody comes out because you have to have a shopper that walks around the actual thing with you. So you got to sit in like a waiting room. Then you got to show your ID to them again. And then as soon as you go to the cash register, you have to show your ID again so they can, I'm like, it's exactly
For shit that you can grow in your
Thought get
backyard.
up here, I could talk Huck down and we squirrely.
How you been, brother?
I'm doing all right. Surviving.
That's all you can do.
Don't make me style everybody or nothing.
Well, I wanted y'all to talk because that's what I told D-Dog. It's about 3 in a row now. Somebody will come up and we get to talking. Next thing I know, some damn soapbox come by and I just sit there, bump my gums. And it's kind of like, well, that's kind of shitty. I mean, ain't no point in hopping up just to watch me bump my gums. So y'all go, squirrel.
That's the only reason I hop up here, so I don't have to talk. I just want to sit here and be, you know what I mean? Be seen and not heard. Kind of thing.
I
Okay.
feel that. Sometimes I just go right up on the panel without even showing my presence in chat.
Are you wait? So this means Hutch is being my token hillbilly.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm like a mascot.
Yeah, mascot.
Right.
So Hutch, do you want all those gourds?
I will never say no to a gourd, but it's going to
look,
cost
I'm gonna put
me
him full screen. Look at that.
401k fortune to get those things here, though.
Look,
Hell yeah.
all down that whole long line.
They're just like the cost of shipping that stuff is crazy expensive. For those of you who are coming to the Missouri meetup, I have 7 birdhouses ready to go that I'm going to be doing the pass out game with. And then I might if I got time, well, if I sit down long enough to focus, I'm going to try to make a couple more lamps. And then my gourd inventory is pretty much gone until these next ones pop that I just planted.
Those are cool.
Are you gonna trellis them or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna trellis a few of them. I've got loofah gourds, bottle gourds, long neck gourds, and bushel gourds. So
Okay.
the loofah gourds, I'm just gonna run across. I got wire across the top of my my little raised garden area over there by the chickens. So I've only got 4 of those seeds, so I'm gonna just let those go and just drape down, and I'll just kind of duck and dodge whenever I go through there. The other ones, they're gonna get heavy. Like some of those things will get like 30, 40 pounds, like the bushel gourds. Those
Those things are huge.
So I got like a was it 5x15 net system that I'm setting up on some T-posts and just kind of.
What's the ones that you what style is the gourd? Is the one that you engrave in, and you had those holes and stuff? And what are
That
those?
was the bottle gourds, just a regular bottle
Bottle
gourd.
gourds.
Let's see. Oh, I got this all buried. A long neck gourd is basically a bottle gourd, except so imagine this thing, but this is like 2 or 3 foot long. You know what I mean? The top.
Okay.
That's a long neck gourd, and like these are bottle gourds, just regular bottle gourds.
Okay.
I haven't done the loop gourds. I've seen videos on them. So I mean they get long, but they're almost like a giant cucumber kind of looking thing.
What the
But
Can you
loofah
make
gourd?
grenades out of those things?
huh?
Can you make grenades out of those?
Out of bottle gourds was the original incendiary. Fill them full of your stuff. Put a little honey on there. Put the lid back on it. And boom.
There you go. Like a potato masher.
PTP. Welcome
Awesome.
back, bro.
Yeah, I heard you. I've been watching your videos, Hutch, your premieres. I've seen where you're talking about, communities and religion and all that. In actuality, in around 72, I was introduced to a community, northern Michigan, bunch of Vietnam veterans and hippies got together. They bought a bunch of adjoining property, and their little cooperation up there lasted it lasted all the way through the 70s. But by the time the early 80s came about, that's really what separated everybody. It was different beliefs, patriarchs of the families dying, and the remnants of the family making different decisions with their lives and stuff, and it went all different ways. And even the ones that remained on the properties no longer interacted with each other. It got really cold. It was something to see. It was great in its heyday, but it had a sad ending.
That free love started costing everybody.
It was even more. It was actually a more vet that just wanted to be left alone. It was that had families, and they made friends with their neighbors, and then it just dramas ensued, a little bit at a time as the kids grew, especially, but it was something to see. They would grow and trade items off, including weed, and they lived mostly off the land. They had a party line telephone, and you would see everybody in a group of, let's say, 50 or 60 people. You'd see them daily. When you went out to your yard, there, you'd see everybody passing, doing something, growing their gardens, or, maybe going getting some manure from this person or whatever it was. There was just constant activity. And when it was in its heyday, it was something to see. It really was.
See, that's why I want to go for more of a. I mean, technically it's a community, but you know what I mean. There's so much weight on that word that I'd rather call it a social club, because the whole concept is set up just like an MC, like the Hells Angels or the Mongols. You know what I mean? The same kind of hierarchy system and all that. You know what I mean? It's a social club, not a community. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the way they did it, having all their own properties, they could all go home,
Right.
and stay in their own little realm. If I was to fall upon a lot of money, I always said I'd get like a lodge, build a community lodge where everyone was welcome, and then I'd have places for everybody that they maintain on their own, separate from everybody else, but with the community option for I've seen camps with lodges and the big fireplaces. Heck, if you had it together, you can get a swimming pool or something, just to where that was where everybody could congregate, But then, like I said, be able to, because myself, I like my alone time. I value that a lot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind being around people, but I'd also want that way to retreat from, you know?
Right. Yeah, see, we thought about all that stuff. There's a couple that I haven't shown because they weren't panel videos. They were just like concept ideas. But that's pretty much what it comes down to, like the layout and the landscaping. As long as you can leave those privacy spots between the lots, that way you can you know what I mean, you can step outside and not have to see your neighbor if you don't want to. You know what I mean?
Right.
See, that'd be like an old Western town style.
Mm.
It's like you kind of got the little need spot is centralized, but the actual housing parts are all kind of scattered out.
See, we even went to the point to where, okay, at the beginning of each driveway, there's going to be like a flag system, some kind of almost like a mailbox. Like, hey, if you put the flag up, that means don't knock on my damn door. I ain't fucking with you today. You know what I mean? If the flag's down, that means I'm open for company. One of those kind of things. You know what I mean?
Oh, so that's kind of like a sock on a doorknob?
Pretty much. Without the protein stains.
Kiss Off says I have a new look. I don't think I have a new look. Don't I look the same, Rescue?
Well, I mean, you look like Carl. I mean, are
I
you
mean,
identifying as something other than Carl today? I mean,
what's the
No.
little Texas necktie thing they have that's just the two strings and the little slide up deal? If he had one of those, he'd
Oh,
be
yeah.
he'd be pretty close to Colonel Sanders. I mean, he's pushing it.
You know, it's called a bolo. I had one of those. My grandpa gave me in Amarillo. I
Right?
used to have one of them little bolos on the little leather whip.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a Texas thing. I'm sure that at some point in life, Rescues had one of them bolos.
Oh, I guarantee Rescues have.
hey, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Kiss Off. It's
I can only
3:50 here, so that means about for you, it's probably 5 o'clock. Have you taken your medicine this afternoon? Maybe that's why he's looking different.
It is later than usual. That is a good point. That's a very astute observation from you, sir.
I'm just saying.
Or did Kiss Off go over there and steal some of Hutch's gummies?
Oh, well, yeah, that definitely make him look different, wouldn't it? He'd be like, oh, shit, what's wrong with you, Carl? I know that it's me, but
Yeah.
Like, I can't see you behind that pink elephant with purple polka dots.
look, now she won't talk to me for a few minutes. Poor old Chuck's probably catching the brunt of it. He's within arm range.
Right.
Oh, let's see. Magic
There
likes
we-
my hat. You like that? That's I make these. That's a custom Cordura nylon waterproof boonie hat.
Oh, there we go. I got the bite me mofo.
Black Forest Juicy Birds. I'm gonna have to look into that.
This is a drag on the phone. You can either watch the chat or you can see the panel, one or the other.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why StreamYard's like that. I mean,
Why are you so hostile, Kiss Off?
I mean, tell you.
Maybe she didn't take her meds.
Wait, is Chuck still going fishing? Maybe that's what it is. There ain't nobody else to take it out on.
I almost went fishing last night. My buddy was up there till like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning out there. What's up, G-Mo Merkel? Trying to get me to go over there and do some catfishing. I need to get my stuff. I got to get my poles ready for the meetup and actually buy a fishing license and do all that other good shit. Because I'm going to do some catfishing at the campground.
Hey, D-Mom.
Oh, no, it's Hutch. So you're the ass Hutch.
I was defending you. What the fuck?
No, Indy, because then she would probably leave and she won't talk to me ever again.
Right. It'd just be twice as bad when she came back.
I mean, you ought to be able
No,
to
she'll
tell
be
right now. You
back.
kind of got to watch it when then people get off their meds and stuff. They do all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, some of these guys think they're women and shit. I mean, there's no telling what's liable to happen.
She'll be
She,
back. I
Yeah,
been
you
kicked
know,
off mad once too. I don't even know how I made her mad, but I made her mad, but she comes back.
it's feminism. You know what I mean? They don't have to have a reason to hate us men.
I didn't
It's
mean
just
to make her mad. I like kiss off.
That
yeah,
woman, I tell
it's
you,
kind of hard to imagine that a man dressed up in a dress can destroy a company.
what you talk. I've defended many of people kiss off. What are you talking about?
I defend nobody.
You defend your own. Don't even try it.
Hey, I defend what I say.
oh, Jimo says she wants one of those Maud Deuces, Hutch. I don't know. Is that supposed to be the Maud douche?
In
I
35.
might have been giving more credit where it was needed. So maybe that's just Ma's douche. Ooh, that just sounds gnarly. So somebody wants Ma's douche? Is that
Well,
like?
a mod deuce is normally an M2, which is a 50 caliber fully
Well, yeah,
automatic.
but no. See, you're going to give credit where I'm not sure if that's where it's supposed to go because that's not what it
If you're
technically. I
talking
thought
about the
that because
truck,
my
that's the
brain
one.
just connected those, but that actually does not say deuce.
Okay, but a
That
mod
says
deuce is one
douche.
thing, but a deuce and a half, that's the M35 six-wheel drive truck.
Yeah, that's why I see my brain. I connected that, and I thought, wait, no, that was more. Oh no, wait, that wasn't deuce. That was douche. Oh, and then when you kind of read that again with that word, when then it kind of goes
I
into
better
like
look at what
way
you're
another
reading.
planet.
I just better look at what you're reading because I didn't even read it.
Oh well, here, let me put it on there, and now you can see it. Bam, see like right there. I put it on the screen. See, that's what she said. So if you look, it says Moss douche. It doesn't say Ma deuce. It's douche.
Yeah, that's a little different than the ones I was thinking of.
Yeah, see that it's like ew. There you go. Mooseman's not to be confused with Ma deuce. Right. Hutch ran. Uh-oh, kiss off called out Hutch. He ran. That storm come back. His shitter net getting him.
Sometimes a tactical retreat is the best tactic. So, Devil Dog, you got some of this heat too? Did you hear it's supposed to snow this weekend?
Yeah, that's why I'm holding off on doing my taters until next week.
80 something degrees here, and they're calling for snow.
Dang.
Yeah, we got like 3 cold days coming up.
Where in the world is Hutch? His shitter net.
Or his
Yeah,
gummies made him squirrel out.
I haven't had the best internet recently either. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
See, it's supposed to. It's at 88 now. Now it'll stop going down. We go down to. Matter of fact, I guess we're going to go down to about 54. But yeah, upper 70s and 80s are our temps all week. Which it's who knows.
I imagine the ammo from my deuce would be pretty expensive nowadays. $1.25 a round back in the 70s. I know that. Wonder what it is for purse.
Hey, Miss Amy. Amy said, LOL, are y'all part of the shaving hating club? Laughing my ass off. Love these bearded dragons days. Hey, it was a year ago. I had a little goatee. I always had scruffle here because I just take clippers because I got shaving's a pain in the ass. A year ago, I just said, I'm just about even tired of doing that. And so I ain't done it since. No glorious reason other than I just don't want to stand over that sink and shave. And I'm actually enjoying this because it's actually pretty cool. I'll be sleeping and this shit gets in my face, and that's like never happened in my whole life. Because the best I've ever had was a little goatee part. Still got to be able to fit that damn thing over your face.
Yep. The last time that I was clean shaven was December 20th of 1985.
December of 85. That was pretty good for me. 85 was a pretty good year. I was living it up.
I had a dream that then Mrs. Kravitz rat in her spyglasses at the Walmart. I never had fun at a Walmart before. Oh, damn, she said parking lot with tampons everywhere. God dang. I even relocated and they still just keep trying to buzz up on me. I'm just too sweet for my own good. At least that's what I tell myself. I figure it's okay if you're a legend in your own mind. Hutch is laughing so hard right now he can't use his phone. Oh, a hummingbird. Okay, well, I'm not that sweet. That's not good. Okay, I was just playing. I said that, and I'll be damned, boy. I heard that buzz, and this is them hummingbird come right here by my shoulder. It might even end up. I have to replay to see. Buzzed right in. I don't know, Indy. I probably so. I got my as soon as that sun's gonna be over them trees, and then this will be back in the shade a little. Tell you what, boy, this thing will go dead quick out in the direct sun too. That's one thing I've noticed the past couple of days. I'll be like, damn, I just charge this thing up, but out there in that sun, pulling and dragging in bundles of limbs, I do little skids. I put the biggest one upside down and then start stacking and leaving them on there, and then I just drag a bundle all around. Yeah. Shit, I did 3 little loads, and all of a sudden I look and my damn thing's down to like 2 dots, and I'm like, damn it, that heat just sucking the life out of them.
You see that 4-wheel Gizmo sent you a video of?
Yeah.
What'd you think of that thing?
Oh yeah. And then I looked them up. I was like, man, that's kind of cool. I wonder how feasible that would be. So I went to the thing and started at the basic price. I think started was at $17,500, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's why that looks pretty cool. Yeah.
Wow. That's way more than I would have even. There doesn't even seem like that much there.
Yeah, it kind of floored me. I was like, oh yeah, okay, that ain't happening.
Yeah, and when I started hanging out with you and stuff, I was talking a little bit about the one that's like a tank tread.
Well, see, yeah, and I saw one because I don't know. I've heard somebody else mention. I think Backwoods mentioned her, but there's a girl on YouTube got a channel called Squirrel Tribe, and she does some of the new stuff and reading, and so but she's got a little fun channel called 2.0. Well, her and her husband and her daughter went to Universal Studios, and because they live in Florida, well, they went to this boat show while they were there too. and come across this guy, and he makes these tread styles, and it's kind of like the hover round, only it's the electric. Which I know a guy here in not far that he finally got one for his deer hunting and stuff. But see, that was it's 20 grand, 22 grand and shit. And you can't hardly hell. This right here, this chair was actually like 7,800, I think, is what it was total. I didn't have to pay all that because Medicare picked up, because this is a Medicare approved chair.
Right.
And so they picked up the main tab. I only had to put, I think, 7% or 10%. Oh, there's Moose. What's up, brother?
Is this thing working?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Took me about 10 minutes to get the settings set right and figure out what the heck it was asking for.
Oh, hold on.
What's up, Moose?
Yeah.
Hey, Carl, what's happening, brother? D-Dog.
What's up, brother?
Oh, man, nothing but the problems down here in Florida. And the temperature. It's hotter than crap down here.
Appreciate it. Sorry, didn't mean to holler on y'all. My bad. I should have muted.
That's all right. Good to see you, Rescue. How's that saw working out?
Dude, I got up there and knocked that bad boy out. Cut it right up. It was throwing out some good, clean chunks.
That's what we want to hear.
I appreciate that very much, sir. I'll be using it again here shortly to cut up some of them bigger sections still.
I'm glad I could find somebody that would put it to use, because it's just been sitting around now for about 9 years.
Let's see. I'm going to see if I can churn you up a little bit, Moose.
Okay.
Indy said it's low, so. All right, now talking, they can say how that is.
Hello, hello, hello. Is that better?
Is that better? Now, are you still down in Florida?
I am in Florida, and I will be here for quite a while, it looks like.
Okay, I figured that's what you had said.
Yeah, I got a mess on my hands, but it's going to be a while.
She said they can hear you. You're just quieter than everyone else.
All right, let me see what I can do about my mic. I can maybe take it off of mic volume.
That's as loud as I can turn him up.
Yep, yep. Oh, microphone, that's all I got. There ain't no more. Okay. Well, I'll move the computer a little closer. I don't know where the microphone is in this laptop.
Oh, probably down around the front.
I have no idea on this old phone.
Oh, well, we can hear you. We'll just, we can be quiet and listen to you.
Turn your hearing aids up, everyone.
Yeah, Indy, turn your hearing aid up.
Say what you say?
No, it's been crazy since I got down here in Florida. Well, the first 2 nights, and then my brother and his wife finally went to their own house, and I'm here at my mom's house by myself finally. So things have kind of cooled down, but it's a cluster, let me tell you. And I did get hold of do stuff with Nikki. She's stacked up with stuff right now, because I was going to try and get her up here to look at some of these old clothes of my mom's, you know, from stuff from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever she's got here. And I got tons, and literally tons of stuff, and a lot of it that I'm going to pack up, I don't know what to do with the rest of it. I mean, there's some value to it. We are gonna donate some clothes and stuff to the veterans organizations here locally next week. But I'm talking tonnage. I've got a 93-year-old lady hoarder's house to clean out.
Could be
Well,
treasure in that trove.
oh, there's a lot of treasure here, Carl. There is a lot of treasure, and it's all stuck in with the trash.
Yeah, just be careful what you look through. I mean, always check the pockets of stuff and, look for panels in the bottoms of things and, before you do anything with it.
Oh yeah.
Never open, if you see an old package, never open it. Look it up first.
Well, she didn't have
there-
bomb making material, so I don't think I have to worry about that.
Well,
Oh,
it's
thank you.
it's deceptive. Even like costume jewelry, people would think it's not worth anything because it's not real gold or silver. That's not true. If it's like Art Deco from the 1920s, it could be very valuable.
Oh, I know.
It's just a whole bunch of that. There's
Oh,
it,
I
it.
know. I'm getting a lot of costume jewelry and brooches because that's something that Red collects. I'm getting some clothes for Red. Pick out. She kind of told me what she likes and that stuff. But my mom's got all these figurines and antique glassware and collectible glassware from everywhere from Japan, Staffordshire, England, Bavaria, Germany, Oriental ware, sets of china that she's had over the years. But I've got enough to fill a semi, a 40-foot semi, and I just can't take it all. So I've got to be kind of selective on what I'm going to do. But I plan on wrapping and packing up all the little glassware and knickknacks and stuff that I want. But my brother doesn't seem to want any of it. He just wants out of this whole deal. And
If you see candy dishes or bowls or anything that have an opalescent look or an oily look to the glass, always check on those. Any kind of depression era, yep.
I've got that. I've got ruby glass. I've got hand painted Oriental glass with gold on it. Stuff with silver.
Hey,
on
Moose.
it.
Moose. Just to see, does she have the white little porcelain cups and saucers from China with the gold trims and the red roses on them? Yeah, see,
Well,
I figured.
something like that. Yeah, similar to that. Yeah, and the little soup bowls with the special Oriental soup spoons.
Yep.
She's got that, and the little sake cups that match to go with it.
Well, mine had that, and then she had the white China ones with the blue art on them. The little gazebos, the little bonsai trees and Asian stuff, and it was the little teacup saucers and all that.
I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to try and show you if I can spin this around enough to get a picture of it. Let's see here.
Oh, and Huckleberry said you ought to have an estate sale.
That cabinet is full.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yep.
That's full. That's just two of them.
Now, out of curiosity, just because what I went through with mine was, and I just don't know how the relation is there. But now, when you look at those, do you remember moments when she got those, or where she would talk about them and stuff?
Oh yeah, I remember seeing this stuff as a kid in our house in Bartow, where I was born. And then I remember some of I found bookends that are made out of stone that my uncle, I was about 7 or 8 years old when we traveled to California and back through Arizona where my dad was born and raised and met and seen my uncles. And I remember my uncles gave us this set of bookends. So yeah, there's things like that I remember as a kid.
Hey, one sec, Moose. D-Dog, you're fixing to drop out. Is that you're at 1%?
Yeah,
Later,
just thinking
D-Dog.
about that. So have fun, good people.
I appreciate it, brother. Make it a great day.
Take care.
All righty, go for it, Moose.
Okay. So anyway, so yeah, I've got stuff like that. I've got stuff that I mean, I remember from my mom moved from Bartow to St. Pete. I bought a houseboat, and they lived on my houseboat for a while over there. And then they got a house, and I remember all this stuff being moved. Well, there's stuff in here from my childhood and up.
I was going to say, toys could be worth a lot of money too.
Oh yeah, well, there's a Shirley Temple doll in the case. There's some Barbie dolls that I'm
Oh, with the blue cobalt little pitcher, glass pitcher, and everything.
no, she's wearing a blue outfit with a white handbag and white shoes, about 17 inches tall. I think though it's one of the when I looked it up, it's one of the Bradford Exchange ones, so it's worth maybe
Yeah,
100.
right.
Now,
Well, the originals came with a little cobalt blue pitcher.
yeah,
Hell, the missus in here has there's two get cabinet fulls of that Bradford Exchange stuff all up in there.
yeah,
From all little babies in flight suits and all kinds of shit.
yeah. But I've got little deer and pigs and hand painted bells and cats and camels, I think, and turtles and frog figurines. I mean, all kind of little fancy stuff from all over the world here. And I even found some little 1951 dated little pixies glassware that my mom told me they were given to her at a wedding shower when she got married in 1954, I believe. And I was born in 55. So, but I remember those as growing up as a kid, those little pixies where they even sat in the house. And we were told to stay away from them. So, but yeah, I got a ton of glassware here. And I've got a whole nother building outside full that has a motorcycle in it, tools, and more tubs full of stuff. I've got a dog kennel with those full of those big plastic totes full of stuff out there. I've got to go through every stinking bit of it and figure out what's good, what's trash. And I can't, there's no help down here at all. And my brother's crippled and I'm not in the best shape, but I'm doing a lot at night, just taking a bag at a time. And if I find something I want, I throw it in my pile. The rest of it.
Boy, I wish I was closer, Moose.
Yeah, well, get in the truck and drive down here. You're only as close as the road will take you. So.
Yeah.
But
Whoa.
I'm going to have furniture to get rid of. Like I said, clothes, lamps. I got lamps out the wazoo. Pictures of all different kinds, framed pictures. I mean, you name it, I got it. There's going to be cookware. I just, yeah, I've got to figure out a plan for this, but it's overwhelming with, about 2,000 square feet of stuff piled up to get through. So I couldn't get mom to downsize while she was alive, and I've got to do it now that she's gone.
It's a major thing to do. I know all about it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that was one thing about with mine. It was kind of funny because after she passed, and so we started going through. Well, I would look at stuff, and I realized just these past, I don't know, the past 5-7 years or so, she had just started getting into that garage sale shit, where that was how she occupied her free time. She would just garage sale hop from one to another. So there was a lot. At first, it was easy to kind of like get rid of some stuff, and then all of a sudden it got to some, and it's like, I don't know, I can't exactly. I have a hard time pushing that over. So there's still boxes of stuff in there.
Now
That's the thing is my mom was into antiques and stuff before I was even of age to start. But by the time I was a teenager, I was helping her do, flea marketing and auctions and all kinds of stuff, which I segued right into it doing, with the Army surplus. And I'd take sewing machines and set it right up to flea markets and do patches and stuff. We did all that as a side gig for years and years and years. That's how I ended up knowing what stuff to look for. And I could literally walk into a resale shop and pick out the most valuable profit-making thing in that room, because because my mom taught me how to do it.
I'm pretty good about doing that too, and I've learned a lot about antique glassware. I've been collecting stuff over the years too. That's why I got a house full of stuff. But like I found this plate in the bottom. My sister-in-law just throwing
Ooh,
scrap
prickly.
in bags and stuff. I think they were ransacking the house. But this is a piece of hand-painted Pacific Rim china with like seashells and stuff on it. But it was just thrown in. It's a beautiful, heavy plate, but it was just thrown in the bottom of a bag with junk thrown on top of it. So, I mean, it may not be worth much, but it might be worth something to somebody or somebody looking for the
As
seashell
a
top.
replacement piece, because a
Right.
lot of people like might break the cup or something to a teacup and saucer set, and now the saucer isn't worth anything to them because they're disgusted about breaking the teacup. But if you look on eBay, that's the thing is when eBay started in the mid '90s, that's when I stopped having to carry stuff. We quit doing markets, quit doing all that. I did eBay for 25 years, and I can tell you this: if it's not on eBay when you're looking for it, give it some time and keep looking for it. You'll probably find it. There's
Yeah.
probably exactly what you're talking about somewhere on there. If you use the right search,
Yeah.
method, you'll find
Boy, if it's not on eBay, it's rare as crap and worth some money.
Hell,
it.
nowadays, just get Chat GPT and say, hey, find me this item on eBay for the lowest price possible. And don't stop until you find it. And then it would just probably sit there and keep running.
I'm gonna grab
Well,
something.
that's the thing is,
I'll
it's
tell you.
with
I'll be
with
right back.
eBay. You got to learn how to use the filters, all right? Because when you go to eBay and you say you're looking for let's say a bucket, you're going to say bucket. They're going to show you their top sellers and everything they want you to buy, pretty much. Now, if you learn to like go to newly listed and local areas only within a certain range, and you start narrowing down your search, you start finding the real deals. And like I always tell people, don't fight an item up at auction. Don't fight for it. Go to buy now. Go to in the filters of buy it now. Go to newly listed and refresh it every time you walk by the computer because somebody's going to list what you're looking for a lot cheaper
Oh,
than
there
what
you
you're going
go.
to fight for it in the end. People make money off of that gig alone on eBay,
Yep.
just buying stuff people don't know what it's worth.
Yeah, I
Sugar and
thought
creamers.
Hook might like to see this, the night owl set with the picture and I
Yep.
guess the little creamer
The
and
sugar
cookie
and creamer, isn't it?
that says night owl on
Yeah. That's badass.
it. Yeah, but it's green ceramic ware, and I mean there's lots of this kind of stuff, but there's really really fancy stuff. But
You definitely got your hands full.
yeah, hey Virginia, good to see you.
What's up, Roots?
In your roots.
I will say, Indy, you and Amy were talking about that squirrel tribe and her talking about the Ohio thing. And yeah, she's been on top of it. And there was one of her deals where she talked about it. It could possibly lean into a land grab. Yeah, yeah, there's a ton of that in there.
Yeah. This is about the size of a little larger than a silver dollar.
Yep.
It's tiny. It's made in Japan. And it's got gold on it and hand painted inside. My glasses aren't that good, but it's got hand painted figurines and stuff on it. But little tiny, almost like doll size. I've got stuff like this. I've got to pack all this up and get it home safely.
Right.
Shotgun.
Little Saki,
Saki. I got Saki stuff too.
right? What's up, Riddle? Jeff Riddle? Yay.
What's up, Jeff?
Oh man.
Yeah, that Squirrel Tribe girl though, she's pretty cool. It's kind of a humorous way that she'll bring some of the news, and she's pretty much tries to make it a point that she's bringing the facts as the best she can, and she tell you that up front. Her name's Michelle. She's a pretty cool young lady.
Back in Michigan yet, Jeff? He was just down in Florida, I do believe.
Oh boy, he made the bet. He
Oh,
made the faster escape.
Jeff, that's where Moose is at, down in Florida,
Yeah, I'm on the west coast, just south of Newport Richey.
with a whole house full of stuff. Actually, more than a house full of stuff because there's stuff even outside in places, so it's more than a house full.
Yeah, yeah. Supply lines were getting harder and harder to keep, I guess, for my mom. But I can't believe it. Like George Carlin said, we got to have more stuff. We got stuff in storage, stuff in the bedroom, stuff in the closet, stuff in the attic, and we got to have more stuff.
Oh yeah, Jeff said yeah, he's back in Michigan.
I'll bet his chicken's missed. I see he's got his trained rescue. I've seen him standing on his shoulder and everything, eating out of his hand.
Well, that's I see. I'm gonna have to have this talk with BB down there because the other one, the hands are totally cool. That's a Louise would do that. She actually will try to do that. I can't even if I walk in there, she started looking at me trying to figure out how to jump up on top of me with that thing on top. She was the escape artist too. Hell, she's the one that actually because I was working outside this little pen, 4 foot. She got up over that thing because then all of a sudden I looked down. So that would be cool. I just got to tend to the smartass in there. It's all fun until his little rooster nuts dropped, and then now he has a problem understanding which lane he needs to be in.
I think it's also that Jeff spoils the shit out of his chickens too. You know, I think it's one of those deals. They're like pampered or something. You can tell that you know they know when he's got something to eat too. They're like crowd around him, lead him to the feeding spots and stuff. They got him wrapped around their fingers, talons, whatever you want to call it. You know what's funny? Just yesterday, I noticed I got on YouTube and my entire feed was filled with shorts about chickens and videos about chickens. And I think chickens are trending.
Oh, I do, man. I love my chickens. They're cool as shit.
What's up, Ronan?
That's why he gets annoying because he's like he's that everything's like so cool, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Attitude. Mr. Attitude could just still remain calm like the rest of us want to be, then everything just rolls fine. Everybody gets mealworms, all happy campers. Right now, he's on the verge of being a damn grilled chicken breast sandwich, and then the girls will get the mealworm. Oh, hey, what's up, Ronan? I just realized that I had saw that name.
This channel could be called Beards or Us.
It's the Beard Guild.
Yeah, this could be the Beards or Us channel. Hey, Virginia, I found a nice Thai Asian store just maybe a half mile or so from here, and been in there a couple of times now getting my Oriental stuff. Today they had real Nook Mom sauce, so I got me a bottle of the real Nook Mom sauce. Couldn't read what it said, but Silver foxes, yeah. I'm a moose. I ain't a fox.
Yeah, I don't know that. Definitely don't remember being called a fox before. Been called maybe a fox's ass or something, but just not the fox.
I've been called a horse's ass before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wolverine! Oh,
But now and then I got into saying up in Alaska, I ain't a veterinarian, but I know a horse's ass when I see one.
Dude, go party or something.
Yep.
Go, Rudy. Sorry, I was having some minor technical difficulties here.
I know the best comment I saw today was what looked like a grumpy gnome convention.
Huckleberry
Did
grumpy
you
old
catch
man.
that, Rescue?
Grumpy old man. Grumpier old man.
I can relate with all those old people that used to yell at me and stuff when I was young. I can totally understand it now.
Yep. The question is, have we grown up to be like our dads?
I don't know. Mine died when I was 3, so I outlived him.
I try and watch that because I know how my dad was.
Yeah, I remembered a little part of mine. My adult years were a lot of it was spent away from him, and then we got kind of together there after my kids were born, and I had done kind of gotten used to my own thing, and so yeah, my dad went to act all daddy like, and it didn't work. So we moved back to Texas, and I was like, yeah. But then, like whenever I got ran over and shit, that man drove all the way down from Tennessee to come and make sure I was going to be okay, and once that was, so we talked then, and then he passed. So there is a gap where I wish we have had a chance to talk a little bit. We'd have probably been more mellower in our older years, but he had good work ethics and everything. He wasn't a bad guy. Now that once I grew up, I realized that I had to grow up first. He dropped the ball. We all dropped the ball, though. So
Good one, Amy. Three amigos. Grumpy, more grumpy, and less grumpy.
I'm a little grumpy, I guess. I'll admit that.
well, I can be. Try not to be.
Well, it makes me feel better being around like-minded people.
We need Grumpy Acres up here.
Yeah. Yeah, he did a good little video on tyranny. It's a little short one. It's definitely worth listening to.
My question is, how do we enforce tyranny? Who can we get to enforce taking tyranny out of our government? If they're in charge and they're tyranny,
yeah,
who's in charge of the government to take out tyranny? I mean, where's the inspector general or whatever is supposed to be that kind of oversees this kind of stuff with enforcement?
Well, this is what when the judicial system and our intelligence divisions were actually became the problem. That's where it gets tough. Because even if you go back to the original 3%ers, and in that moment when we came to be, well, that was the French coming in that helped us. So I mean, yeah, now I don't know. It's the
Looks like a traditional shingle roof.
Oh, sorry. The missus had come down and was sitting over there. I laugh when rescues bitchy. Oh, whatever. Rescue, you're always grumpy until you have a live stream. And poor old Moose is spun in buffering stage, I think. I didn't ask him how the weather was down there.
Mine started doing some screwy stuff too.
And so far, oh, there we lost. He dropped out now.
Uh-oh.
Well, he'll try to come back, hopefully. The check-ins and check-in, the checks and checks and balances bounced, right? Well, that's what, you know, and everything from here looks comical. I think I might even said this last year, you know, because we can make fun because it's humorous and we go, man, but the world, man, other people are looking at us. And then all of a sudden, what was supposed to be, while we have our own little stories of the nation and the country, but for the outside world, for a lot of people, we were supposedly this big righteous place, and all of a sudden more and more shit. And then with this latest little leak that just so happened to come out that shows, you know, how much we do screw over our allies, then now you got people pulling back, and all of a sudden you go, oh, well, there's Moose. He came back. I knew he would.
Well, that was strange. Talk about what I just talked about. They killed my computer. Flashed some weird thing up.
You went to, yeah, because you went to talk and all of a sudden it just froze and you sat there and you were buffering for the longest time and I kind of rattled on and then ended up, you went to the black screen buffering, sat there for a minute or two and then you ended up dropping out.
Yeah, yeah. That was totally weird. They didn't like me saying that. The powers that be. Yeah, well, let them come, Huck. I got something to tell them, too.
Well, and that's the thing, man. And that's, I got to say, like him, love him, or whatever. But when they interviewed that dude, T-Man, and, you know, he said it, he goes, okay, just this is, we are losing our country. They have weaponized the justice system and the legal system. And you just, and there's a few hundred still sitting up there in a jail so they can come around and round people up. So, yeah, it can start to happen.
Well, it
I don't
looks
think
like
they'll do anything extreme before that election in 24, but
it looks to me like our leaders for all of our lives have done evil deeds secretly behind the scenes and manipulated everything to their favor and flourished with their corruption, pretty much making corruption illegal or legal for them. And you know, they've done all this stuff. Now they're sold out. There's other entities infiltrating our system. It looks like an intentional destruction of America to me. If you ask me, it's like they've got to take us out of the equation because we're in the way of this new, you know what?
Yeah. Hey,
well, it's all shits and giggles. It's all shits and giggles till you get down to the Constitution. And when you have finally whittled things down to where you've got to work on constitutional values and get rid of those, then that's how we get to this part where there's so many bills on the Second Amendment. There's so much media that's working on silence and speech because they've already ruined in the history behind those documents. Look how bad that the history that when you look at a younger generation, what's been interpreted and the picture that's been painted on this country, I know it's way different than the one that was painted when I was growing up. So, you know, it's intentional. I think
Carl, you should be old enough to remember what Nikita Khrushchev said. I think it was back in the 60s because I was a kid and I'll never forget it. He said they would take over America without firing a shot.
It'll fall from within.
Yeah, And a Japanese admiral once said before that there would be a gun behind every blade of grass.
Yeah, but Khrushchev said they'd take over it without firing a shot, and they have genuinely introduced socialism into America after Kennedy.
I even think that they're even using Operation Trust, where the Bolsheviks took over 100 years ago.
Yeah.
They're doing the same thing.
Well, a Swiffer.
Everything that they do is meant to weaken us. It's not for our benefit. When's the last time that a Democrat's done something for our benefit? Anybody name anything besides, I heard they made pot legal somewhere. Besides that, seems like everything they do is designed to thwart the American people. Like get rid of our jobs here, send them off, make it cheaper everywhere else. Influx a bunch of people here, water us down. Regulate us to death. It all seems intentional.
Pit us against each other, weaken us. Because if the blacks, the Mexicans, the Asians, and the white people all ever got together and realized what they're doing to us, they'd be out of a job.
I see a little bit of that, Moose. I actually do. I see a lot of different ethnic groups that are waking up to this.
Yep. I hope they do. And they'll realize who's been keeping them as slaves all the time. And it ain't been the conservatives.
And the simplest way I can say it is, what would have happened if there was a white entertainment channel? What about a white music channel? The fact that they use all those things to divide us. They always have. It's just that the populace is getting a little more hip to it, I think, Moose.
Yeah. The National Association for the Advancement of White People. What was it? The United White People College Fund. We don't have none of that. So where's our privilege supposed to be? I ain't got no privilege. My only privilege was getting my ass up in the morning, getting dressed, and going to work. If I wanted to feed myself and keep a roof over my head, that was my privilege.
When you look back in time into our history and you see everything, all the things and the events that have happened over those things, it's pretty disgusting to realize how easily manipulated the populace was. It's sickening, and they're still doing it. I can't believe people even watch the mainstream news. How is it that CNN, MSNBC, NBC, how is it those companies even exist still? It should be.
Because half of America's already been brainwashed and they don't know it. Because when you're
Well, it's the same as Facebook. It's the same as Facebook and Twitter, YouTube. These are starting things, and as the dynamic of marketing changed, they were in the ground level and they got embedded in the normal stream of things. So that's why when you get your devices, they all have the Twitter. You have your Chrome, your Google's already on your device and ready for you to go. You can get the Facebook app right away. So a lot of times pre-installed, and it's just, we went from living in a pasture, and they slowly started building up the cattle pens, and people were walking into them voluntarily without ever knowing a thing. And then as the pens getting smaller and smaller, now people are starting to go, hold them the hell up. Where'd that fence come from? It's like, well, and then they're looking behind them, realizing that, they've been walking through these little pens all along, getting smaller and smaller.
Because you just remind me of a meme. I saw a meme a long time ago. There's a corral full of cattle. A couple of them are in the corner saying he's a conspiracy theorist, and the one that they're pointing at is going, "Don't go, man! It's all set up. It's all set up. Don't go." As they're walking into the butcher building.
The meat packing plant in the background.
Yeah. That's a great meme.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's that, and that's why I laugh. And it's like that. We've gotten to where people now just sit on a phone and order groceries, pull up to a store, and somebody brings them out. then when all of a sudden there's something bad with the food, people are going to be going, oh my God, they did that to the food. And it's like, well, how did they even get the hands on your food? Oh, you slowly have been handing the kitchen over. Then you just got to where you didn't even want to get up from the dinner table. So they even started bringing you the plate. And now you wonder why the food's bad.
Now here's something. My mom was not a dumb woman. My mom was a very intelligent woman, hardworking housewife most of her life. She did other things too. She took care of people and very religious. But she was brainwashed so much by that TV. She had LifeLock for the computer system or whatever, or Norton Security for the computer system she got off the TV, and she didn't even own a computer or have internet. She got LifeLock, identity theft protection, and she was so scared. We've got a dump truck load of bags of mail. She would not even throw junk mail in the garbage for fear of identity theft. Now we got to call a shredder truck because there's too much to deal with, and I can't burn it in this subdivision. And we're under burn ban now in Florida. It's so dry. But they had her so scared, and during the pandemic, she holed up like it was a zombie apocalypse. She didn't leave her house. She had her groceries delivered. She sprayed them down with disinfectant and let them sit on the front porch before she ever brought them in the house. Same
And
with
just
them
figure
there.
there's probably a good other 20 million that were just like her. And see, all those news things, all those channels, they get embedded in every waiting room of every hospital, the bus stations, all these bus rails,
They even
all
got rid of
the
the gas
airports,
pump.
because they were the beginning ones. So when all of a sudden it's like this is a convenience. Look, we can show you, you can keep up with the news as you travel to get on your flight. And my gosh, now we'll even show it to you on your flight.
On the
Well,
gas pumps.
the back end, the
Yeah.
shareholders slowly consolidated down to 3 companies, and those 3 companies took over that media and now have control of all the shit that pumps out.
Yeah, even at the gas pump now, they're feeding you bullshit while you're trying to pump your gas.
Yeah,
I don't want
there's
to
a rolling ad.
hear that stuff, or they've got the news on there or whatever. I mean, I don't want to hear that crap. I'm trying to pump gas and get back on the road. So yeah, I mean it's a total media brainwashing, propaganda brainwashing of the American people. And that's how they've got people so scared of guns because they use those made up terms like assault rifle, assault weapon, fully semi-automatic, bunch of bull crap.
Dude, Moose, they're removing the scientific fact of 2 genders. Like
Right.
shit that we know for thousands of years, and they now have people, some people convinced that, well, and it's like, no, there's really no. This is like the real shit.
But we're supposed to follow the science, they say, of climate change, which was global warming, and now that it's global cooling, they had to change it to climate change.
I was listening to one of the committee things yesterday, day before yesterday, and it's one from last week. And apparently, we're sending China 160 million because of encouraging the Green Deal. And it's like, and there was the representatives on the Republican side are steadily going, so you do understand that like next week they're building 3 more coal factories.
Right.
So they're like building these, and we're going to reward them. And then they start spitting out this Green Deal shit, and it's just batshit crazy, man.
Yeah. And now all these Teslas and cars are catching on fire with these batteries, and they can't put the fires out. And they're discovering
Dude, they can't even
weigh so much that it's making the tires turn into the toxic dust and polluting the environment with the tires because of the weight of the batteries. It's
that's
worse than hydrocarbon emissions.
That's what one of them, I cracked up because it totally bumfuzzled that one chick. She didn't know what to say because they had this one little director up there and point blank asked her going, okay, so, I see you're saying how this is going to be better for the economy. What are we doing with the ones that go bad? With the toxic lithium batteries that go bad, what do we do with that? Well, but see, this is going to help increase this. No, what do we do with these? And she until the time and see, and then what they do is they play that timer game. So then they sit there and go, until that 5 minutes is gone. And then, of course, the next one's a Democrat. So they're going to let them just spin way off of that topic.
Yeah,
And that's
I
what
hate
keeps happening now. I
that.
watch these damn things. It's disgusting as shit.
It is. It's disgusting. And I've always said, why don't we take our waste and dump it in active volcanoes? It may cost a little bit more, but the heat in there is closer to plasma temperatures that would destroy most elements in the lava.
Well, yeah, it would be worth looking into, but you got to watch. Trust me, I'm a redneck in the woods in Southeast Texas, so it's like, yeah. But I would say the first concern I would have is that okay, when you do that, yes, it's going to melt what goes in, but when it does that, it's now going to change the temperature of that because it's kind of like baking an oven. An oven doesn't stay at 350. When you open the door and put the pie in there, it has to keep cutting the element on to stay there because so that means that temperature might change. And then are we fixing to do some bright ass idea like we did with asbestos when we thought that shit was just as cool as it can be, you know? And it's kind of like somebody throw the wrong shit in there and it takes a little too long to melt that down and let that heat get back up. We might have issues.
Well, actually,
Amir beat me to it.
if it was mixed properly, you've got a lot of flammables that would go in there and actually add to the heat. It's like nature's giant incinerator. And as big as some of these active volcanoes are and the amount of lava and stuff they got in there, if it cooled it down a little bit, it might not be too bad of a thing. But what I'm saying is we've got natural things that I say that God put here on this planet for us to use, and man is not using it because there's no profit in it.
That's well, it's the love of money. That's the root of evil. The root of evil is the love of money.
Love of money, greed. I hate
Yeah,
greed.
because if you think about it, I used to gripe about it as a kid, even going down into Houston when we'd go down there for the Texas Jam. And you'd see these abandoned buildings, but then right across the damn highway or some shit is a new one going in. It's like, well, what kind of crap is that? Why don't you just do that? Hell, I watched them come in here after the little flooding and the storm we had. They were going to work on help the people with their next house, and all it needed really was a roof put on it and then some work done. They could have easily hauled that right over to an abandoned lot and put it up for a vet or something that needed a home and then built them. Instead, I watched an excavator sit there and they didn't try to salvage one damn thing about it, dude. Homeboy took that grapple bucket and commenced to just go and knuckle, and then grab it and put it in the back of a dump truck. Knuckle. And anything that was in that house, they didn't even bother looking inside. It could have been fully furnished. They wouldn't have gave a shit. And I'm thinking, see, this is what happens when the government, because when you're not have any responsibility in the work that's being done and the cost of it and what that means and takes, then you just go flamboyant crazy and you don't give a shit and you just do stupid things like that. That was totally could have occupied a piece of land and could have had a vet or somebody in a home and you would have had both families now move forward. Bam. Nope.
Yeah.
All these places down there in these big cities that are abandoned and shit, if they would actually focus the tax money into that, it could be bam, all kinds of stuff, whatever. If you wanted to do apartments for people that like living stacked on top of each other or open up to shops or whatever, maybe trade schools.
It's like
but see, you don't want to encourage people to learn shit.
Yeah.
Moose just said it. Nature provided everything we needed and we screwed it all up. Go ahead and build towers and go build on deltas and fault lines. That seems like a really good idea. You'd think we'd learn as a species.
Hey, Tennessee Tactical, I'll tell you where I got the idea from. I worked with the scientists up at UAF Fairbanks they developed a plasma torch to destroy hazardous waste. And it worked fantastic to take hazardous waste and turn it into harmless ash, basically. Destroy it. And that's where I got the idea from, and I put it to the scientists that was working on that about, why don't we use volcanoes? Because the temperature is not far off from a molten magma and molten lava is not far off from what these plasma temperatures are reaching, which is basically what the sun is a plasma. And or figure out a plasma type reactor that could handle this waste. Because all this stuff is coming out of the ground. There's nothing coming from outer space, basically. from off this planet. Everything we got is made here comes from this earth that we're living on. But yet they're
Well,
going to destroy
yeah, but there's
millions.
some stuff, Moose, that we have put together that weren't naturally together,
Right.
that we bonded them together.
But it came from the earth originally, like plastics are made from petroleum. Petroleum
I
isn't
think
made
they
from
ought to make Democrats trophies from the old fuel cells of nuclear power plants. That's what I think.
Right. Back in the old day, we used to take the old lead acid batteries. We would dump the lead out in a container and neutralize it with baking soda. We would take that battery and we had specially designed smelters that we would build a big fire in and we would shove those batteries in there. It would burn the cases completely off with very little smoke because the temperature was so high. All the lead would melt down to the very bottom and funnel out into a catch pan and it was almost pure lead. I mean, you had to flux it and purify it afterwards, but most everything, it was pure lead. You can't do that with the batteries that were made like in the 2000s or whatever, because they changed the formula of the lead and started adding all these other metals to it to try and make batteries better. And you can't do it now because that's way more hazardous trying to deal with them. So, I mean, it's crazy what they've done. And now all these lithium ion batteries and that they're going to have to mine millions or billions of acres of this earth to get the chemicals to build these batteries.
I got it. It just came to me, Moose. And it's, batteries are DC for direct current. So let's put all the old batteries in Washington, DC.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I got to be the Debbie Downer, Moose. Otherwise, I wouldn't, be respecting all the people that bitch about me. So, got to give them a little something, something. There's one drawback to the volcano thing too. It would be what we could call the slag off of what would be burning. It would be kind of like when you were talking about with the batteries, and then having all the casings and all that burns away, and it always creates that slag that you have to take off the top of that to get down to the lead that's sunk at the bottom, the better shit. So as you dump shit into the volcano thing, then you would end up with a slag buildup that's going to push out somewhere, and you'd have the fumes from the burn off.
Actually, you won't. You'll end up with a harmless ash, but you get ash out of volcanoes anyway. But the temperature is so high, it destroys on a molecular level, is what they discovered. So you end up basically with harmless ash that's even less harmful than what really already comes out of a volcano when it blows with those gases, because you're getting all those gases. But what you're doing is you're just dumping burnable and destroyable type waste into molten magma, which is putting it back into the earth. That, our earth was formed, the crust formed from the volcanic ground forming from the molten core that we have on the earth. I mean, it's just something that could be looked at and done. Yep. And like they're storing all this nuclear material down in salt mines. Well, I hope they remembered that salt eats metal containers. Any moisture, salt eats metal containers. So if that humidity isn't kept somewhere around 5% or less, barrels are going to start rusting eventually, and nuclear materials are going to start leaking, and it's going to go right
Well, aren't
back.
those supposed to be? I thought they were some special design concrete and something else design containers that they actually put in, and that's what they've been storing them in and then covering them up inside.
Yeah, tell me how long concrete lasts before it cracks. I can show you every cracks in every concrete building.
Oh, yeah.
Round shape.
Well, see,
everything moves.
And that's where we've been going. We've been doing stupid things all through hell. Look at the Middle Ages. I mean, that shit crazy stuff. I mean, we always seem to think we're smarter than we really are.
Yeah. Yeah, Huck, I think, politicians, we might get the volcanoes to calm down if we threw enough politicians in there.
Well, we've got you got to have your sampling and your testing so that we know what parameters, what responsive, what would do what. So we need some test subject.
Yeah.
What's up, Chuck?
What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, and Muir's got a good point too, They are toxic.
Yeah.
Man, the love of money. It's
The
that
root of
power of that
all
money.
evil.
Because that's why they want the power. The power is the money.
And that's it. It's not the money, it's the love of money.
Yep.
People get greedy, and greed, I mean, I'm
That's
dealing
why
with it right now. I'm dealing with it right now.
sometimes, I can, it's gotten me unintentionally. I did it. That's, you eat out more. That's why I've told her going, ooh, wee boy, if I could rewind, hell, I could
Yeah.
just cut some expenses of all the extra stuff because you just kind of, I don't know. I was guilty. You get lost in some of the foo-ha-ha and you just make bad decisions.
I've been
But
like that all my life. I never went after the high paying jobs to get all wealthy and stuff because money to me was always something to make and something to spend. It doesn't do you any good sitting in the bank, basically, if your life is not enjoyable and you don't have the things that you're working for to get. So I always made enough money to keep myself fed, keep myself clothed, keep transportation, keep a roof over my head, pay all my bills, and have a little extra in case something happens. Well, now with the price and the economy the way it's going, I realize I've made a bad mistake. That I should have been working more towards a higher financial security, and even that now some people found by putting it in the bank to have that extra hedge, they losing it basically, and maybe they'll get some of it back with insurance or whatever. So that's it's getting rough right now with this economy. We had things great back a few years ago, and now they've gone, way downhill. Interest rate. I can't understand this. If you want the economy to grow, why do you raise interest rates, which costs people more money, which
they
cause
don't.
goods go higher, taxes, tariffs go higher. So the cost of everything is higher, which means my same dollar isn't right now. The dollar is worth what I calculated out. It's about 2.5 cents, 3 cents at the most from what the original dollar value was back related to when they put gold and silver as a standard. Our dollar is worth damn near nothing. It's almost worthless script.
Oh, I know. Well, and hell, Saudi's the one that was buying most of our shit up.
Yeah.
And then he's done pissing them off. I got to say, it was kind of classic listening to this reporter, man, because homeboy did the little speech over here and called Saudi the pariah. And then all of a sudden he ends up flying over there to ask him for some oil.
Yeah.
And he walks into this meeting room and then they're sitting down and this reporter screams out, "Hey, Biden, are they still a pariah?" And
Yeah.
the camera happened to be on that crown prince and he does this little smirk grin. And I'm like, see, this is the shit that worries me.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's just, and then what is it? He said something along the lines of, basically we're tired of catering to the U.S.
And see, everybody
So
thinks
come up, Chuck. It's a beard panda day.
everybody thinks oil came from dinosaurs. Well, I got news for them. They're wrong because oil wells in Texas and Florida are refilling, and there ain't been no dinosaurs around now for millions of years. So
Right.
the earth makes oil from bacteria and pressures in the ground and that. So we're not gonna run out of oil. And the United States and Canada has enough oil to last us for hundreds of years. It's just these willy-nilly politicians that we got think this Green New Deal. Hey, we've been living really fine since we first started using oil.
EPA regulations. Yeah, we've got
Well, it
more
opens up.
coal,
It's
natural
a whole
gas,
nother branch
fuel.
of a government-controlled thing. See, that becomes the thing right now. Fossil fuel setup. You drill some oil up out the ground. Well, anybody can do an oil company and go poke a hole.
That's right.
But if all of a sudden you do away with that, and then it's just this EV, and then you sit here and build this whole regulation committee and all these committees off of it. That's why the food industry's gone to shit because of like the FDA and all these regulations that they place. And that's how they go and use those same regulations. They'll change them when they want to attack somebody.
Right. Our best option for electricity is nuclear power plants. That's our best option. The problem with hydro, and I own part of a power company up in Alaska. We tried to do wind generation. We did the tests and all that, trying to find where we could put in wind generators. They freeze up in the winter. Solar panels, they get covered with snow. They don't work. You can't store enough energy for the demand in the winter that people, when the demand goes up for heat and energy, you can't stand that. Look what happened in Texas. So it how long are they going to keep doing this stupid stuff when it doesn't work in northern climates? I mean, yeah, you might be able to set up down at the equator, big, huge solar panel farms and wind farms and everything else. But where it snows and it freezes, it ain't going to work. So back off from it and start looking at opportunities and things.
The problem with your transmission lines is the same as it is with the communication lines, and they'll slowly work on that. And that's what they're working on regulations, because if they can control that fiber backbone, they don't. The government doesn't run any of the transmissions. Those are all based company styles that have sections that are in their own little thing that deal with the government as they cross all across the states and even across other countries and stuff, because some, will tie. If that were just open up and let people, if we got back to just a moral work ethic as before, where we actually did maintenance on things and it wasn't about the profit, it was about the quality of what was coming out. Because that's what shifted. That's like back appliances back in the day. You came up with a new stove. Well, you could introduce that stove, but the government wasn't against the people at the time. So what they would tell that company is, but you better hold the parts for that thing for 7 years.
Yep.
Now you can say that's a new item. And then see somebody along the way started to gripe about somebody having to hold on to 7 years worth of parts. And so they lobbied, because they have this whole herd of freaking people that exist up there that go lobby all the people's whine and gripes, the ones that pay for it. And all of a sudden that bill's gone away. So now these companies, now you go buy a TV today and in 6 months, that model is extinct. There's another model. Now we can't replace, we don't have no parts for that one. Yep. That's how we got here. It's our whole way of viewing and our whole way of life. We used to promote hard work. We used to teach our kids to go out and work. We actually encouraged a part-time job so that you could learn a work ethic, not as a way of survival. And in the back end, they kept doing all this bullshit money stuff until we're really working to survive.
And now we're in a throwaway society. If something breaks you, you throw it away because it's cheaper to go buy a new one, because there's nobody will fix it or can fix it. Not like the old days when your TV went out, you just took the tube down to the tube tester, you found what the bad tube was, you put your tube back in, and your TV came back on normally. Now it's not like that.
What is that? Vernon's? Vernors?
Well, at least it wasn't a Bud Light. I was going to start to worry there.
Something I don't think you guys got down there is what it is. The ginger ale. It's a ginger soda pop.
Yep.
Oh.
Good stuff.
And I forgot what the ginger ale that's popular down here. I forgot what the brand is.
I used to drink that one before I went out on the boat. You won't get seasick drinking real ginger ale and eating ginger on a boat. You won't get seasick. Better than
up here in Michigan, this stuff's like a cure-all.
Yeah. I just went and got some fresh pickled ginger today from the Thai food store too. Love my pickled ginger. It's good for you.
Dude, I've watched having to call a helicopter for people because they would take a work boat out to the platform and they would be getting seasick and they'd be telling themselves how they're going to be so much better if they can just get to that platform. And then they would get to the platform, that work boat unload everything, and he'd leave. And then for the next day, that dude could hit the sway of the platform, still seasick, and it'd be like, dude, you're going to have to, and they just couldn't get it together. You'd end up over there on the radio having to call in for a bird to come get his ass.
My problem was being out 3 or 4 days on the water and then come back and get on the dock and try to walk off the dock, and you're like, oh my God.
She used to make fun of me.
The dock, but I can't maintain my balance.
She
Weird
would
how that.
make fun of me in the bathroom because she would sometimes come in there, or if she was getting out of the shower, I happened to be in there because I just by nature I was doing that. I'm just swaying, or if I stopped at the kitchen sink, I'd be swaying.
Yeah.
I worked out there and it was funny. Let me get my cord. I think my battery fixing to go big. Strange.
The after waddle, yeah. It's got your sea legs.
Another good thing for motion sickness, aka seasickness, is saltine crackers.
Yeah, well, I learned do not eat fried chicken before getting on a boat. No fried chicken. You will chum the fish if you eat fried chicken.
It don't bother me. I already got my sea legs.
Yeah.
Did a lot of sailing. If you ever been woke in the middle of the night by hearing tack, you know what I mean.
There we go. Now the screen's back.
You know, rescue in a sailboat. When you're going against the wind, you got to zigzag back and forth, and every time you make this, like 90-degree turn in a zigzag, it throws the whole boat in the other direction. And if you're sleeping in a bunk or something, you could literally be thrown across the cabin of the boat. You, when you're sailing, you got to really pay attention to that type of stuff. Some people lash themselves down to their beds and stuff because of it.
Later, Magic. Make it a great day.
Take care, Magic. Good seeing you again.
Right, Grumpy? Grumpy said the first few hours after being ashore after a month at sea are fun too.
Yeah.
Links up top, Grumpy, if you got a moment or whatever. Anybody's welcome. There's,
Like
that's
Ray
why the
Charles.
links up there.
You like Ray Charles when you get on the boat. Back and forth. Oh.
I did hate work boats just because, dude, the only thing, a work boat consisted of diesel, pine sol, and cigarette smoke, nicotine.
Mhm.
And it was like, God
Hey,
dang.
Silver
And
Girl.
then dude'd be like, yeah, no, it's okay. And it'd be like, I'm just going to ride out back on the deck with the cargo.
Good to see you, Silver Girl. Good to saw you.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Silver Girl? Awesome to see
Hey,
you.
Silver
She's
Girl.
been here. I scroll up, but I didn't notice her right off the bat.
Oh, cool. Visiting with the grandkids. Right on, Grumpy. Yeah, it's good to see you, Silver Girl. Hopefully, all you're doing good. I hear some rumbling. I hope it don't start no rain shit again. I got part of my little pile dug up. Matter of fact, that's what's in my little gorilla cart full. I got to figure out what I'm going to dump the damn dirt.
Yeah, it looks like it could rain here too. All overcast now.
Oh, first birthday.
It's got that hazy look in the air here.
That is cool. Well, happy birthday to the little man. Ooh, yeah, I think BB finally mellowed out. Guess he decided it's too hot for all that damn shit talking. It's like, yeah, dude, just chill. Enjoy the wind breeze. Don't stress. Too hot for all that. Like that lady said, ain't nobody got time for that.
I'm thinking 60 degrees is the right temperature for me.
It's 84 or 85 right now.
Yeah, it's in the 80s here right now too.
And it's a
It's
humid.
dragging me. It's dragging me down, Rescue. I went out and did some work and stuff, and this humidity and this heat kicking my ass. I feel more out of shape than I've ever been.
81 and sunny and humid here in Florida.
He's passed out right now.
They're saying that we're supposed to be getting
Grumpy.
snow here this weekend, Moose, and it's in the 80s right now.
Yeah, y'all, your temperatures and weather's been up and down more than a new bride's pajamas.
Yeah, it's been weird here.
Well, last night here was like freaking 53 or 52. And now today we're at 84, and tonight we're supposed to be at like 55 or 57. I think tomorrow night's like 40 something. It's like, oh shit. It just doesn't usually the numbers, it's just like it really won't get that cold.
I'll be sleeping outside in a mosquito netting if it gets that much. If it gets hot like this at night.
Rescue, I thought we were having another auction soon. Well, yeah, I was going to do one with those Afghans and stuff, but I don't know, man. That last one, sorry, the chair timed out. That last one was kind of, I don't know, it was just
It's got to be a lot of work for you to get the packages to the post and everything like that.
Well, yeah, and it just, I don't know. Some of that shipping just wasn't cost effective.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. I said during that auction in the chat how crazy Australian shipping was going to be.
Oh no, that one actually was fine because she actually she went ahead, she had already figured it apparently, because she sent it when they sent the money. On that, it was some of the other stuff was a little rougher.
Even flat rate boxes are high now.
What's up, Pete? Roman Prepper. And then what? Guess I'll say some trip meal. Well, I don't know. And plus, you know what? It's almost like if I gotta say, there's a few people see they buy something at the auction, and then it's like I don't hear from them for the longest time. It's almost like some kind of weird curse on auction.
There was a little bit of that going on when I did that auction of mine. I didn't hear from anybody right away, but others I did hear from right away. Annie at Jack, I've been in touch with him ever since the auction. There's others that I stay in touch with, but it just, some of them, they seem to vanish a while, I guess.
I know it was like after the books, I was like, well, I know I got the book list right, so nobody said anything about getting the wrong book, but it's like, I don't know, maybe they're just busy reading the books.
It could be what they call buyer's remorse. There could be a little bit of that. Might take some time to get past it or something.
I know, and to be honest, I'd rather not know it because then I would just feel guilty because it's just that's how I roll.
Yeah. That's good. You got one of those cursed things called a conscience, Rescue. Isn't it fun?
Yeah, well, if that's the worst thing I had to deal with, I'd have it made. What is it, 5:15? It's almost chili time.
6:15 here in Florida.
Gonna have some chili with beans and cornbread tonight.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's one of them moments when we do the chili with beans with cornbread.
I don't have any anymore, but I used to have these little cast iron griddles that you pour the cornbread batter into, and it'd make these little corn cob. Yeah, little corn cob shaped little bread stick like thing.
I think we've got some of those. I know we've got one that's got the little pie shapes. But But I think we got to actually, because when you pour it in, then half of that, you flip it over and it's like a little corncob loaf.
Yeah. Oh, that's good because then it makes. Ooh, I like
Corn.
mine well done, and it's easy to get it well done on those griddles.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one of the cheap China made ones I use for casting lead bars into, so they're different from my other bars, so I know what composition that lead is.
There you go.
But I've got several of those corn sticks. And I got one I
Hey,
found that looks like
Moose,
fish. So
does
when
that
you
mean you can technically call them bullets? Those are some corn-fed bullets.
yes, yes they are. I've got a cornbread maker that makes it look like fish for making like a baked hush puppy to go with a fish dinner, and you have a little fish shaped hush puppy.
Oh hell.
Yeah, that's making my mouth water a little. I got to admit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Pete, talking about using the little cast iron mold that you'd use for the corncob muffins. Well, if you use that as your lead mold so you can keep lead separated, then when you press those out, that's technically corn fed.
Yep. I could load a handful of them in my 4-inch cannon and take out the driveway or whatever's in the driveway.
And I remember
Well,
whenever
if you're
you
gonna
could
do
go
that,
around,
Moose,
you could
right
pick up
while
all
they're
them
in the
little tire
mold,
weight things.
I was gonna say cut some steel cable, little steel cable like dog cable, and
Oh yeah.
attach a couple of them together when you do that. You know, where you can make little bolo rounds.
Yep. Yep.
What's up, Pete? Doing pretty good, sir.
I got a 1 pound and a 2 pound cannonball lead mold that you can put the little eyelet in that works great for that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I knew an old guy used to have a bunch of cannons, and he used to pull them all. Well, actually, it was when he had help pulling all that stuff out. We'd get it all out and shoot them all out. That was fun stuff.
Dude, I remember being a kid. I just see that's one of them things. It's like
Yep.
I try to tell my kids going, I'm telling you, there's going to come a time in your future when you're going to wish you had to listen because, and they'll be like, and one of mine is like one of those, the little lead things. As a teenager, dude, we used to sit on the canal. I had all these little molds for all the little anchors, the little barrel anchors, the teardrops, the pinch ons, the little torpedo jobs, all that stuff, because we'd sit up there and trot line fish and stuff with them. So you'd make your own little weights. Well, we'd go by and pick up old spare tires and we'd break off the little tire balancing weights and go take them home, sit there and smelt them down. And then I kind of realized that, you just, there's so much little things growing up that, yep, just
We
didn't
went
have
to
to bring them up.
Walmart parking lots with a pair of pliers.
Yeah, nowadays you get a.
Now they're zinc. They're not lead anymore. They're zinc, and they ain't worth a crap.
Oh,
It's hard to smelt them. But yeah, I'm going to say I've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 or 50 different molds, lead molds, still in my collection. I've got 3 lead pots. I've got to make a trip up to Michigan. I got a friend up there that told me he's got between 1,000 and 2,000 pounds of lead I got to come get free. So I got to make a run to Michigan and get that sometime in the future.
Moose, you make a run to Michigan, you let me know. I'm between Flint and Detroit.
Okay, do you know where Whitehall is?
Hold on, I got motorbikes going by.
hey, Moose, how long did it take you to get from where you were at down to me? Do you remember right off?
About six and a half hours.
And then if you remove that one little detour part, it'd have probably been what, 5.5 to 6?
About 6 hours, yeah, I think so. Because you have to stop and get gasoline and pee, so that they don't add that into the driving time. But about 6 hours.
I was just gonna say, hell, you get back to the house, you get settled back in. We might could plan like a little weekend run, come up and see you for the day.
Okay. That'd be great.
Moose, where was it you was asking me if I knew?
I've got to go to Whitehall, Michigan.
Whitehall.
It's over on the west side of Michigan.
That's why I don't know it. It's because it's on the west side.
Yeah, it's not far from the lake there on the west side.
You'd be closer to Devil Dog.
I'll steer clear of him. But my plan is to come up through Ohio. I want to stop and visit another YouTube friend there, and then I can go kind of right up there to Michigan. Be up there a couple of days picking up lead and loading up. We've got some other stuff.
Well, you never know, anyways, because that's my goal is to get mobile here, and all of my kit fits in my truck. And I'd like nothing better than just to drive around the states and meet everybody.
Yeah. So what town are you in, Carl?
I'm in the Thumb area. I'm right on a line of a couple counties. I'm in the sticks, but I got
Yeah.
the city of Flint, north of me, and then I got Detroit south of me.
Oh, okay. So you're on the east side of Michigan.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And how wide across is Michigan?
Oh, it's a few hundred miles.
No, but that was funny though. A few hundred miles.
A few hundred miles. Yeah, like Texas, it's a few hundred miles.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the angle. And what's screwy about Michigan, is Detroit's down there on the bottom of the Thumb area, and most people know where that's at. And they
Yeah.
started like a dot there and worked a wagon wheel of radius off of it for the road systems. So if you don't realize that Michigan's road systems are like a wagon wheel coming off of Detroit, it's really easy to get lost because there's not a lot square. you know, things aren't square around here. There's not many square blocks. They're always going to be like a triangle or some shit.
No. Yeah, it was as bad as my GPS putting me on the way to rescues down in the sticks. It put me on highways, and then it took me on back roads, and then it put me down through the middle of metropolis areas to every stoplight and that. And I'd have been there sooner, but it got me there. It got me there. That was the main thing.
Was
Well,
it pretty easy from here to get out on the 10? Did that go out pretty good, Moose?
That wasn't too bad. Yeah, I went all the way down and then took a left somewhere where the road dead ended and took a left. I think it was that 59 or something? I don't know. Anyway, it went across into Beaumont there and then picked up I-10 right there and boogied. And I made it all the way to Hammond, Louisiana before it got dark. I finally said, I'm stopping here. I'm not going no farther.
Hell
And
yeah.
traffic was crazy. And spent the night there at Hammond. Found a nice motel right next to a truck stop for $75. It was clean. It was friendly. Had smoking rooms. Very good people. They put my truck under a security camera off on the side with a trailer. Right. And I was just like 20 feet away from it in the room. Yeah, it was, and it was a quiet room with all these trucks running over in the parking lot across the street at the truck stop. It wasn't bad. And got up
Oh,
the
yeah.
next morning, and at just about daybreak, I went and got my deposit back for the key card and thanked them and got in the truck and boogied. Made it all the way to Florida 13 hours later.
Hell yeah. Later, Pete. Have a great time. He said movie time. Y'all be safe. Later, brother. Make it a great day. Have a good time. Kiss off. Let's have a birthday party Thursday. I don't know. What's Thursday? Well, this Wednesday though is payday, so then that means there's things to do. Is that the Oh, that's the 20th. That's what you're trying to do. I see what you're pulling now. I pick up what you're putting down.
I need to get hold of Bug Out Bushido and let him know where I'm at. Maybe he wants to get a day off or something, and he's not busy. He might want to make a trip up here and meet me. And with all this hurricane survival stuff I got here in this house, it might be to his advantage to come up and visit.
Right.
Hey, can you use this? Can you use this? Can you use 10 million plastic forks and spoons?
Yeah, I think if you had some help, you'd benefit from that a lot, you know. I remember moving, and I remember being in the same position you are, and I had semi truckloads. I had a bunch of trucks and trailers and all kinds of stuff. You know, it's no fun moving all that stuff. It's a lot of work, especially if it's glassware too. Now you got to pack it right.
Yeah. Well, my mom was the tub queen. I've got those Sterilite plastic tubs. I don't know how many of them yet, but there's dozens and dozens of them. But they're full. But they're going to get cleaned out and see what's in them and stuff sorted. And then I'm taking the empty tubs and I'm packing stuff in them. And I brought 4 of those 15-gallon India spice barrels from India. They have the sealing top goes on and then the locking ring, and you can wire it shut. Nobody can open it. I've got 4 of them strapped to the front of my trailer, and I'm going to pack glassware in that, in probably in bubble wrap and plastic bags in boxes, and put them down in the barrel with padding and stuff. And I'll be able to probably put, oh, I don't know, several hundred pounds of glassware in each barrel, and it'll be perfectly protected. It'll be waterproof, rainproof, being that they're strapped to the trailer and tied down 2 ways. It should make the trip all right because stuff won't be bouncing around. So I got that much planned anyway.
That'd be cool.
Man, if you know, I don't know about down there, but every dollar store around here puts hundreds of boxes out to this like a dumpster enclosure area, and you can get free boxes from dollar stores up here. All you got to do is ask them; they'll tell you take as many as you want. You get them from inside the store, and you know they're not even broken down yet or whatever. You get free boxes that way. I've done it enough up here. I don't know about down there though.
I usually go to the post office and get those flat rate boxes, put them together, and pack the stuff in. When I unpack them, I've got a flat rate box ready to mail out to somebody.
Yeah, they give those away.
Sorry, I was a little distracted. No, we're not going to do dinner. I don't know if I want to do a live or not. I don't know.
I was happy to turn on my computer and find you doing a live after what I've been through around here, and I'm just thankful the other people, my relatives, left Thursday, and I've had the house to myself to kind of unwind and take care of the cats. I've got outside cats and inside special diet cats, an old cat to take care of. But it's been quiet, peaceful. I've been starting to sort through stuff and look through here and look through there and trying to figure out what the hell they did before I got here and clean this mess up and find things. And I don't know. I'll be lucky if I get out of here in 2 or 3 months.
It sounds like you definitely have a handful.
Both hands full and no butt behind me.
Man, yeah. Yeah, because you're the goal is to go through, clean everything out, and then at the end sell the place and be totally done with everything.
Right.
So wow. Yeah, that's
and we've got to clean up the outside of the house. I talked to a realtor. Uh, my brother just kind of wanted to dump the place for next to nothing, and I said, we're not dumping this place. I will refuse to sign the paper. This place is worth money, and Florida real estate is going up, up, up. Well, you sell it, he said. We're getting all these offers in the mail to just buy the place as is, but it's low ball. I know they're going to low ball us. So I talked to a realtor friend of mine in North Carolina. He told me what to do. I called the local realtor, talked to her. She happens to be a Marine Corps veteran, her and her husband both. She handles estates and trusts, real estate for people like me all the time. She loves this area. She's in the area, and she gave me a value on this place, a range value. And when we get things squared away, she'll come out and actually do, you know, that kind of
full
thing. But
place.
she also has people that will come in and do the landscaping, do painting if needed, do cleanup, whatever. But the low number on the range is more than what my brother wanted to sell it for, and the high end of the range is way the hell up there that would make me a happy SOB if it sold even close to that. So
Okay. Well, just make sure that keep track of what they take out for like doing the landscape and gonna cleaning and doing that they don't like.
well, that all goes into the trust deal, and then see once everything's done in the trust, me and my brother split it 50-50. So
There you go.
that's why I want to get most bang for the buck at this time. So this is it. This is the last hurrah. There ain't no more borrowing money from mom in an emergency. This is
That's it.
it. This is the bank account right here. So, and then I can improve Red's life and my life in Oklahoma, and that'll be the good thing. Put it to some good use and repay the kindness of some people that helped me.
It's got to be a 1,000-mile drive then.
Oh, it was 1,000+ miles to get here, and it's going to be 1,000+ miles to get back. Plus, I'm going to take a trip. I'm going to take a trip up to South Carolina before I leave here, head back to Oklahoma. I'm going to go get me some new teeth made up there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can get a full set of dentures for like $400 or less.
Oh wow.
And you go in at 7 o'clock in the morning. They take the impression. They tell you to go eat and come back at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, you come back. They got your dentures ready. They shove them in your mouth, make sure they fit good. You pay them, and away you go.
Hot damn.
Yeah, that's where I flew down from Alaska when they wanted like somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 to pull my teeth and make me dentures in Alaska. I bought a $700 round trip plane ticket. I got on the plane. I flew down to Myrtle Beach. I happen to have a friend that lives just over the border in North Carolina. Contacted him. He picked me up at the airport. Told me I can stay at their house while I'm there. I got in on that weekend. They told me at the dentist place to be there Monday morning is when they do this for pulling teeth. Went in there at 7 o'clock in the morning. They did an X-ray exam on my mouth. They took an impression of my teeth and said, "Okay, come back at 1 o'clock. Go eat and come back at 1 o'clock." I come back at 1 o'clock. They put me in the chair. They numb me up, and this dentist come in, and I told him, I said, "Well, I heard you were the best tooth puller in South Carolina, so I'm here to have your services." He said, "Well, I don't know about that." And he poked around in my mouth a little bit. He checked for numbness and stuff, and he come back, and he poked around in my mouth a little bit, and left, and come back, and started poking around in my mouth. I said, "Well, when are you going to pull my teeth?" He said, "I already got 5 of them out." I said, "Well, you are pretty good." After the numbness wore off, I did not have any pain. I didn't have to take any pain medication. And he got done pulling my teeth, and they swabbed me and cleaned me up as best they could. And then they shoved those dentures in my mouth right on those fresh open gums. Told me to wear these dentures for that night and then rinse my mouth with salt water and try not to get a dry socket and all. Come back in a week, and I went back in a week, and they refit my dentures. And while I was there, I went in that Monday morning, since it was a week, and I had them take another impression, made me a second set of dentures that I picked up that afternoon when they fit my other dentures. So I ended up with two sets of dentures and all my teeth pulled, $1,100. So the whole deal cost me just over $1,800 plus food expenses and that down there to get it done. So good place, good place. They've been in business for years, and they've got two places in South Carolina, and I always went to the Myrtle Beach. So I'm gonna drive back up there. Maybe we'll come across the old Bullfrog and Nicole while I'm there, and find out where they are, and maybe stop and visit them on the way up or the way back. And but yeah, I'm gonna go get me some new dentures made now, because it's been almost over 10 years since I had those dentures made, and I still got the two pair of them, but I've been having to fit them myself, and it's time to get new ones that fit right.
There you go. Yeah, I could probably stand to go to the dentist. I have a half a tooth back here, and sometimes that sharp edge on that tooth cuts my tongue.
Read what Kiss Off wrote. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't see nothing.
Kiss Off wrote, Carl, the last person that poked around in my mouth, I married them.
Pretending I didn't see it.
Too late.
Crazy. We already got a free shot.
That's it. I'll even help you out. Bam. It can't be unseen now.
Moose, did you already do stuff with Nikki?
I talked to her on the phone. She knows I'm here in Florida, and I told her where I'm at. She's about 4 hours away.
Right on.
And we talked for, oh gosh, I don't know, an hour or two on the phone, and I sent her pictures of some of the stuff, because she does this kind of stuff. She takes estate clothes and stuff like that and sells them in her online market or whatever. But she had somebody that, a friend of hers that passed away, and she's stocked up with stuff so much. I don't know if she's got room for any more the way she was talking, but I was going to have her come up here and look at this stuff and either assign it to her or let her have it for a cheap price. And so I don't know if she wants to come up and meet me at least, but we'll see what happens. I'd be happy to meet her too, and Uman. And I don't know who else there is here in Florida around this area either. But and I haven't heard anything about Dusty Data. Now I'm going to say he's about 4 hours away from me to the northeast over in Palatka. But now I may be headed up kind of that way to get up to South Carolina. So, but I don't have any contact info for Dusty. I heard he wasn't doing real good, but he got diabetes and high blood sugar so bad that he was in the hospital. And I wanted to tell him how I beat it.
That's not good.
Yeah. So I'm just tickled that, my cancer's in remission, my kidneys are working back at 85%, and my diabetes is down at the lowest pre-diabetic level number. And if I can go below 5.8, it means my diabetes is in
That's all
remission.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what. I
So
don't.
hell don't
I
want me.
talking to him about that a long time ago.
Yeah. Hell don't want me, and heaven ain't made up its mind.
I don't know. And it's even before the coop thing, that just definitely made me have a mistrust. But before that, I don't know. I've just never been I always buck the system. I'll
Yeah.
I'm the duct tape dude. It's like, oh
But
shit,
you don't,
you still got the piece of that? Put it there, and then let's just wrap some tape around it. By the time this tape falls off, well, if it's real bad, we'll just have to clean it up and we'll put some more on it. And the second one ought to take care of it.
the thing
I
is,
can
Leslie,
totally relate with that.
if you don't buck the system, it will buck you.
Yeah. Well, it's like with all this, hell, they wanted to give me all these meds and do all these things. I know, if you can't tell me, you done look from the upper and the lower and shit. You done snap pictures from all different kinds of angles and had me act like a contortionist and shit while you do all this crap. Yeah. Yeah. But see, that's that they like that money, so they just keep bouncing them tests. Take this and here, we'll schedule this. No, I don't think so. I'll figure this out.
Yeah.
If it gets worse, I'll let you know. And that's where we leave it. I think I was supposed to have an MRI actually on my birthday. I think that's what the missus told me. And
Well,
I'm like,
happy
yes,
birthday.
I'm not seeing that. I think I need my money somewhere else. So. Hey, what's up, Rocksteady? Yeah, I'll be
Rocksteady.
have supper time here shortly.
Yeah, it's getting toward that time, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Down here at 5:45. So there you get your 6:45.
Yeah. I ate a late lunch, so I'm good to go.
Oh, shit, I don't know about you guys, but I've been sitting here munching the whole time.
I figured.
You got stuff there to eat, Moose, or you got to go get you something?
Oh, I went and got shopping yesterday.
Okay.
I went to my favorite old time Greek store down here. I've been doing business every time I come down from Alaska or from Oklahoma to visit mom. There's right down a few blocks down the street is this big Greek store. They've got great big giant hothouse tomatoes that are just the best tomato in the country here. But they used to have the best Braunschweiger and the best Cabanossi Polish sausage, both regular and dried, that we carried the dry as hunters for eating out in the woods. And they had all this exotic meats and sausages and stuff. And I get the big, Greek olives, and they've got the other olives there, And I went in
Black
there,
olives?
the black olive, yeah, they got the Greek, what the heck's the name of them? They're done in wine. Anyway, they're selling. I got a jar full of them that big. They sell them by the styrofoam cup. I put them in the jar, put them in the refrigerator. But I went in there. They had the tomatoes, they had my lettuce, they had the olives, but there wasn't a stick of cabanossi or Polish sausage in the place. The guy said that they were getting it out of Chicago, and they haven't gotten any in weeks and weeks and weeks. I told him, well, you better give me the number to Chicago. I said, I drove down here from Oklahoma to get me some more cabanossi. You're the only place that had it, and some more of that good gold wrap Braunschweiger that comes from up north. And they said, we might get some in a few weeks, or
How long they been having an issue?
I guess over a month or so now. They
Damn,
haven't
see.
been able to get any stock from out of Chicago. Yeah, Kalamata olives. That's the ones. Kalamata olives. I got a great big jar. I sit and eat Kalamata
What's up,
olives.
Coop? Hey, Nikki.
But I don't know what's going on with the sausage market.
Yep.
And no Braunschweiger. They had the best Braunschweiger. Because I took a load back to Oklahoma and we put it in the freezer. We vacuum sealed it up and put it in the freezer. And on my last trip when I was down here 4 years ago visiting my mom for her 90th birthday, and I stopped in North Florida and filled up a cooler with a bushel of fresh raw oysters and iced them down and all that. Got back to Oklahoma, me and Red shucking oysters and eating raw oysters, and then we jarred the rest up and put them in the freezer. But
Dude.
yeah, so I wasn't happy. But I did get my sausage stuff, and then I had to go to a regular grocery store. And I can't believe the food prices out here compared to Oklahoma. They're higher up. They're higher here, and you
Hey,
think
Nikki,
be lower.
today's your birthday, right, Nikki? Because that's what Kissoff had said. And if it is, I thought it was like the 17th. But if
Well,
today's
happy
your birthday,
birthday,
then happy
man.
birthday, ma'am. I hope you and Jeremy go and have a good evening.
Happy birthday, Nikki.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was thinking the 17th. So is there somebody else that we know of in chat that's the 17th? I know TT1's grandson is the day after mine. And I know Roots is the same as mine. Thought somebody was on the 17th.
When's Bug Out's birthday?
I got a cool ass chicken card for my birthday. Homeboy playing the electric keyboard. Yeah, I thought somebody was on the 17th. I don't know. I forget shit.
When was tax day?
Oh, my shit nowadays, that was easy enough. The minute I got the damn thing in the mail going, okay, here's your little form. I was like, cool. Send it, give it to her going, there you go. And it was like, off it went. I mean, Social Security, it is what it is.
Yeah. So today's the 15th. So was tax day yesterday, the 14th?
I think technically it's today. Oh, Sophie's is tomorrow, so hers is on the 16th. Maybe nobody's on the 17th.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Have to be ready.
2 minutes cornbread. All righty, man. Thank you. You got 2 minutes left on the cornbread.
Okay, tax day is the 18th.
Oh, Benjamin says, yeah, it's the 18th.
I thought they moved it this year for some reason.
He's going.
I don't know. I haven't had enough money to make enough money to file taxes in years, so I don't care. I don't know when it is. Pretty good when they don't give you enough Social Security money, you have to file taxes.
Right. It's definitely, I just, man, I don't know. I just tried to do a little bit more each day, and I'll either do a little too much one day, and then that'll really. The tree was probably pushing the boundaries. I got to say, my damn whole side still lit up from that experience. But hey, what else you gonna do? It's not
Yeah,
like if I don't do it, all of a sudden I'm gonna feel awesome. So
that's the bad part. You can't get anybody to do it for you. Nobody wants to work.
no, yeah, even if I had the money, it'd be hard. Well, I don't know. I guess if I had enough money, I think there's probably a few I could probably get. Not sure exactly the quality might happen, but oh look, there's old Chuck.
If I was in
I
Alaska,
said cornbread.
Hey, y'all.
hey Chuck, if I was in Alaska and I told people I had acres of firewood to come cut down, and it was opening on Saturday morning, by Sunday afternoon there wouldn't be a tree standing because there'd be trucks and trailers in there and chainsaws running, and they would wipe out every tree out that I wanted and be gone. I put out the word up there in Oklahoma. I had firewood. Come cut all you want to clear some property, and I got all the trees marked with an X. I still got X trees out there, and I had 2 crews come in, and I got the other crews coming back, but they took so much firewood they're still stacked up with it. So, but nobody. I was surprised nobody else showed up and wanted for free firewood. No, you cut.
I don't even think people have the drive to cut their own free wood anymore.
Hey, there's the birthday girl.
Hey, Nikki.
Hey, I hopped on because Jeremy and I came out to sit outside and smoke a cigarette real quick because we're about to leave and go to dinner with some of the family. But since Soft's here, I told her I hadn't checked my mail yet. You know, see
Uh-huh.
that?
There
So
it is.
cute.
Awesome.
Listen, I'm not gonna.
Nikki, you realize you're the first one on today? You realize you're the first one on today with no beard?
With no beard? Oh, everybody else who's been on has a beard today. That's true. I don't have a beard.
Yep.
I shave. Just for y'all.
Right.
This is so cute. Sing
I know,
happy
right?
birthday with barking
Hey,
dogs. Thank you,
mine's a
Kids Off.
rooster. Mine's a rooster holding an electric keyboard and the wings playing the keyboard playing.
Oh, that's funny. That's so
She's
cute.
awesome.
I know. Kids Off is awesome. That is so stinking cute. So
Happy
cute.
birthday, lady.
Thank
I
you.
don't know why I was thinking yours was the 17th for some reason. I don't know why.
No, well, because there's so many April birthdays. So many. I'm sweating. God, it's hot out here today, y'all. Whew.
Risky, you gotta get Devil Dog up here to do a pole dance for Nikki.
Oh no, thank you.
He
No,
does
What
it-
are you,
he does-
28 or
he
29 years
does-
old?
He does
yeah.
it with he does it with a teddy bear.
That's funny. Thank you, dear. Is this in the freezer? Yeah, actually, I just popped up because like I said, I came out to smoke and Jeremy ran to the mailbox for me, and I just wanted to show you. So cute. Kiss Off is so sweet.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. But we're about to leave to head to dinner. He took me to lunch, and now we're going to dinner with some other family, so I don't have to cook today. So that's like the best birthday present ever, right?
Hell yeah.
I'll have to cook all day. It's awesome.
Right? Yeah, it's about chili and cornbread time. Of course, by the way, that's chili with beans
That's
because we're
fine.
having cornbread. So there you go. I know.
Bean soup. Bean soup is good. It's always good.
Who knows? That's too damn runny. I like my chili and beans. It's kind of like that Hormel Wolf brand and all them other people that like that chili with the beans in it, and some meat. And it's like, oh, yeah.
Well, I buy Wolf brand chili just for a fast.
Like
But
a
of
chili
course, I
dog.
buy the Wolf brand with no beans.
Well, see, that's good for
I
like
like
hot
to
dogs
add
or
meat.
Fritos or something. But when you're going to have some
I like
cornbread, then that's when you need some beans.
I like to add refried beans to my chili.
See?
Oh, that just makes it thicker.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does.
Well, it's beans, chili and beans.
Wolf chili's all right till it reminds you for the next 2 days how much it got to you.
You right?
No kidding.
I still do it though. I will put some Wolf brand chili on some Fritos and onions and cheese.
I like
Oh,
watering
yeah,
it down
man.
with a hot dog.
Or hot
Yep.
dogs. Yeah.
That's why I say, man, I don't know. My whole thing of the whole argument is chili is a meal, beans are a meal, and
Mhm.
chili and beans is a meal.
Yeah.
And cornbread and chili and cornbread and beans says that all goes together.
Yeah. And then you
Yes.
just take chili and beans and mix some cornbread to make the trifecta.
Yes. And you can make a what is it called? A tamale pie casserole. That's good
Ooh.
too.
You ever
It's
had
all in
Frito?
one.
You ever had Frito pies, Nikki?
Oh yes, that's what I said.
Oh, yeah.
I will put some chili
Shit, I
over
raised
some
3 kids plus myself.
Fritos, cheese, and onions. Mm-hmm.
That's ball
Got
game
2
material
guys.
right there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Tiger's right. Food is food. It all turns to shit.
It reminds
Yeah.
me for like 2 days after I eat it too that you're too old to eat this.
Well, that's what happens every time I eat jalapenos. But I eat them anyway.
Feel the burn.
Yep. Ooh. I eat them anyway.
Well, I hope you have a good time tonight and enjoy your birthday, Matt.
Yeah. It's funny. We went to lunch. I haven't done anything today. This is my lazy day. It's great.
It's your
We went to
birthday.
lunch and I came back and I was listening to you guys and I laid down on the couch because I was stuffed and I fell asleep. I had the volume turned down and the phone plugged in, and when I woke up, I don't know. I think I took like a 2.5 hour nap. It was 2 something 3. I woke up at 4 something and I was like, wow, he's still on. It was sitting there, my phone was sitting there and y'all were still on, and I was like, damn. So I grabbed a beer and I came outside to wake up and smoke, and I was listening. And then, of course, when I got the card, I had to hop on and show you all the card because Kiss Off is super sweet. I got a birthday card. So sweet.
Yeah. That's
Rescue, how many times when you was doing lineman did you have cans of Wolf chili in your truck and go set it on the engine until you get ready to go eat?
cool. Oh yeah. Well, and
Oh yeah,
I know people will find this kind of like, oh my God. But Vienna
coffee.
sausages, personally, son, when you're out running around in that bucket truck and you ain't no telling where you're off in some damn back running line shit, and buddy, it's a little nippy outside. You want to take a can of Vienna sausage and you pop that little thing a moment and you set it up there on that manifold.
Well, I was
Set it
gonna
right
say,
in one of them little pocket craters between your chambers, and it'll just rattle,
Please,
but it'll heat
please
up.
don't do it anymore. Don't do that anymore, please. They're all lined with
Hell,
plastic in those cans now. Back in the
when I
day, it
was
used to be
locked up on the East End, when I was in the tractor squad, I used to run around with a pickle jar wrapped with duct tape and T-shirts and stuff, filled with my coffee and coffee grinds, tied up in a bandana that would dangle, and that was sat on my manifold of my John Deere tractor. That's where my coffee all day.
The snowmobile shops up in Alaska used to sell a burrito container that's strapped to your snowmobile exhaust.
Thank you,
You
Mama.
put two burritos in there and a little stainless steel and lock it in, but it clamped right to your exhaust. So you're out cruising and you take a break, you stop and pop the thing, you had hot burritos on your snowmobile out there at 20 below.
Yeah.
nice.
I think the
It-
worst thing I ever seen anybody eat for lunch, my helper loved potted meat, but he was raised way out in the woods. He'd take that potted meat. He always had burrito or tortillas in the truck, burritos or potted meat and things that hoop cheese. And he'd slice hoop cheese and potted meat and put it on a tortilla and eat it every day for lunch.
I will tell you,
I
there's
like
been a few
potted
times out on some of these forest fires down here. I confess that nowadays, that was long enough. Statue of grossness is over. It's done and passed many times over. But be out there for a while and realize that, oh shit, there's still two of those damn burritos from Taco Bell on the seat. And actually come hiking back about 2 or 3 miles back up to the truck and get them damn things that's been in there for about 2.5 days.
Oh, now that's a bit much for me, but I will eat some potted meat. I like the deviled ham.
That's living dangerously.
Yeah, I like the chicken flavored devil ham. I get that and
Or get some
crackers.
grill.
Yeah, but I eat mine with mustard. Jeremy eats it with mayo, but I like mustard. Lots of mustard. Kind of like bologna.
Mayonnaise and pepper.
Mayonnaise and pepper. Okay. Jeremy eats his with mayonnaise too. For some reason, with bologna and deviled ham, I have to have mustard. Lots of yellow
Like
mustard.
fried bologna with ketchup, fried almost black, and then have it on really, really soft bread.
Yeah.
I don't even know ketchup.
Barbecue sauce.
I don't
Bologna.
use ketchup at all.
I think the ketchup I have, the bottle I have, I think we've had for about a year now. We very rarely use ketchup, but I use a lot of mayo and mustard though.
I don't know if any of y'all eat out much, but if you're anywhere, and even if you got it at home, Heinz ketchup, the outer ring around the Heinz label is the color the ketchup should be. So if the ketchup goes bad or if they messed with it in a restaurant, you could tell because the ketchup would be a different color than that ring.
Oh.
Huh. Did not know that. Are you a ketchup?
You know that
in the
company literally
Yeah.
had more than 57 flavors. They used to be all different kinds of flavors from that company. That's why they called it 57.
57?
Heinz 57.
Hans 57. I know that
Papa's
if you have a
Farm.
bottle, an old school
Evening, sir.
bottle of Heinz, and it won't, like you turn it over and it won't come out, and you tilt it at an angle and hit the 57 with your side of your hand, it makes the ketchup come out. I did learn that as a kid.
Well, 100 years ago, you could buy like a spicy one or a sweet ketchup or a pickled ketchup. They had all these different flavors.
I did not know that.
I don't buy Heinz brand ketchup because that's John Kerry and Teresa Heinz make their money off that. I buy Hunt's ketchup and boycott the Heinz.
I think
Now,
mine's
if
Hunt's too.
you go a couple hundred more years back, and people believed it was poisonous. A lot of people used to believe tomatoes, because they were of the nightshade variety, were poisonous. So they didn't eat them. A few hundred years ago,
They aren't really good
Not-
for you. They tear your stomach up. They eat the lining up.
Right. I was going to say nightshades nightshade do mess with a lot of people. A lot of people find it very hard to eat anything in the nightshade family, like tomatoes or eggplants or any of that, but peppers.
I eat a lot of tomatoes because of the antioxidant properties, and it's helped me lower my blood sugar levels by making a tomato salad. I use sliced red onion, capers, and then a raspberry vinaigrette, and it's just delicious.
Oh, that sounds delicious. I'd be all over that. I like tomato and cucumber salads in the summer.
Yep, tomato, onions, cucumber, and Mom
Yes,
used to do vinegar and sugar, and I like just putting
yes,
Italian in it.
yes, exactly. My mom always had sliced cucumbers and sliced onions in the fridge with vinegar and a little sugar and water, and we would just snack on them constantly. This pops up in- Hmm. There's another bearded man. Dang it. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one. I'm going to head out here shortly to go to dinner with the family. So thank you,
All
Kid
right.
Rob.
Happy birthday, beardless one.
Thanks. Y'all
Good to
have a
see
good
you,
one.
Nick.
You too. I'll be listening.
Take
Happy
care,
birthday.
Nikki.
Take care, Nikki. Happy birthday again, man.
Thanks. You too soon. Thursday. I'll be there. You're on.
Am I? Papa's,
Papa
you're
got
more than
some
welcome to
stuff.
come
I'm
up.
gonna watch that video.
There you go. Hey, Terry. Evening.
You get nasty weather reports down there, or they're calling for it up here again.
Well, it was supposed to do something this evening, but the sun's still out, looking okay. So,
You know how you look one direction is pretty and shiny, and you look the other way and it's kind of moogie looking. It's all like, and it kind of gives you that middle ways, and it's like, yeah, that just don't look right.
yeah. I mean, look at the weather. I apologize. I'm ducking out because I'm stuffing my face at the same time. Yeah, the rain chance is passed over now. It's
They
going to
say we
die
got here
down.
to 10. I need to look.
That showed a pretty good orange patch. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's a little southeast. It's over outside of Woodville and Sylvia and stuff moving up. So they get the shit.
Looks to me like we got whatever it was passed.
Oh, cool. Okay. No worries, folks.
Yeah, we was out running around trying to find somewhere to get our youngest to get his hair cut. You know, a lot of that stuff's gone since the flu come through.
All the small businesses up here too, Chuck. A lot of them are gone.
I was even going to get my hair cut off.
Hell, let's get you a set of wall clippers.
Yeah, I told my old lady, I said, well, I'll buy another set of them clippers like at Walmart. I said, I'd give him a shave. He goes, yeah, like our son. They look like they just went had chemo. Their hair was so messed up. She goes, oh, my God, look at these boys up here. I sure hope that ain't my boys. And she's seen them like fell out.
That's the handy part about going bald. It's really easy to shave your own hair.
Yep. When this gets to touching insides, I just whip out the clippers and run around it.
Yep, been doing it for years. Saved a fortune. Don't have to have shampoo or nothing.
I guess you can't really tell. I cut about 4 or 5 inches off a while back, and it's still there, I guess.
Well, the missus has been like, you could trim that up. And I go, no, because that means I got to do something. And the whole point I did this was because I ain't doing nothing no more. boy, when this gets annoying enough, I run clippers around it, call it a day, move on.
You know what I did? I ran my fingers through the bunch of the long ones and I grabbed it all in a point. And I took the clippers and just went eat right across that. And I said, yeah, that looks good enough. Because if I try to be pretty about it, I'll be back and forth. The next thing it'll be way up here.
Right. I probably should taper it in underneath.
Quickly.
It's forming up good. I can't leave the sides alone long enough to let them fill in. It gets tickling under my ear and back of my shoulder and neck over there, and I end up cutting it off.
Well, I did a goatee right after I stopped working, and it wasn't near quite this long, but it was pretty good little bit right there. But man, every time I'd go to ride, that shit would come up and it would pop me in my nose and started popping towards my eyes, and I thought, okay, so then I went ahead and cut that. Now this, yeah. So if I got out there and did it, this would be like some big old fluff shit all up in front of me.
That's why you see most of them riding and they got any kind of beard. They got them tied knots.
Put me some 3D print some little skulls in there so I can braid it up.
I was thinking like little wax tips with candles on the end, you know, like blackbird.
Yeah, like that dwarf had in Lord of the Rings, that little beads and skulls and all that stuff he had in his.
Yeah.
I got the skull beads for it. Thank you, Chuck. You give me an idea.
I'm lucky if I don't find food in mine.
I just treated mine with tea tree oil, argan oil, and then a little bit of lavender and peppermint, then washed it out, made it all nice and soft. Says it's supposed to help grow it, but I don't like smelling that stuff for too long. So. Hey, David.
Hey, David.
Hey, Mr. David. Well, hopefully that weather is not being rough on you.
Yeah, it blew by here. I didn't even see it. I was in here watching a movie, and hell, I ought to go look outside because they got it about an hour ago. It must have been about the time it come through. I don't even know if it rained out there.
It's been real windy here in central Florida over on the west coast. It's been blowing. That's a good thing because the mosquitoes have been gone.
David said it's sunny now, so that stuff must have blew around him. It's not windy. It'd be nice to have some wind.
Right about this time,
Real curious.
when it gets like this, should be out there whooping on them white perch.
Y'all are making me real curious because it looks like the sky is changing to that weird pre-storm look here, and I can't look while I'm on a panel. I wonder if we've got something coming. I almost thought I heard thunder. Well, you guys have been talking about weather.
I can tell you real quick that storm front here. The last time it ran all the way from here up into Canada by y'all.
Yeah, I remember that one. Like a big line angled across the state. I guess I got to do more nunchuck videos, Rescue. I do a nunchuck video. Guess the last one's got like 1,800 views already.
There you go.
Crazy.
You can go all kung fu master.
The one I did before that got over 5,000 views.
Before the nunchuck one?
The first nunchuck video, just a little short thing, man. It got over 5,000. Now this new one I just did got over 1,800. I'm going to keep doing them, I guess.
Virginia said, I thought Moose was about to wave a dollar bill over his head. A girl can dream. LML.
Oh,
Yeah, the lower's got a small storm front, Carl, right about in the middle of the state, running from like Jackson up to Cadillac. And then up in the UP's got a huge one up there coming across the lake up into Canada.
They said it's in the high 80s right now, Chuck, and they said we're going to get snow this weekend. What the hell?
Oh, damn.
you know what that is, right? Rescue. That's all you can eat for under $1.
There you go. I ain't heard that one in a while. Oh, you can
Thanks, Virginia.
where it says touche.
Yeah, I used to go to restaurants and I'd ask the waitress, "Do you take orders to go?" She'd say, "Yes." I said, "Well, get your hat and coat and let's go." Got some smiles out of it.
Right?
Never got a to-go order though.
Yeah, it's good to be somebody's smile today.
I tell you, there's a place when I go to the doctor up out of Lufkin, and damn, I forgot the name of that place. It's a family little restaurant drive up too, and it's actually cool because they're kind of like a Sonic where they have an area where you can just pull up, park. She'll come out and you order, and then they'll bring you the food, hang it on the window like the old days with the trays. Or you can go in the restaurant part, or you can sit out on a patio. But man, there is a lady, and years ago, the missus used to look at me funny when I'd do shit like this, but nowadays she's just like, "Hey man, that's what if you wanted that, we'll do it." I just we had the service and just tipped her 20, just gave her $20 on the thing. And then she really tripped out. And then the second time when we went back, I said, "Now, if I tip you on this little deal inside, do you get?" She goes, "Yeah, they've got it separated inside." And I said, "Cool." So we tipped her again. And I flat out just told her, I go, "It's so nice to be able to come to a place that's got decent food, experience that, have that, and you're in such a good mood that even if we're kind of dealing with some doctor stuff, it's at a better vibe." And see, and she even goes, "No, it's been so long. She hasn't heard that in so long." And it's just, man, that whole customer service thing is gone. Oh, wow. Mr. Papa's Farm. I think it's coming in. I see a little white window. There it is. It's the bearded man.
Yeah, Silver
Well,
just dropped something about another train derailment with hazardous stuff on it in Maine.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing tonight?
what's up, Papa's?
No much, Rescue. How you doing tonight, brother? Good to see you.
Hey,
Howdy.
Still sunny side up, sir. Hopefully that won't be too loud. How's the weather up where you're
I
at?
probably got a little bit of. It's good. The weather's good. Out planting in the garden a little bit this evening. Springtime's here. I'm glad to see it. I got a little bit of lag on my side of the audio. It usually does when I go live. So
Sorry about that.
Coming through good here.
Yeah.
Hey, Indy.
is everybody doing all right? What y'all guys up to tonight?
I was actually just shooting shit, just talking. We were just talking just now about customer service and how we just pretty much that, and we had talked about the love of money. It's pretty much pollutes everything.
Customers. Yeah, customer service that died out, didn't it?
Yeah, having it your way's gone.
Yeah,
this
that's
ain't
exactly
Burger
right.
King. You can't have it your way.
Today's in between prepping
I got a little
Nikki's
bit of
birthday.
echo.
Nope.
Oh,
Maybe
Nikki's
I do have
birthday.
it turned
Yeah.
up a little too
I
loud.
got a little bit of echo, so
It
I'm gonna
might
check
be
my
me.
settings
Just
right quick.
Uh-oh, they got a fungal
I'm gonna see if
infection
that
in
helps.
Michigan.
Yeah, I've seen that one. There was a paper plant that people caught some fungus off of the paper. There's been
So there's
one death from it now confirmed.
wow. So there's a fungus among it.
Yeah, that's a bad thing about
Yeah,
them little stripes they put in the sky up there. That's got aluminum, barium, funguses, viruses, germs, and spores. All of this stuff they put out.
it's almost like they're trying to kill us.
No, not them. That's all conspiracy.
If they kill us, they don't get any more tax revenue. So that's why it don't make sense.
It's not like they're trying to get everybody's land.
Sweet teeth, good to see you.
T-girl.
What do you say, T?
hey, T-girl. Alrighty, kiss off.
You
Have a
know,
good evening.
speaking of
And
mold,
don't be mean to Chuck and stop making him watch Fox News and tell him I said Sean Hannity is not his friend.
speaking of mold, and actually, you mentioned those sterilite containers earlier, Moose. I opened up since the weather broke and it got warm. I started going through stuff. One of those broke. Water got in, and I had about 20 bolts of camouflage fabric that's now moldy.
Are you gonna be able to salvage it by using a like a bleaching solution and then washing it?
I washed it today. I got it hanging on lines. I'm gonna find out. It's probably not going to be. I mean, it's not new fabric anymore. When you make something for somebody, you make it brand new fabric, not something you've washed. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna say try that OxyClean on it because it will act like a bleach, but it won't bleach the fabric out, but it should remove that mold and mildew, any staining and stuff.
I got rid of the mold, but the smell remains.
Yeah.
Can't you use starch and mule team borax? Use that; it should make it like new. Give it that crisp.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to make anything for anybody out of this stuff now. You know, it's going to end up.
That night vision won't see. It ruins it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just a bummer.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Storing that stuff outside, you got it in them tubs. If they crack,
Yeah, if you could get that smell out of it, you could use it for personal use at least.
Yeah, maybe I might use it for something myself, you know, but yeah, shit happened. You didn't get it all. At least that.
Papa's, whenever I mute myself, does the echo go away?
Yes.
Oh, dang. Isn't it
This
something
acts
how
funny.
this community is so widespread, we can get live weather updates from a chat and a panel all over the country.
Where's everybody at? I'm in central North Carolina.
I'm up Michigan. Central North Carolina, huh? I used to live in a place called Kernersville.
I'm stuck in central
West
Florida.
Kernersville's at.
You know where Kernersville is?
Okay. Yes, sir, I do. I know exactly where Kernersville's at. I'm actually in what they call the Sandhills region, around Moore County.
Oh, yeah. You ever heard of a place called Blues Lake, I think they call it?
I sure
Blues
have.
Creek. You know, when I was there in the 80s.
I was just going to say it's Blues Creek.
Blues Creek, all right. Now, in the 80s, I met up with these group of people. There was hundreds of them. There was a few hundred people in this big group of friends. They would get in they had special vehicles for this, but they would get cars and trucks and they would drive in the water around Blues Creek. And I mean for miles. They would drive along in the water, like 4 or 5 feet deep. Sometimes the cars start to float away and everybody get out, push it back to the shore. And it was fun. I mean, kegs and some guys had like little mobile bars built into their vehicles and stuff. And all we did was just drive around that lake in the water all day long.
Yep, you sure can. What you want to do for that place is kind of watch the rain. When you've had a little bit of a drought for a little bit, that's the best time to go. It cuts down on that floating away. But yeah, man, there's a lot of people, they ride up and down that creek for miles, find good little spots. There's spots cut out all through there and just party like hell.
Oh, you're the first one I've spoken to in years that knew what I was talking about. That's grand.
All right. Excuse me one sec. So Tiger is saying that there is a rotunda warning in eastern Missouri, a tornado warning in eastern Missouri, rather. That's where she's at. Thoughts and prayers,
be
man.
Careful. Exactly.
Stay away from the windows. And get low. Those are nerve-wracking right there, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all can go ahead. I'm sorry. I saw that and then I wanted to acknowledge her real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Bring it to attention. Anybody might be close to that area.
Yeah, you don't need to drive in that, Tiger.
Yeah, temperature's been real good around here. I don't know how it's been y'all's. We had some rain yesterday, not too bad. Expecting a little bit more tomorrow. But it's been generally in the 70s, 80s, and getting down about in the 50s at night.
That sounds like right here. That's what we were talking about earlier. It was about 57, I think, last night, or 55 or something. And then today was up to like 84, and tonight will be down to like 57 or 55. And which, when the wind blows, is really awesome.
Oh, yeah. It feels real good when wind blows.
Well, hell, guys, I got to drop down. I got to go take care of stuff. Y'all have a good one.
All righty, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck, you doing a live tonight?
All right.
I probably will if Bonnie don't.
All right.
It's nice meeting you,
Chuck.
Chuck.
To be up for that.
Y'all come hang out if you want to.
Right on, man.
Right on, Chuck.
Happy Saturday. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye,
Make
Chuck.
it a good day.
Yep, exactly. I think Ghost has a live tonight at 9, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of launching his T-shirt brand, I think, or something like that. His company.
Yeah, the website
sure.
and
the
actual T-shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I'm subbed.
Yeah, I'm getting some shirts made up through him. So I'm going to be there.
Heck yeah. Yeah, the meetup ones look pretty good. I was watching them that night he was doing them and stuff, and they were looking pretty good.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, he had those looking real good. He lives about probably about 20, 25 miles away from me down the road. He's not far from me.
Oh, there you go. Hell yeah. That's good support.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there.
Anybody
Indy
put
says
anything
she'll
in the
be
ground
live
this year?
Sir?
Just wondering if anybody's putting anything in the ground this year. Yeah, I see it. Independent says she'll be live at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. Try to be there, Independent.
Well, I'm trying to get there. That's what I've been cutting on this tree and then digging on this dirt pile. And digging is it's a new challenge for me. So got to just figure out ways to deal with that. But then I'm going to get over into there and I'm going
Yeah.
to start making some raised bed boxes. That's what I'm going to go with. That way
Yeah,
I
we
can
cut new
access stuff
ground
out of
this.
my chair.
Yeah,
Oh,
we cut
hey,
new
Indy's
ground
going
this year.
live
We
tonight too.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, we tripled
go
the
ahead.
size of our garden this year. So I got two new cut ground areas. We've got our one section. If you see in some of my previous videos, we started cutting ground and then turned it into raised boxes. Then I kind of expanded the garden about twice the fold. Now I'm planting wheat and sorghum this year, and of course expanding my corn, potatoes, and beans with doing the Three Sisters and pumpkins.
Everywhere I remember down there was tobacco. I remember watching the tobacco wagons roll up to the RJ Reynolds Company right there in Winston-Salem every morning. That was a big tobacco
Oh
growing
yeah,
area when I was there.
yeah, it was a big tobacco growing area when I was growing up too. I mean, it's matter of fact, when I had my first job as a kid, it was priming tobacco, and that was back. Matter of fact, I went 2 years where they were still tying it to the sticks and hanging it in the old barns. And then the farmer
Yeah.
that we was working with in the summers, he got the new smoker barns, the metal ones with the metal racks. So we had to, the hooping process was still the same and everything, stomping down in the hoops. But after it was cured and you took and hooped it up to go to the market. But the process for putting it, you didn't have to tie it to strings anymore. The women weren't over there tying the strings. You just stomped it down on these spikes and put the rack clamp on it, and you picked it up and slid it in on these racks and smoked it and came back and took it out of the racks and then hooped it. But yeah, the style kind of changed about the time I started priming as a kid. But I've been in it. Yeah, that's some hard work, hard, hot, sticky, nasty work.
I remember every tobacco shack I ever went into, and there's quite a few of them, I found black widows everywhere.
Yep. And when we were kids, we get paid $10 bill and a cold bottle of Pepsi and a moon pie. That was our payment.
Yeah, up here I remember baling hay for $1.25 an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, these kids need to learn more of this stuff, though. They need to go through more of this stuff. They raised too soft now. See what it's doing to our country.
Shit, one of my
Red used
first
to get
few jobs was a flagger. I was a flagger in a rice field. All I'd do is walk mounds and hold up the flags for the duster to come by whenever they would dust.
Really?
Red
Wow.
used to get 10 cents a stick to take the tobacco leaves off the sticks. 10 cents a stick. Pull all them leaves off the stick.
Yep. Yep, I'll believe it. That's not easy work either, untying all that and twining all them tobacco stalks.
I used to find some of that stuff that'd been left in old tobacco shacks way up in the top of the peaks of the shacks. And I smoked that stuff. It's even old tobacco.
Carl, you
Smoke.
smoke
Yep.
anything.
I see where Sherry Leach asked me a question. Papa's Farm, you going to be making molasses? Sherry, actually, yes, we're going to try to make molasses out of the sorghum. And we're also going to be trying to make some homemade mead. So that's something that's down the road in the process for it. Right now, our first year trying to grow the white soft wheat and the two types of sorghum. One's a bronze sorghum and one's I can't remember the other type. But the bronze sorghum is more of a sweeter sorghum, and that's what I make the molasses with. And the other type is more of a wheat additive type sorghum that's good for making either putting in with the bread. You can expand your flour with it. Different things you can do with the stuff.
That's the only kind of syrup we use in Oklahoma on our waffles is sorghum syrup. Looks like dark molasses.
Yep.
That's good
Yes, sir.
stuff.
Yeah.
By the quart, I think it's like a big mayonnaise jar. Maybe that's a big quart jar.
Yep. Who's all in the house? Still got Independent Mini United, Hoot Owl Holler, Cherry Leach, T Girl, Devil Dog. Good to see everybody tonight.
Yeah, some of my faithfuls, they come watch me make a silly fool of myself when I do one of my little projects. And then today I was actually just going to take a break for a little bit, but then it just turned into just sitting here shooting the shit. But I was cutting on some limbs, but I do need to take a break. And that's why tomorrow I'll cut on some more. Oh yeah. Hell, I built my chicken coop right here in live stream. Everybody watching me build my chicken coop.
I'll be up till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning going through stuff to make up for it.
Yeah, I get like that too, Rescue. Depends on how hard I work myself through the week. I remodel homes during the week and have to do all my farming on the weekend. Sometimes I might have to skip a Saturday and jump in on it on Sunday, take that day of rest.
Well, for me, I'm adapting to a movement thing and how to do stuff because almost 90% of what I do, I'd have to do from a chair. So it's a different perspective. Plus I was a bull in a china shop my whole life. So I'm the one God just blessed me with, I can learn anything I want to, so I can just pick stuff up and it starts just coming to me. So I've never looked for help or for anything. So asking for help's never been my thing. And then all of a sudden I'm here and I actually started doing this because of Dangerous Freedom. Indy took me over to his channel. I was pretty depressed in those days. That was a year and a half ago or so, something like that. Nowadays, I just share. I used to stream at night. Matter of fact, my last episode, I used to think my channel. My channel's always been just me, Rescue, but I used to do what was called the Sandlot. And matter of fact, the last episode of that was 287 because I even kind of made fun of that night when I decided, okay, no, this is just the last one. I need to kind of step forward. I'm a day person. I need to get stuff done. There's stuff I need to face and address. So I just took everybody along for the ride. I think I've stroked a few people out when I had a ramp issue right here. One day I was messing with the ramp and I kind of got really pissed off. So I kind of threw some stuff and the ramp included and people were freaking out. It made a lot of people nervous. But these are my faithful. Everybody, it's always about, and it's kind of funny too, because you see the chat and it's like here 18, 20, 30 people, but it's weird because it'll be about 300-400 views. So it's like a lot of people watching. I don't know. I get encouraging things sometimes. It's not my thing. So I have a hard time talking about the compliment side, but people tell me it helps them, motivate them and encourages them and shows them that they can do something. And I don't know. I think that's just the way God's working with me right now because I'm kind of hard headed. So.
Yeah, when one bar closes,
God works with.
Bar to go to Rescue. You know how
that's right, and no man can close any door that God has opened for you. So I mean, you got to take it and embrace it. I just wanted to point out a comment that Devil Dog 2856 made. It says, "Papa, Hutch and I figured out that Rescue doesn't like people not in a wheelchair." You hear him talking that mess?
I hear that fine elderly sir. That's why I see he knows that there. That's all I had to say was sir. Yes, sir, D-Dog. I heard you, sir. I'll get the finger here in a minute.
Yeah.
He hates that. And dude, he's the biggest pain in my ass when it comes to that too. Because it's just natural for me. I can't help it. I do it to my grandson. If he were to come up and go, Papa, I'd be like, yes, sir. And no, not D-Dog. I'm going to call me sir. It's like, really, that's what's got it at our age nowadays. See?
There you are, Rescue.
I knew I'd get the finger. And I told him I've been working on it. So when he comes up, and today when he came up, I nailed it. I caught myself before I did it. I was like, hey, what's up, bud? There we go. See, I caught myself. can't help it. Can't help it. I was
Yeah,
raised
T-Girl
right.
was calling you out too. T-Girl
I
said you
wouldn't
nearly
be.
killed her.
Yeah. I remember I took a chewing after that one for a little while. And that's okay. Kitsoff will do it. Kitsoff just walks out the room. Now, when I cut the tree, I think she just walks out the room. I set my scaffolding up. I got two pieces, so I set one higher than the other one, and then I just kind of pulled my chair up, stood up, leaned over on that, rolled up on it, got up on my knees, did that to the next one, and then cut the damn thing down. And it's, oh my God, oh my God. And it's like, I don't know. What are you going to do? Sit here and go, oh, man. I'm sorry.
Right.
The rest of this shit's working. I might as well be fine. I just, the whole innards part. I got some kind of colon, and I got a spinal issue. There's, I think, 6 or 7 vertebrae and some discs that are gone. So they're pinching. They've got my spinal cord binded up. So I get the whole numbness and all this bullshit. And I got some kind of colon crap, which I personally think is connected. They've already cut out some of those polyp things. They said diverticulitis. Of course, they go and do all this crap. And then finally some other dude goes, oh, you got diverticulitis. So I don't even know if they know what the hell they're talking about. I have no trust in that whole field anymore. They've blown it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they'll cut you apart and then re-diagnose you in the middle of it. So yeah, you gotta watch those. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky. Been healthy most of my life. Haven't had any major surgeries. No broken bones, any of that stuff, and it's not from trying. Lord knows it's not from trying, but I think it's all in agreement. I asked God to make me. I told him, I said, if you don't mind, sir, just when you're ready to take me, just drop me dead first, right there in spot. Don't linger it out. Don't put me in the rest home. Just go ahead and take me right there. I don't mind face planting in the field, not a bit.
Right.
Let's go ahead and end it pretty quick. So probably the price I got to pay at the end, all that health, I'll just drop dead in 1 minute out of nowhere.
Well, that's, hell, my body might as well have been in a dryer tumbling around over the years. That's how I met my missus 30 something years ago, was actually having to do therapy. And I was so bored doing therapy that I got into baking pies and shit for some weird reason. I still can't figure. We laughed about that the other day. And that's how I won her over. That's what made her end up calling me one evening, because I'd make food and take food to him. And the next thing I know, I get a phone call, and here we are 30 something years down the road. But I've been run over, been dead. Been dead before. That's why I've come to terms. I'm here as long as God wants me here. So I just keep trying to do the better I can every day, because you can sit and look at the negative. There's plenty of negative, and then that shit acts like a vacuum, and it'll suck you right into it. I'm a recovering dope head. I'm a 2-time convicted felon, and I've flipped that around. I've been in the Army and left that early because I was so out. I just had the anger issues. If I'd have gone to the Marines, they'd have probably whooped my ass, and that'd have probably took a different path. But the Army was just like, whoa, they come up with WTF way before that was a thing. And so I came home, and I went batshit crazy, go to the penitentiary a couple of times. And then you just realized that there's a wake-up call. And when I will tell you, I've had all these other cleaning thoughts, and there's been a lot of people have heard me say this stuff before, but for me, in all honesty, and this sounds so cliche and book stuff, but it ain't. It is what it is. Man, when that dude handed me my son, and I had my son literally sitting right here in my hand, it reshaped the whole flipping world for me. And literally said, oh wow. Yeah. Okay. And I proceeds to going, okay, I need to do things in a better way. I had been trying to be right. The last time I got out, I said, okay, I went down a different path, got into firefighting, all that good stuff, and try to help people. And so I tried to always do right. But I got to say that moment right there changed everything. And then it was just, I was setting a standard, and I can't ask anything of my son that I'm not doing, and leading him by doing it, not saying it. So then I started walking a different way, in a way. And nowadays, that's why people can tell you I whine in bed, because the worst thing for me and my biggest nightmare is I don't want to be a hypocrite. You go, Moose? Let everybody get you some supper.
Oh, saying, hey, Josh.
No.
Oh. Hey,
Josh,
Josh.
Gardner
What's up,
Josh
Gardner
was
Josh?
saying howdy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get to rambling sometimes.
T-Girl had an interesting comment. I'm not going to repeat that. I'll let y'all read that.
Let's see. I fell a while ago when I was feeding the dogs, and I'm house sitting, and Trump, their dog, tried to hunt while I was down on the ground. OMG.
I'm sorry to hear that, T-Girl. Hey,
Wow.
Camo Carl, what was you about to ask Rescue about some pies?
I said I don't see anything wrong with making pies. He was acting like there was something wrong with that.
Oh no. Well, no, it was pretty funny too. That's why we were laughing about, because man, I guess it's called OCD, but I was raised, if you're going to do something, then you do it to 110%. That don't half-ass
Well,
shit
wait a minute,
regardless of what it is.
wait a
So
minute.
when I
Hold
got
on.
into
Are we
this
talking
bacon
like
thing, dude,
5,000?
Are you
talking
I would open my
thousands of
mom's
pies?
cookbook, and I looked at that picture, and I literally sat there and followed those instructions until I literally made that pie look like that picture.
Oh, all right. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that, unless you was making like filling the house with pies or something.
Oh no,
Then
and
I
it
can
was
see
good
that.
pies too. I was just bored. I was used to doing shit, and all of a sudden I couldn't. It was be like, okay, well, you need to come to therapy 5 days a week so we can reshape and get you back up and going. And I had half my cervical spine, and they told me I wasn't supposed to work no more. As a matter of fact, I wasn't supposed to work, and I wasn't supposed to lift anything over 35 pounds. And I looked at that dude and laughed and said, my thigh weighs more than 35 pounds, dude. I mean, I'm 6'4". I weigh 280. So I'm not supposed to get out of bed. And it's like, well, I got kids to raise. I got bills to pay. So that's why I just have a
Carry
different view.
yourself,
And that's,
T-Girl.
I try to, if it helps people, but man, I will. It sounds kind of cliche, but if you'll just kind of, man, if you'll build a relationship with God, He'll give you strength. You'll have that inside you to do things that you might not have thought you could.
Yes, sir.
The evil
Yes,
stuff's
sir.
the
That's
doubt, all the can't
exactly
shit.
right.
Can't. How was that saying? Whenever I was a kid, I don't know. We used to always say it's like can't, never, could, and did, or something like that.
Can't,
Because you
never
just
could.
you didn't accept it.
Can't, never could do nothing.
That's it. Can't, never, could do nothing.
Yep. That's exactly right. There's
We must
days I
hang
get off
out with
work.
the
I
same
mean, I
people,
hurt,
Red.
I hurt. My back gives me problems, but I still push through because what am I going to do? Sit in pain or work in pain? Sometimes when I get up and just work through it, I mean, that's just as good as any Tylenol or whatever you're going to take. I mean, it's never going to stop hurting, but it seems like when
At
I'm
least
working
it
it
has a
though, it kind of
reason.
eases up, or it takes my mind off of it or something, like that. But it is what it is, But you got to keep pressing through. A little bit here, a little bit there, just like you're doing. Like you said, you're in a wheelchair, but you still doing what you can do. There's people that that as soon as they hear they got to go in a wheelchair, they give up right there in that moment. What for?
I'm
I
in a hover
consider
room.
myself very
What for?
fortunate.
I'm a hover room.
What's that?
I say, if you're in a wheelchair, roll on, big brother, roll on.
That's right.
I say I consider myself very fortunate due to my age. It's like you. I haven't been to a doctor since 1984. That was to get a leather needle out of the arch of my foot. I've never taken medications. I've had broken bones, but I set them myself. It's just knuckles and stuff. It's never been no major surgeries. I've never had any type. I got a bad knee now, but I don't need medications for it. I just consider myself lucky that I haven't ever needed the medical system at all. I mean, at all. I don't need it at
Yeah.
all so far. And I've
Amen
had
to
that
that.
same discussion with God. I don't want to go in my sleep. I want to fall my face in the woods someday and it just be done, just like you were saying.
Yep.
That's the ideal way to go.
Man, I've
Yes,
asked. I
sir.
don't
That's
want to
my
die
ideal way to
from
go.
that 6-letter word, and I don't want to die from fire.
Yep. But you know
That's
what?
my
I'd
thing.
take any of it than I would to die without God. You know what I
That's the
mean? To
truth.
die without knowing where I'm going. You know, I'll take any way He wants to take me out, as long as He takes me home when He's done.
Oh well, yeah, because when it's over, it's over. It's whichever
Yeah,
way it is. I just hope it's kind of
the
quick.
journey just starting after this body's done.
Well, I would say that's what I really that's one thing that really kind of here lately in the past few months has kind of stood out is just the length of living back then. Just you know, just looking at how long it's because it's documented back then. So you just see 700 years, 800 years, 900 years, and that was just a blip. And then here we are down to this like a little 100, or something thing, and thinking, man, this is forever. And it's like, this ain't even a quarter of what it used to be, much less what's afterwards.
Right. Exactly.
I don't understand fearing something that everybody's going to have to face. That it's a natural progression. You know, I mean, it's
Nobody
not
gets
like
out of this alive.
not like I'm suicidal or nothing. But I don't. I mean, I kind of look forward to knowing what's the next. You know, it's a there's
Hey,
you
I
get to a
understand.
certain
I
age and
understand
you can't
exactly
be
what you're saying.
satisfied.
Supposed to
You
be a
know,
better
you
place.
Hey, Josh.
and
Good
not
day,
to
buddy.
mention that almost everybody I know in life here in reality in person, most of them have gone before me. So it's like I'm you know, I'm lagging behind.
I understand that, Camo Carl. I mean, even at my age, I'm in my mid 50s, but there's people that, I mean, I could count more than two sets of handfuls that, was our age and they're not here anymore. Whether it was to alcoholism or drugs or just bad hearts. I mean, you start seeing people
All
drop
the
around you
above.
like that, and you're still standing. Yeah, and you're still standing. I mean, it's like, I mean, even people with cancer, people my age, and it's taking them out and been gone. It's like, okay, Lord, you got me here. I'm still here. What do you want me to do? Keep sowing these seeds? What is it? You just show me. I'm gonna keep doing what I got to do until then. But you show me. Maybe what I'm doing is what He
Every,
wants me to do. You know, I don't know,
every,
but He'll show me.
almost everybody I ever ran with is dead. You know, I came from a real small family already, and they're all gone. You know, so there is a point to where you realize you know more people that are deceased than you do that are alive. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
this community here has kept my chin up many times. Where I come here, I'm pretty welcome in this community. Not just rescues. There's a lot of people here that I know, hundreds of people, and they've made my day more than they know. Because I don't think people really know what it's like to be actually alone with no family and all your friends have passed on and stuff. It's kind of
Oh
a
yeah, dude.
Right.
I mean, I'm a loner and all, but there's some. It's like every time somebody passes away, it just reminds you everybody else that's already passed away too.
Yeah.
It can become overwhelming.
Well, there is a difference in between being a loner and being alone. Those two have a wide void between the two of them. They really do. I mean, you could be a loner and still have people that you talk to occasionally, whether it's family or friends, but being totally alone, that's isolating, dark, and it throws you in depression. And, a lot of people talk about, well, if SHTF hits and they would or wouldn't be in the mag. And I see a lot of people say, well, no, I'm just going to go out in the woods and I'm going to be a hermit and I'm going to do it myself. But it's times when you do hit those depressions, those downs, when it seems like everything's just falling on top of your back. That's when it's going to take people to pull you out. I tell people told them just about all my life, when I grew up and finally gained some common sense, got out of that young buck stage, was that it doesn't matter how many things you acquire in life, how many gardens I plant, how many homes I can own or cars or whatever, this or that. when you're dead, you're dying on your deathbed, it's going to be the people that are standing around you that's going to make the difference. None of that stuff that you left at the house, your wallet, the money in it, none of that stuff's going to make a difference. It's the people that are standing around your deathbed at that moment.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is what judges, how wealthy a person is. And because I say we learn till we die, we all have to learn how to die. So,
I've already
Well, I
gotten
gotta say,
to the
Papas,
point to where
I,
I've gotten to the point where I'm good with being alone when I go.
I kind of hope it doesn't quite
yeah.
go off of that level because I have a feeling if I was like to be laying on mine, I would probably be that she would be there for a little while. So my kids probably not.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be worth their time. And then I'm surrounded by nothing but her family, which we do not get along because, well, I have a spine, I have a backbone, I have a God given ability to think for myself, and I have no problem exercising that. But it's kind of like I say, everybody loves honesty until you're honest with them, and then you're an asshole.
Right. That's exactly right. And
Yeah.
you know what? Here I am sitting in Florida. I've got my mom over here, her cremains in a box next to me. Over to my left is the cremains of my brother. Next to that is cremains of a family friend of my mom's that she kept, and two boxes of cremains of my mom's cats. I feel like I'm sitting in a
Wow.
mortuary, but I've realized what it is and what I have to deal with, and it doesn't really depress me. That's a good thing. What
Yeah.
depresses me is having to deal with all this shit that was collected over all these years that was left behind that couldn't be dealt with before they left. And that's what I'm stuck with.
Yes, sir. That right there, Moose Man. Exactly.
Well,
I've got more
those
grief
things
and,
kind of come
and
and go.
stress coming out of this world. Go ahead, Carl.
No, I was just gonna tell Moose Man, those things kind of come and go. Everyone like nostalgic and start thinking about all the people that ain't here or something. Like, Rescue's talking about that demon site called Facebook. Well, I got a Facebook. I don't use it. Anything I ever do on Facebook, I get flack for it. But other than that, it's like a big cemetery to me. I'm not even kidding. Just in the last year and a half, there's a dozen more people on my Facebook page that are gone. So I can't really get rid of the page because it's a remembrance of so many different people that I knew. I think it's getting close to half the people on my page are gone.
Well, there's
Yeah.
only two of us left. That's me and me. I'm the oldest son, and then my brother, the next one down. So there's only the two of us left to our family lineage, basically, and the family name dies with us because there were some
Yeah.
cousins and girls, but they basically married and got a different name now. And neither me
Yeah.
or my brother had children, and my youngest brother that died 10 years ago, he didn't have any children. So that's the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know that.
Exactly. On this point, I want to point out these
I
comments.
don't
Sherry
I
Leach
don't
said,
even
I
have
had a near-death
anybody.
episode, saw the lighted tunnel. My mother was there shaking her finger at me saying, it's not your time. And I guess it's Josh's birthday. And one more, Hoot Owl Holler said, we love you at Camo Carl.
Thursday is Josh's birthday.
Well,
On the
And
20th.
it's the thing too. Like when I'm about everything I own, nobody's gonna want that shit. It's like I've got a photograph from all the family that's ended up for me the last owner. And it's like those photos mean nothing to nobody else. What do you do with all this shit? I even heard you talk about rescue. You wanted to hand stuff off before you left. So get it to
Yep.
somebody that counts, before it's too late.
Yep.
That way we
Exactly.
can continue being cared about. You think about it, a house. You can build this house and then you can say, yep, it's all done. It's cool. Got dishes, got food in the fridge. Walk out that door, shut it, and don't go back to that house for 10 years. And that house is going to be so withered and decrepit. But you take that same house and you keep some traffic in that house for 10 years and you still have a solid house. And it's because things need to be
Yes,
tended
sir.
to. They need to be cared for. The world's core is a love, and that generates from plants to things that we interchange with and interact with. It's giving a shit actually matters.
That's right. That's
That's
right.
what
I
made
Love
didn't
will
mean
most
it
keep a
of
like
house
my
that,
together.
sweet. Let me clarify. I didn't mean it in any bad way, T girl. And I know you're there, but I don't use my Facebook other than Messenger. That's all I use it for. Because anytime I've ever done anything, ever since I was active on Ted Nugent's lives on Facebook, every time I make a comment on somebody's page, I get trolled or attacked or fake friend requests, all kinds of weird crap. I'm getting strikes for stuff I posted 2 years ago. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it seems like once they get their sights on you, it's like they don't let off of you either. I've got my cousin, his wife. She's like that. She'll post all types of articles about what's going on in the news, and I mean, you can go find it anywhere else, but you post it on Facebook, and then next thing you know, they're
You're
giving
in
you a
trouble.
strike and they're taking down your page because you put it up. Exactly. You know what I mean? When you can find it anywhere, all you gotta do is look.
I've gotten a strike for something. You know how you can put something where only you can see it. The setting is literally only me. I put something on only me. It was about Hunter Biden. It was a meme about him, and I did that over almost 2 years later. They give me a strike for something that only I'm supposed to be able to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely suppression on our First Amendment. I mean, it's just blatantly suppression.
Mm-hmm. I decided to go check and see. I got Louise's egg.
Oh,
So
nice.
now that's 3 today. I got Thelma and Nikki's earlier.
How many you
Louise,
get in a day?
3.
You say
I got
3?
3 hens. I get 3 a day.
How many?
3.
Nice. Yeah, we
Yeah,
I think
I
we've
think
got about we got about
this one here
15
is
hens. We
from
get about
Louise.
two dozen a day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, you got. I would like to. I want to get up to like that. I'd like to have 8 laying hens. Maybe even end up growing up to 12. Because I mean, I'll just give them away what I don't eat. But I'm an egg eating fool. I have no problem. She knows that whenever we go to do eggs, I'm good for 6 right out the gate. And if I'm hungry, it might be 8. That's just.
Yeah,
I'm.
I'll tell you with my experience rescue, the ones I found that lay eggs pretty much year round. I mean, even in the wintertime, are leghorns. They're
Oh,
very
okay.
resilient. We've got comets, we've got speckled Sussex, we got bantams, we've got several different types. But the leghorns, they are nonstop layers, man. They're little beasts, laying the egg beast.
Well, these here.
Good to see you,
This
B.
whole thing right here, this whole project is actually a community based thing because I built this coop live on the stream, like I told you, and these chickens, those 3 hens and that rooster, Nikki, in between prepping, actually hatched. Her and they started out with 6. Only the 4 survived, and out of those 4, I ended up with the 3 hens and a rooster. It wasn't an intentional rooster; it was just he was part of the 4 that survived out of the 6. So those are actually, and I think some of them are American Red, and then Nikki, the other one's just kind of a combo or something. So, but I do want to look at maybe getting those. But see, man, well, that stuff's getting expensive nowadays. So I might just hatch whatever they're willing to lay.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
Louise was a little
Yeah, we
behind the
raise
time
quail
today
too.
because she actually was up there fixing to start laying when BB pulled his little shit, and he came real close to being plucked. His day was going to be plucked, and I made contact with the side of his head. He's just lucky I had to change that cup in mid stride. Otherwise, I'd have been able to wreck. Cause boy, I get tired. He's just pushing that attitude. He's a rooster.
Yeah, yeah, they will. They will.
He'll figure it out, though. I have a feeling. Not so far. The dogs that we get, anything else seems to figure it out. It's this. I work with him up to a point. Because
Yeah.
that's why I
Yeah,
wish
we
if I
raise
could talk
bobwhite.
rooster, I'd tell him it's like you're not needed. Just so you know, I don't need you. You don't bring nothing to the table
Yeah.
unless I want more. And even then,
Yeah, we
Nikki will
raise
hatch me some
bobwhite
more.
quail too.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We've got about 40 bobwhite quail. No, that's all right. We got about 40 bobwhite quail, and they're just starting to lay eggs, and we're getting right about now about half a dozen to about 3/4 of a dozen a day. So, but around here, you got to have a North Carolina state license to own them and sell the eggs and stuff. So, but it's like a fishing license, like $10 for a year, kind of thing. But sell them to local hunters and dog trainers for quail hunting, and they generally go about $5 a bird.
Oh, okay. Hey, V, how are you?
Does
What's
that
up, Beaver
permit
Valley?
cover more than just quail?
No, it just covers the quail. You have to get different permits for different livestock. Now,
So do
certain
you
things you don't have, like chickens, we don't have to have anything like that. But the quail, the bobwhites are considered almost like a wild fowl. So that's why you have to have a license for those.
like pickled quail eggs?
I eat that.
I can't say I do. I mean, I like pickled eggs. I probably would. I just haven't tried it yet. What I wouldn't eat is what they call I can't remember the name of it now, but it's where you basically you incubate the egg. Say like the quail, you incubate the egg about 21 days. Well, they stop the incubation process about 14 days. Oh, it's called a balut egg, is what it is. So
Yeah.
basically, it's a yeah. They'll take these eggs that's like formed the quail, and they'll sell them to restaurants. It's a big Asian cuisine.
Crunchy.
It's big over in that area, but
Yeah,
they'll
it's
take them and, like I
crunchy.
said, they'll incubate about yeah, meaty, yeah, nasty. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never
Those
tried it, but
black 1,000-year-old eggs in China. There's a delicacy there that rotten eggs are. I mean, the older the better, and they're really valuable. And they're literally black with transparent shells because they're so old.
yep, yep. I seen it's like they found different other things too, like what's that kimchi? They found old jars of kimchi and sake underground.
I might drink the sake.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Bet that shit'd have a kick. Yeah, that'd be
Guys,
something.
I'm gonna have to get on off of here and go eat some dinner. It's been real
All
nice
right, brother.
chatting with you, Rescue, Camo Carl, Moose Man
Yep, it was
684,
nice meeting
everybody in
you,
chat.
man.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
back to
y'all come
this
on over.
chat and
Come
grab
on
your
over.
link and sub to your channel.
Thank you very much. I was about to say, y'all coming over, you were invited. Welcome to the farm.
All right. Hey, thanks for popping up, Papas.
Good to see ya.
Yes, sir, Rescue. I
Hey,
appreciate the invite. Moose Man,
yes,
Carl,
sir.
y'all
You're
take
welcome
care, brother.
anytime. You're welcome
All
anytime.
right, thanks, Rescue. All right, everybody.
Make your day
I'll see
good.
y'all soon.
See you later.
Yep. Bye, y'all.
Later. Yeah, what time are we here? 7 o'clock. I've been hitting at it for 5.5 hours.
You see what happens when I hang out with you? Jeez.
Me
What?
too.
Hours go by.
That's it. Just sit and shoot the shit. Solve
Sherry,
all the problems of the world.
Sherry's watching Asian cooking shows and they eat some crazy stuff. I'll have to show her.
What wouldn't Asians eat over there? I mean, they'll eat anything they can catch, won't they?
You're right.
This is crazy. This is Nook Mom sauce from Vietnam. They take fish and lay it out in the sun and let it rot and ferment, and then they squish it down and make a sauce out of it.
They call that fish emulsion at the hardware store.
Yeah, well, this is called Nook Bomb sauce, and I'll tell you what, it is some of the best and tastiest fish sauce you'll ever dip a spring roll or an egg roll or whatever into. And Vietnamese people turned me on to this years ago, and whenever I find it, this is first press good stuff. And I found this today in the store, and some Asian people, I was looking for it, and I told them what they were looking for. The guy said, "Oh, this is the best one. This one right here." So it was nice. So we had fun.
Oh,
Who would
well.
have thought
Hey,
dead
Tiger.
fish sauce would be so
I'm
good?
sorry to hear that, Tiger. She says we have hail and our house is literally flooding.
Oh yeah, I got
Shit,
tornadoes and
sir.
those storms over in Missouri.
Yep. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, Tiger.
Yeah, keep
Totally
your head
sucks.
down.
Get all them anything worth anything up off the ground. Stay away from electrical anything. Get that main shut off. That's
Oh, it
bad.
sounds like thunder here. Oh, a little bit of lightning.
Electricity's the real danger in them flooding situations.
Yep. That current will travel.
Yeah.
It'll energize areas. And it'll start to pop and cause a fire and start burning shit above water. And that's scary.
I've
Well,
seen some horrible videos of people just dropping where they are in groups, got too close to waiting in the water trying to get to help, and they just start falling because they got too close to a live line.
Hey, Moose.
Yeah.
T-Girl asked if you could show that bottle again, please. Here, I'll make him full screen so it'll be the whole window.
Oh, Red Boat fish sauce, 40 degrees north. This is the real stuff from Vietnam.
You know, I've heard of fish sauce, but I've never tried that
There
stuff.
we go.
Oh, it's a well-kept secret. I mean, for cooks around the world. But it is fermented. They call it fermented black anchovy sauce, and it's aged for over a year. And I'll tell you what, it's like, to me, it's like Limburger cheese. It may stink, but it's so good and tasty.
Man, that whole anchovy thing, root, and it's like that's the one thing. It's like, oh no.
Oh yeah, gotta have it in my Caesar salad dressing too.
Oof. Tiger, I am praying that you just get the strength and go through it. And sometimes you might feel
Oh,
like
good
giving up,
deal.
but you just don't. You don't have an
Tiger
option.
said they already shut all the power off. That's good.
Cool. Oh yeah, a little bit of thunder here. It's a little bit of flash. I see. Great. So
Yeah, it's
suppose it wasn't
looking
going to
pretty
shower.
dang menacing. We got that dark gray sky over here.
That's that's what here. Watch this. Yeah. So that's what's happening here. And then that lightning's flashing and shit. Oh, come on, get back around here.
Yeah, looks a lot like it does up here.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. Little mama gave me an egg today. That's 3 for 3.
What are those, like $10 a piece now?
I don't know. I eat them too fast. Yeah, T-Girl lost me. That's it. The anchovy. It's like, nope. There we go. If any, you know what? I will say, anchovies even on a pizza, that shit, I have to kind of make myself not puke because I don't know, weird, but it's the weirdest trigger. I've dealt with some serious ass shit that probably 70%,
Okay.
80% of the actual public couldn't handle. But
Let me see if any of the old people here can tell me where this comes from. Next time you place your order, don't forget to say no anchovies, please.
I don't know what that's from. The movie?
It's a band.
Oh, a band. Too bad G-Maw's not here. G-Maw Merkel would probably know that.
I'm wondering if anybody knows it. I mean, it's a well-known band. You know, I'd say that's the 70s, late 70s when that one came out.
I might be fixing to call this.
No, it's all that way.
That wind's picking it. I really don't. I got to get my wagon inside.
Yep. You're right,
See
Sherry.
that back
Every
there?
Chinese takeout has the fish sauce in it. Most people don't know they're even eating it. It's so good. It's also, it has a lot of antioxidants in it from the fish.
Guys, I think I might be shutting it down. I'm at 5 hours, 41 minutes. Looks like we come up on 7:15 Central Time, the only time zone that matters. Indy's going to be, there's some lightning. Indy's going to be going live at 10 Eastern, which would be 9 Central, and what is that, 7 Pacific, I do believe.
Thanks for having me up here.
You got it, sir.
And Moose, it was good being on a panel with you, too.
Yeah, it's good to be up here with both of you, and I really enjoyed it. Kept me from doing all my work this afternoon. Maybe a lazy afternoon.
It was too hot earlier. This was a good excuse.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now it's going to roll in with some stupid thunderstorm.
Yeah.
I tell you, can't make up its freaking mind. Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, I just, that lightning just took you out.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut
Later,
it down.
Rescue.
Later,
I'm out.
Yeah.
Y'all are welcome anytime. Y'all know that. I appreciate
Love
you
you
all
guys.
coming up here.
Love you guys. Take care. Keep your powder dry, your head on a swivel, and your faith in God strong, and you'll be all right.
Right on, Moose. Appreciate you, brother.
You bet. Love you.
Be safe. Let's see. Yep. Everybody, Hoot, Sherry, T-Girl, Stuart, V, everybody that's listening. If I missed the name, sorry. Moonchild. Hey, so let's see. Ghost is going to be going live at, what was it? Papa said 9, I think. So that's probably 9 Eastern. Indy's going to be live at 10 Eastern. That's all I know. Chuck said something about going live. Somebody asked him if he was going live, and I think Chuck said he was if Bonnie didn't or something like that. So there's that. So, yeah. We'll ride this shit out tomorrow. I'll get busy doing something else. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Monday. No, tomorrow's Sunday. So, hey, I don't know. I might go live tomorrow. And, but I'll go live and talk while I'm cutting stuff. I'll actually have to get something done tomorrow. I can't just stop and then decide to go live for 6 hours. I didn't get much done. A little. But, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play my song. Because I think it's really, really cool. I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you for sharing your afternoon.
Thank you, I'm okay, I guess. I just need a little rest. I'll catch up on my sleep tonight. I ain't complaining. Another season, that's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life. There's a touch of fall in the
Paul
wind.
phone.
Can't wait till you come back again. You're the brightest star in my sky. Wish you could stay, that's life. I know it's time for you to go. Here's a sandwich for the road. It's always hard to say goodbye. Ain't that the truth? That's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life.
Thanks for spending your day with me. I appreciate you so much. In my thoughts and my prayers. Strength and wisdom. I ask for that every day. For everybody I know and myself. Make it a good day. Choice is up to you. Much love, everybody. Peace.